The 27th book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto, translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 27. The Argument. Rogero and those other pagan kings make Charles again to Paris walls retire. Among the Turks new seed of quarrel springs, and kindles in their hearts a quenchless fire, which all their camp in great disorder brings. Agreement to appease them doth desire. Fierce Rhodamont doth leave the camp in wrath, because his mistress him forsaken hath. Among the many rare and special gifts that in the female sex are found to sit, this one is chief, that they at sudden shifts give best advice, and show most ready wit. But man, except he thinks and chews and sifts how every part may answer t'other fit, by rash advice doth often overshoot him, and doth attempt the things that do not boot him. Good Malagigi thought he had done wisely in making Doralus to Paris fly, but if he had the matter weighed precisely, though Richardetto was preserved thereby, he would have sure confessed it done unwisely, his safety with so great a loss to buy. For by this act, which he then not forethought, a loss unspeakable to Charles was wrought. Alas, how much might he have better done, if he had made the fiend the wench convey unto the fall or rising of the sun, to west or east, or any other way, where Rhodamont and Agricana's son from Paris walls might have gone far astray. But he that ever wishes Christens evil, so at this time did prove himself a devil. The fiend her silly horse most slyly entered, and not before prescribed any place, he quickly all the company distempered, nor bare he her away a common pace, but over brooks and streams and ditches ventered, she crying still for aid, as in such case. Nor leaves her beast to fling, run, snore, and stamp, until she quite was past the Christian camp. There did she come, even as she could desire, among the midst of Agramantes' train, and there at last she found the king her sire, that of Granada did possess the reign, the while her lovers both themselves do tire, and in pursuing her do take great pain by tracing her, with as great toil and care as huntsmen do with pleasure trace the hare. Now, Charles, 'tis time for thee to look about, and to thy walls and strengths in time betake thee. Thou never canst escape this plunge, I doubt, except thou stir up quickly and the wake thee. Thy strength, the lamps of France, are quenched out, I mean thy friends and champions chief forsake thee. Orlando thee, his wits have him relinquished, and all his virtues drowned and quite extinguished. Likewise Rinaldo, though not fully mad, yet little less than mad, seeks there and here for fair Angelica, and is full sad to see that he of her no news can hear. For why? A certain old enchanter had told him a forged tale that touched him near, how she, to whom of love he made profession, was in Orlando's keeping and possession. This made him at the first so loath to go to England, whither he was sent for aid. This made him back again to hasten so, then when the Turks his presence so dismayed. And thinking after that some news to know, by privy search the nunneries all he laid, and castles all in Paris and about, to see if he by search could find her out. But when he heard of her no news nor tiding, and that Orlando there likewise did want, he could in Paris make no longer biding, doubting his rival sought him to supplant. But up and down about the country riding, sometime to Brava, sometime to Anglant, supposing still Orlando her had hidden, lest of his pleasure he might be forbidden. And thus the wicked fiend his time espied to give the Christians such a fatal blow, whenas these two, in whom they most affied, were absent now their prince and country fro. Further, for soldiers of the Turkish side, all that were valiant men or counted so, were all against this time enticed hither, wholly uniting all their force together. Gradasso stout and Sacripanti fierce, that in that charmed castle long had dwelt, which th' English Duke, as I did late rehearse, dissolved quite, and caused like snow to melt, these two likewise the Christian camp to pierce. The forces of these two the Christians felt. Rogero and Marfisa made less haste, and so it happened they arrived last. The first two couple near the Christians' tents did meet, and then after long consultation, each unto other showing their intents, they all conclude with one determination, and all of them to this give their consents, in spite of all the Christian generation, to succor Agrement, their lord and liege, and maugre Charles's might to raise the siege. Straight in one crew they forced together knit, break through the Christian watch by force amain. Neither in hugger mugger did they it, but crying loudly, Africa and Spain, they lay on load, and every one they hit, dead or astonished, doth there remain. Alarum then o'er all the camp was rung, though few could tell the cause from whence it sprung. Some thought the Gascoignes or the Switzers bold by mutiny had made some insurrection, and their surmise unto the emperor told, who came with mind to give them due correction. But when he did the bodies dead behold, incurable until the resurrection, he standeth still like one with wonder mazed, and on their woeful wounds long time he gazed, even as a man that with a bolt of thunder hath seen his dwelling house smit unaware, straight searcheth with no little fear nor wonder which way the bolt did pass that caused his care. So Charles, that saw men's bodies cut in sunder, inquires of so great wounds who authors were, and when he knew how few they were that did it, did wish himself there present to forbid it. This while Marphisa on another side with good Rogero do them sore impeach, and through the camp in spite of them they ride, killing or wounding all within their reach, as in a mine that lies close unespied, with trains of gunpowder men make a breach, or as a tempest goes along by coast, so suddenly these two break through the host. Many that scaped the t'other four by flight, in flying fell unwares upon these twain, and felt by proof that neither flight nor fight can save a man ordained to be slain. Even as a fox, whom smoke and fire doth fright, so as he dare not in the ground remain, bolts out, and through both smoke and fire she flieth into the terrier's mouth, and there she dieth. Thus, last of all, by this most noble pair, the Christian army once again was sundered, and then to Agrement they all repair, who welcomes them, and at their value wondered. Now hope and courage drive away despair. One Turk of Christians straight defied 100, so great a boldness in their mind doth rise, by help and succor of these new supplies. Straightway on both sides out their men were brought, their standards and their banners all displayed, and there that day a bloody field was fought, and neither side made show to be dismayed, for hopes alike in either army wrought, t'uns passed conquests, t'others present aid. But fortune on the Christians did so frown, that they again were driven unto the town. The passing force of cruel Rhodamount, the strength and value great of Mandricard, Rogero's virtue that doth all surmount, Gridasso's courage of no small regard, Marphisa's heart of principal account, the skill of Sacripant with best compared, these were the causers of good Charles's loss, and sent the Christians home by weeping cross. Great store were drowned in Sequina with haste, the bridge so narrow was for to receive them, wishing, as Daedal's son had in time past, some wings wherewith aloft in air to heave them. Some thrusting strave to get them in so fast, that strength and breath and life at last did leave them. But that whereby King Charles was chiefly shaken was this, that many paladins were taken. Thus fortune once again did turn the wheel, and good King Charles had her, but could not hold her. And of this foil, this hurt he then did feel, it fainter made his friends, his foes the bolder. The Marquis of Vienna, true as steel, was at that service wounded in the shoulder, and many hurt, but none did play his part so well that day as valiant Brandimart. He stoutly bare it out no little space, and when he saw there was no other way, then to the fury prudently gave place, and spared himself against another day. Now once again is Charles in woeful case, now once again to Paris siege they lay. Young orphans and old widows' prayer and cries again unto God's heavenly throne arise. The angel Michael was but ill apaid, finding the cause of those good Christians' tears. He thought his Maker was but ill obeyed, and that he may be blamed, therefore he fears. He calls himself deceived and betrayed by her should set the pagans by the ears, from which it seemed
Now she did so vary, as she had rather done the quite contrary, even as a servitor, whose love and zeal more than his memory may be commended, forgetting in some weighty cause to deal, that by his lord to him was recommended, would with new care his former fault conceal, that ere his master know it may be mended. So this good angel went not up to God, till he had done as much as he was bawd. To seek Dame Discord he doth leave the sky, and to the abbey he returns again, where her amid the monks he might espy, that change old officers and new ordain. She laughs to see their portices to fly, ready to knock out one another's brain. The angel takes her by her painted locks, and with great fury gives her many knocks. He brake a cross's handle on her crown, and grievously doth beat her back and side. The wretch upon her marrow-bones falls down at the angel's feet, and mercy, mercy cried. Pack to the pagans then that siege yon town, quoth he, and see that you among them bide. For if this place again you ever trouble, assure thyself thy payment shall be double. Though Discord's back and arms were sore with beating, yet thence with all the haste she went, sore terrified with that great angel's threating, doubting again in this sort to be shent, yet in this haste behind her not forgetting bellows and coals, instead of those were spent, by which in many minds and hearts invincible she quickly kindle might a fire inquenchable. Rogero, Mandricard, and Rhodamont gan now their former quarrels to renew, as making of the Christians small account that unto Paris walls themselves withdrew. Wherefore to agrement they do recount their quarrels, and the grounds of whence they grew, each one by challenge his just cause averring, the combat's order to the king referring. Also Marphisa doth the king entreat, that she may end her combat first begun, with as great haste thereof, and as great heat against the Tartar Agricane's son. This she desires with haste and instance great, as one that thinks great wrong to her was done, if in regard of any state or power she should attend one day, or yet 1 hour. But Rhodamont allegeth that of right he first should end the matter with his rival, sith by accord they first deferred the fight, till time might serve after their here arrival. No less Rogero for his horse takes spite, and swears that whether they agree or strive all, to take Frontino no man should restrain him, or else to fight with him that doth detain him. Further, the matter farther to entangle, the argent eagle in the azure field gave to the Tartar matter more to jangle, and quarrel with Rogero for his shield, and so confusedly he then did wrangle, as though with all at once he would the field, and in his fury sure he had attempted it, but that the king's commandment flat prevented it. Who first with grave and friendly admonition to peace and good atonement did exhort them. But when beyond all means of composition he saw that wrath and fury did transport them, to certain marshals he doth give commission, according to the laws of arms, to sort them. And of all ways this was not thought the worst, to try by lots which two should combat first. 4 little scrolls were put into a pot. The first had Rhodamont and Mandricard. Rhodamont and Rogero next they wrote. The third Rogero was, and Mandricard. The 4th pair that must try the present lot was stout Marphisa joined with Mandricard. When lots were cast, these two first out were ta'en, fierce Rhodamont and son of Agricane. Mandricard and Rogero next they find. Rhodamont and Rogero next was said. Mandricard and Marphisa stayed behind, with which the stately dame was ill apaid. Nor was Rogero well content in mind, doubting that when they first their parts had played, the combat will be such between them two, he and Marphisa should have naught to do. Not far from Paris lay a level ground, that was in compass scant 1,000 paces. This plain with rails and bars was compassed round, and tents therein were set with equal spaces, with scaffolds raised upon the outward bound, to give to lookers on convenient places. Now came the time these strifes should be decided. Among those knights those tents were thus divided. In the pavilion bordering on the east stands Rhodamont, with visage stern and grim. Ferrat and Sacripant were ready pressed to put his scaly serpent's hide on him. In t'other tent that was upon the west Gradasso and stout Falseron do trim with Hector's arms, so stately and so fair, the valiant prince, King Agricanes' heir. On one side, in a high tribunal seat, do sit the kings of Africa and Spain, with Stordelin and other princes great, both feared and followed of the Turkish train. Happy was he that day that could but get a place to sit or stand, although with pain, on ridge of house or wall or top of tree, in so great press the goodly show to see. On t'other side sat ladies of great name, in stately sort, to see and to be seen, that out of divers realms and countries came to visit or attend the Spanish queen. There Dorilus was placed, that lovely dame, who wears a robe of crimson cut on green. Yet was the crimson stained in such a fashion, it rather seemed inclining to carnation. Among the rest Marphisa sat that day, in short light clothes, most sumptuously arrayed, the fashion of such kind as well it may become a warrior, and yet a maid. Hippolyta, I think, used such array, when in the field her banner she displayed. Thus each thing was prepared for the fight, and each man was prepared for the sight. An herald in his coat of arms steps out, and of the law of arms expounds the guise, professing to resolve each little doubt that in such case accustoms to arise. The people gazing standeth all about, attent with listening ears and longing eyes, when from the tent of valiant Mandricard, behold, a sudden noise and stir was hard. The cause was this: the king of Sericane, who, as before I did rehearse, was one that holp to arm the son of Agricane, taking his sword in hand to put it on, saw written in the handle Durindane, and looking more advisedly thereon, he saw Almonte's arms graven on the blade, the which strange sight him greatly wonder made, and glad he was when once he did espy it, the chiefest cause that first to France he came, although before he never could come by it. Wherefore he questioned straight upon the same, if Mandricardo wan it, or did buy it, who in this sort his answer then did frame: I with Orlando for this sword did quarrel, and ere I had it, put my life in peril. Further unto this answer he doth add a farther lie, his glory to increase, how that Orlando, for the fear he had, that for his sword he never should have peace, had thrown away the sword, and feigned him mad, that thereby he might cause his quarrel cease, doing herein as is the caster wonted, bite off his stones when he is nearly hunted. Well, quoth Gradasso, what Orlando meant I cannot now discuss, nor do I know. But sure I am, it is not mine intent, now I have found it here, to let it go. The money, men, munition I have spent, deserve as good a thing as this, I trow. You did but find it, you yourself confess it, and now I challenge it, and do possess it. If you deny my claim, here I will prove it, this field the court, this list my pleading bar. My plea is such as no writ can remove it, my judge must be the sequel of the war. War, said the other, who can better love it than I? These words to me as music are, if so the king of Sarza will agree to stay his combat till I fight with thee. Be sure I'll answer thee, and all beside that dare presume to offer me offence. With that Rogero stepped between, and cried, Ho, sirs, with this I mind not to dispense, or let the fight proceed as lots have tried, or I myself will put you to your fence. Shall he deny the sword, and shall I yield, that you shall wear mine eagle on your shield? Wherefore preserve that order first agreed on, from which in honor you may no way start, or if to break it further you proceed on, I break will all, if you do break a part. Tush, quoth the Tartar, threats we have no need on. If Mars were in you both, and took your part, yet both should find it folly to attempt me of my shield or sword once to prevent. And with that word forthwith he bent his fist, and on Gradasso's hand so fierce he strake, that suddenly, or ere Gradasso wist, he made him unawares the sword forsake, who much repined he thus his purpose missed, and that so unprepared he could him take, and much more grieved it him that this disgrace was offered him in such an open place. Wherefore, to be avenged of so great wrong, he steppeth back, and out his sword he draws. The t'other doth no farther time prolong, though in respect of order there was cause. Nay, which was more, he thought himself so strong to fight with all at once, he asked no pause, but to them both at once he makes defiance. In his own strength he had so great affiance. This man is mad, but let me with him try it, Gradasso said, I'll make him wise again. Nay, softly, quoth Rogero, I deny it, for this same combat doth to me pertain. Stand back, saith t'un. Saith t'other, nay, not I yet, back you. Yet both still in their place remain. Thus do these three with malice great and spite strangely begin a combat tripartite. And sure to much confusion it had grown, had not some men, more stout perhaps than wise, themselves among them undiscreetly thrown, with courage great, but yet with small advice, to succor others' danger with their own. Yet could no force them part, nor no device, till Agramant himself, their dreaded lord, in person came their quarrel to accord. The reverence great that unto him they bare made them forthwith their forces to restrain, who straight the causes of these broils did hear, and to compound them sought, but all in vain. For scant Gradasso could be made forbear the sword so long with t'other to remain, until the fight were ended now in hand, of which the sequel could not yet be scanned. Scarce had the king with words of great persuasion this quarrel new begun, a while appeased, but that another strife by new occasion in Rhodamonte's tent them all diseased. A hurly-burly and a fierce invasion there grows between two princes sore displeased, between stout Sacripant and Rhodamount, as I to you will presently recount. King Sacripant, as late before I told, helping to arm the cruel Sarsen king with those self-arms that Nemrod ware of old, from whom this prince his pedigree did bring, whiles he, I say, did curiously behold his furniture, and every other thing that to his horse or under him belong, to see they might be sure and firm and strong, while he that stately steed Frontino viewed, that proudly champing stood upon his bit, and all his reins with snow-like foam bedewed, without regard whose hands embroidered it, a thought unpleasant in his mind renewed, and to his heart did seem full near to sit. He thinks this horse was very like in sight to one of his, that frontlat whilome hight, and more with heedful look still eyeing the marks and shape and color of the steed. After his long and very curious prying, he saw and knew it was his horse indeed, which horse from him then at Albracca lying Brunello stale for want of better heed, and showed him an unusual cunning knack to steal his horse while he sate on his back. Brunello stale that time more things beside, by name Orlando's sword hight Belisard, Angelica's fair ring of virtue tried, which she recovered, as before you heard, likewise a sword even from Marphisa's side. This done, he gave Rogero afterward Orlando's sword, and this horse to the same, but to Frontino first he changed his name. Now then, I say, when Sacripant was sure this horse was Frontlat that sometime was his, and that the marks he saw did him assure that he therein took not his mark amiss, to hold his peace he could not long endure, but said, Good sir, no, mine Frontino is, stolen late from me, as I can make good proof, although I trow mine own word is enough. One at Albracca stale from me the steed, yet for our late acquaintance I consent, because I see that now you stand in need, that you shall use him, now I am content, conditionally, that first it be agreed you shall acknowledge him not yours, but lent, else here I claim him as my goods and chattel, and will defend my right in open battle. The Sarsen king, that passed, I think, in pride all kings and knights that ever carried sword, and passed, I think, in strength and courage, tried all samples that old stories us afford, made answer thus: If any man beside durst unto me have spoken such a word, he should have found I took it in such scorn, he had been better have been speechless born. But for our late begun acquaintance sake, I am content this at your hands to bear. So as you this do as a warning take, the like attempt hereafter to forbear. And if you will but mark what end I make with Mandricardo, then I do not fear but you shall see such sample of my force shall make you glad to pray me take your horse. Then villainy is courtesy with thee, saith Sacripant, inflamed with high disdain. When you be offered fair, you cannot see, Wherefore my purpose is, I tell you plain, my horse shall service do to none but me, and with these hands I will my right maintain. And that is more, if these same hands should fail, I will defend my right with tooth and nail. Thus galling speech between them multiplying, till each last word the former worser made. At last they fell to acts of flat defying, and ton the t'other fiercely doth invade. Rhodamont on his strength and arms relying, yet t'other so defends him with his blade, and makes it so about his head to hover, that seems alone his body all to cover. Even as a chariot wheel that runs apace, seems to the eye all solid, firm, and sound, although twixt every spoke there is a space, concealed from our sights by running round. So Sacripant seemed armed in that place, though armor then about him none was found. So dexterously himself he then bestirred, as well it stood upon him with his sword. But quickly Serpentino and Ferra, with naked sword in hand, stepped them betwixt, with others more that present were and saw, as friends of either part together mixed. Yet them no force nor prayer could once withdraw, their lofty hearts were on revenge so fixed, and wrath had quite so put them out of frame, till Agreement to them in person came. Upon the sight of him, their sovereign lord, they both agreed their fury to withhold, who straight persuaded them to good accord, and much good counsel to them both he told. But peace and good persuasions they abhorred, and either on his manhood made him bold. Their king doth but among them leese his wind, for more and more he froward them doth find. By no means Sacripant will be entreated unto the Saracen king his horse to lend, except that he, as I before repeated, to borrow it of him would condescend. The t'other at this very motion freeted, and swears nor heaven nor he should make him bend to seek to have by prayer or request a thing of which by force he was possessed. King Agreement doth ask by what mischance he lost his horse, or who it from him stale. The t'other opened all the circumstance, and blushed for shame when as he told the tale, namely, how late before he came to France, one took him napping, as it did befall, and underpropped his saddle with 4 stakes, and so from under him his courser takes. Marphisa, that was come to part this fray, hearing of this stolen horse among the rest, was grieved in mind, for why that very day her sword was stoln, as she most truly guessed. And then King Sacripant she knew straightway, whom erst she knew not. And that gallant beast, for which of late these two began to fight, she knew, and said belonged to him in right. While these things passed thus, the standers by, that still hereof had heard Brunello boast, straight in such sort to him did cast their eye, as turned greatly to Brunello's cost, by which Marphisa plainly did descry him, by whose theft her sword she late had lost, to be Brunello, whom she saw there sitting among great lords, a place for him unfitting. She heard, and much it grieved her to hear, how for these thefts and many mo beside, the king rewarded him and held him dear, whereas in law for them he should have died. These news so greatly changed Marphisa's cheer, that hardly she her wrath could longer hide. Let Agreement accept it as he will, she minds Brunello presently to kill. Straightway she armed is from head to heel, and makes her page her helmet close to clasp. To him she goes, and with her glove of steel she gives him such a blow as made him gasp. And while the pain hereof doth make him reel, with her strong hand his weak corse she doth grasp, as doth the falcon fierce the mallard gripe, to which a while before she gave a stripe. With fury great from thence away she flings, while he for help and oft for mercy cried. But willy nilly him away she brings, like to a thief with hands together tied, where Agreement among the meaner kings sat like a judge their causes to decide. Then making some obeisance for good manner, she speaketh thus in short but stately manner: Sir King, I mind to hang this thief your man, that by desart should long ere this have died. For when he stale that horse from him, even then he stale my sword that hanged by my side. But if there any be that dare or can deny my words, or say that I have lied, here in your presences I do desire to try by combat whether is the liar. But lest some should, as some by fortune may, affirm, I choose this time to make new strife, alone, at such a time, on such a day, when other quarrels in the camp are rife, I am content a day or two to stay, and to prolong this wretched caitive's life, to see if any man will him defend, and after sure to hang him I intend. I mean," quoth she, "to bring him 3 mile hence,
and keep him as a prisoner in yon tower.
and with his life I promise to dispense for 2 days' space, and longer not an hour. If any list to fight in his defence, there let him come, and try my force and power." Away she galloped, when she this had said, and on her saddle bow the wretch she laid. The king was sore displeased at this attempt, and much it did his princely mind enrage, and minds himself to wreak so great contempt, until Sobrino, one both grave and sage, told him in wisdom he must be content his choler in this matter to assuage, and said it were a base part for his highness to fight for one sprung up by theft and slyness. Yea, though beforehand he were sure to win, yet would such victory dishonor have, because a woman vanquished were therein. Wherefore, quoth he, if you his life might save with one word speech, to speak that word were sin, for sure she doth but law and justice crave, and princes never do themselves more wrong than when they hinder justice or prolong. You may, said he, to satisfy your mind, send after her in manner of request, and promise her that if just cause you find, he shall be hanged, and so all strife may rest. But if to this you find her not inclined, give her her will, for so I think 'tis best. So that she firmly in your friendship bide, hang up Brunello, and all thieves beside. This good direction Agrement obeying, went not himself, nor sent none to molest her. But yet, according to Sobrino's saying, he sent a messenger that might request her. Himself the while doth travel in allaying the tumults fierce that all his camp do pester. Pride laughs at this, and discord so rejoices, as up to heaven fly their eternal voices. 5 men most resolute have set their rest to be the first that will begin the fight. The strife so intricate as would molest Apollo to decide or set it right. Yet Agrement still strives to do his best, and to compound the matter if he might. And thus to end the matter he begun, twixt Rhodamont and Agricane's son, he makes to them this good and friendly motion, that sith for Dorilus they only strave, they would agree to stand at her devotion, and let her take her choice which she will have, and that once made, to raise no more commotion. This pleased them both, to this consent they gave, a certain hope and trust them both alluring, each on himself of her firm love assuring. The Saracen king doth think that needs she must give sentence on his side, and be his own, sith oft he had in tourneys and in just her favors worn, and his affection shown. How can she love, thinks he, or put her trust in one whom she scant 3 days' space hath known? Nor was alone his own opinion such, but all the camp beside did think as much. They all think Mandricardo overseen, and made no question but she would reject him. But he that knew what passed had them between, and found that she did inwardly affect him, was sure, although his service were unseen, and done by night, that she would not neglect him. Wherefore of her good will he nothing doubting, did scorn their scorns, and flouted at their flouting. Thus having put the matter in her choice, and put the choice in her own declaration, she with a sober look and lowly voice chose Mandricard against all expectation. The Tartar prince hereat did much rejoice, but all the rest were filled with admiration, and Rhodamont himself was so astound, as hardly he could lift his eyes from ground. But when his wonted wrath had driven away that bashful shame that dyed his face with red, unjust he calls that doom, and cursed that day, and clapping hand upon his sword, he said, "This better arbitrate our matters may, than women's foolish doom by fancy led, who oftentimes are so perverse in choosing, they take the worst, the offered best refusing." "Go then," quoth Mandricard, "I little care, I hope that fight shall yield you like success." And thus again to fight they ready are, but Agrement doth soon that rage repress, and said, upon this point again to square, quite were against all laws of arms express. And Rhodamont he sharply then controlled, that in his sight was against law so bold. The Sarsen king, that saw himself that day so noted by those peers with double scorn, both from his prince, whom he must needs obey, and her to whom so great love he had borne, with fury great he flings from thence away, and counts himself disgraced and quite forlorn. Of all his train 2 men he only taketh, the king, the camp, the place he quite forsaketh, and as a bull his loved herd that leaves, by his strong rival forced to be gone, among the trees all clad with thickest leaves, doth hide himself and seeks to be alone, so he, whom shame of comfort all bereaves, flies sight of men, yet still he thinks thereon, and chief when he remembers what disgrace his mistress did him in so open place. Rogero gladly would have him pursued to get his horse, but yet he doth refrain, lest men should think he had the fight eschewed, that did twixt Mandricard and him remain. But Sacripant, whom no cause doth include, pursues the Sarsen king the horse to gain, and doubtless had outgone him that same day, but for mishap that chanced by the way. A damsel fell by hap into a river, and was in peril great to have been drowned. He, lighting from his horseback to relieve her, leapt in, and brought her out all safe and sound. But doing this good act her to deliver, scarce all that day his horse again he found. His horse got loose, and he with all his cunning could scantly catch him in 6 hours running. At last with much ado he doth him get, and after Rhodamont he then doth make. But where and how long after him he met, and how the Sarsen did him prisoner take, I may not now proceed to tell as yet. First tell I what viled words the Sarsen spake, that called his prince and mistress both unkind, and for her fault doth rail at all her kind. With scalding sighs that inward pangs bewrayed, he breathes out flames in places where he goes. From rocks and caves his plaints doth echo aid, and takes compassion on his rueful woes. O women's wits, how weak you are, he said, how soon to change you do yourselves dispose. Observers of no faith nor good direction, most wretched all that trust in your protection. Could neither service long, nor sured love, by me above 1,000 ways declared, thy fickle mind to fastness so far move, but wilfully to let thyself be snared? If reason could have led thy mind to prove, was Mandricard with me to be compared? Hereof can reason be alleged by no man, but this alone, my mistress is a woman. I think that nature, or some angry god, brought forth this wicked sex on earth to dwell for some great plague, or just deserved rod to us that wanting them had lived well. As in the worms, an adder, snake, and toad, among the beasts, bears, wolves, and tigers fell, and makes the air, the fly and wasp to breed, and tares to grow among the better seed. Why did not nature rather so provide, without your help, that man of man might come, and one be grafted on another's side, as are the apples with the pear and plum? But nature can no mean or rule abide, but still she must exceed in all or some. Full easy 'tis the cause thereof to render, for nature's self is of the woman's gender. Yet be not therefore proud and full of scorn, O womankind, that men come of your seed. The fragrant rose growth on the pricking thorn, the lily fair comes of a filthy weed. In loathsome soil men sow the wholesome corn, the basest mold the fairest flower doth breed. Ungrateful, false, and crafty y'are, and cruel, born of our burning hell to be the fuel. These words, and like to these, the pagan fierce doth spend amid his rage and frantic fumes, and like a madman did the same rehearse, sometime in high, oft times in baser tunes. I tremble to set down in my poor verse the blasphemy that he to speak presumes, and writing this I do know this, that I full oft in heart do give my pen the lie. But passion did this pagan sense so blind, and left within the same so sharp a sting, that he not only blamed his love unkind, but also raged against his sovereign king, and cursed him, and wished in his mind that fortune so great woes on him might bring, that he might lose his state and princely crown, and see his country turned quite upside down. And being to such miseries once brought, and with adversity assailed so sore, that then by him his freedom might be wrought, and that he might his former state restore, that agreement might by such proof be taught of faithful friends indeed to set more store, and learn to know that such a friend as he deserved in right and wrong preferred to be. Thus blaming oft his lord, more oft his love, to his own native soil his course he bent, but changing place could not his sorrow move, nor travel's pain his pain of mind relent. It seemed his horse Frontino well to prove before his bridle should be drawn he meant. To Sonna he doth ride without abate, and minds fro thence to pass to Provence straight, and there to cast away all care and cark, and all his anguish quickly to appease. For Africa he will himself embark, and pass the large Mediterranean seas. But for the weather now wax dim and dark, first in his inn he minds to take his ease. For all the country, even as far as Spain, and Agramante's power did then remain. Now he resolves to lodge about the coast, and long he is not of a place to seek, for straight he was invited by an host to take his house, if so it might him like. It pleased the pagan well to hear him boast that he had Corsic wine and French and Greek, for though he were a Turk in all the rest, yet did he like French fashion drinking best. The pleasant host, that was indeed of those that can with double diligence attend, as having saved, amid both friends and foes, his goods, and gained by that which both to spend, when by that prince's view he did suppose him some great man, he straight abroad did send, and thither doth his kin and friends request, to help him wait and welcome such a guest. But lo, his guest sits musing all apart, and of his mistress runneth all his thought, which though he would forget, spite of his heart he thinks on still, so strong the fancy wrought. The standers by are not so malapert to talk to him till he occasion sought, which having found, up from his chair he started, and salutations to them all imparted. Then asked he many questions of them all, and as occasion served, discourses varied. But still we find, and ever find we shall, by thought of heart the speech of tongue is carried. For last to treat of marriage he doth fall, and asketh of the men if they be married, and if they be, he prayeth them to declare of their wives' truths what their opinions are. Straight all of them made answer they had wives, and but mine host all praised the happy state, and said they were the comforts of their lives, that draw a happy yoke without debate, a playfellow that far off all grief drives, a steward early that provides and late, both faithful, chaste, and sober, mild and trusty, nurse to weak age, and pleasure to the lusty. Tush, quoth mine host, under your good correction, most noble guest, these fellows say not right, but either with fond love or foul subjection so blinded are, they take the black for white. I once myself was touched with this infection, but now I see that then I wanted sight, and now I know, as being better taught, that theirs and mine be all unchaste and naught. For as the phoenix is a bird alone, and of that kind the whole world hath no more, so think I of all wives there is but one that liveth chaste in love and virtue's lore. He blessed may be that lighteth her upon. Small hope, think I, there is in so scant store, that many should have one of such a kind, of which in all the world but one I find. I once so blinded was, as now be these, till by good hap unto my house there came a gentleman of Venice from the seas. Francis Valerio was he called by name. He knew and could declare them all with ease, all women's wiles, and stories to the same he had of old and of the later times, to show both wives and single women's crimes. He said and bade me hold it as my creed, that all of them are false if they be tried. If some seemed chaste, it did of this proceed: they had the wit to do and not be spied, and knew by deep dissembling and good heed, with sober looks their wanton lusts to hide. And this to prove, he told me such a tale, as while I live I still remember shall. And if it like you, sir, to lend me ear, in my rude fashion I shall it recite. Right glad, quoth Rhodamont, by heavens I swear, for thou hast hit my present humor right. Wherefore, said he, sit down, I pray thee there, for in thy speech already I delight. But here I end this book, for doubt I have that in this tale mine host will play the knave.
End of Book 27. The 28th Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 28.
The argument. Fierce Rhodamont hears of his prating host a lying tale to women's great disgrace. Unto Algier he minds to pass in post, but by the way he finds more pleasing place. Fair Isabella passeth by that coast. The pagan changeth mind and sues for grace. The hermit warns her keep her vow and oath, at which the pagan prince is passing wroth. You ladies, ye that ladies hold in prize, give not, pardie, your ear to this same tale, the which to tell mine host doth here devise, to make men think your virtues are but small, though from so base a tongue there can arise to your sweet sex no just disgrace at all. Fools will find fault without the cause discerning, and argue most of that they have no learning. Turn o'er the leaf, and let this tale alone, if any think the sex by this disgraced. I writ it for no spite nor malice none, but in my author's book I find it placed. My loyal love to ladies all is known, in whom I see such worth to be embraced, that theirs I am, and glad would be therefore to show thereof 1,000 proofs and more. Peruse it not, or if you do it read, esteem it not but as an idle babble. Regard it not, or if you take some heed, believe it not but as a foolish fable. But to the matter. Thus it was indeed, when all the guests were cheered at the table. Near Rhodamont, so was the pagan named, down sat mine host, and thus his tale he framed. Astolpho, whilome king of Lombardy, to whom his elder brother left his reign, was in his youth so fresh and fair to see, as few to such perfection could attain. Apelles' match, or Zeuxis he might be, that such a shape could paint without much pain. Great was his grace, and all the world so deemed it, but yet himself of all men most esteemed it. He did not of his sceptre take such pride, nor that degree that common men are under, nor wealth, nor friends, nor meaner kings beside, that thereabout dwelt near or far asunder, but of his beauty, which he would not hide, at whose rare worth he thought the world did wonder. This was his joy, and all that he intended, to hear his comely face and shape commended. Among his courtiers one above the rest, Fausto by name, by birth a Roman knight, who hearing oft so praised, as they know best, his face and hands, and all that praise he might, the king did bid him tell at his request, near or far off, if he had seen that wight that in all parts so perfectly was wrought. But he was answered as he little thought. My liege, quoth Fausto, plainly to declare both what myself doth see and others say, but few with your rare beauty can compare, and that same few were none, were one away, Jocundo hight, a man of beauty rare, and brother mine, excepting whom I may prefer your grace before all other creatures, but he doth match or pass you for his features. The king to hear such tidings strange it thought, as having still till that day kept the prize, and with a deep desire straightways he sought to know this man, and see him with his eyes. In fine, with Fausto so far forth he wrought, to bring him to his court he must devise. Although, quoth he, to bring my brother to it, I shall be sure of work enough to do it. The cause is this: my brother never went forth of the gates of Rome scant all his life, and such small goods as fortune hath him lent, he hath enjoyed in quiet, free from strife, left by our sire, and them he hath not spent, nor yet increased, his gains are not so rife, and he will think it more to go to Pavy, than some would think to th' Indies in a navy. But I shall find it hardest when I prove to draw him from his loving wife away, to whom he is so linked in chains of love, that all is vain if once his wife say nay. But yet your grace is so far all above, you shall command me, certes, all I may. Thanks, quoth the king, and addeth such reward as might have moved any to regard. Away he posts, arriving in few days at Rome, and to his brother's house he went. And with such earnest words his brother prays, that to return with him he doth consent. Also his sister's love he so allays, that she doth hold her peace as half content. beside great thanks laying before her eyes preferments large that hereof might arise. Jocundo, now resolved to go his way, gets men and horse against he should depart, sets forth himself with new and rich array, as still we see nature adorned by art. His wife at night in bed, at board by day, with watery eyes to show a sorry heart, complains his absence will so sore her grieve, till his return she doubts she shall not live. Ay me, the thought, quoth she, makes me so frayed, that scant the breath abideth in my breast. Peace, my sweet love, and life, Jocundo said, and weeps as fast, and comforts her his best. So may good fortune I my journey aid, as I return in 80 days at least, nor will I change the day I set thee down, no, though the king should grant me half his crown. All this might not assuage this woman's pain. 2 months were long, yea, too long, she cries. Needs must I die before you come again, nor how to keep my life can I devise. The doleful days and nights I shall sustain, from meat my mouth, from sleep will keep mine eyes. Now was Jocundo ready to repent that to his brother he had given consent. About her neck a jewel rich she wear, a cross all set with stone and gold well tried. This relic late a Boheme pilgrim bare, and gave her father other things beside, which costly things he kept with no small care, till coming from Jerusalem he died, and her of all his goods his heir he makes. This precious cross to her good man she takes, and prays him for her sake to wear that token and think on her. The man that was most kind received it with more joy than can be spoken, although he needed not to be put in mind. For why, no time, nor no state, sound nor broken, nor absence long, a mean could ever find to quail his love, not only while his breath maintains his life, but neither after death. That very night that went before the morrow, that they had pointed surely to depart, Jocundo's wife was sick, and sounds for sorrow amid his arms, so heavy was her heart. All night they wake, and now they bid God morrow, and give their last farewell, and so they part. Jocundo on his way with all his train, his loving wife doth go to bed again. Scant had Jocundo rode 2 mile forthright, but that his cross came now into his mind, which on his pillow he had laid last night, and now for haste had left the same behind. He would devise to excuse it if he might, but no excuse sufficient could he find. But that his love must needs be much suspected, to find the precious jewel so neglected. When no excuse within his mind could frame, but that all seemed frivolous and vain, to send his man he counted it a shame, to go himself it was but little pain. He stayed, and when his brother did the same, Ride soft, quoth he, till I return again, for home again I must, there is no nay, but I will overtake you on the way. The fare is such as none can do but I, but doubt not you, I will return as fast. Away he spurs as hard as he could hie, alone, without or man or page, for haste. Now had the sun's new rising cleared the sky with brightest beams, ere he the stream had passed. He hies him home, and finds his wife in bed, full sound asleep, such cares were in her head. He draws the curtain softly without sound, and saw that he would little have suspected. His chaste and faithful yoke fellow he found, yoked with a knave, all honesty neglected. The adulterer, though sleeping very sound, yet by his face was easily detected. A beggar's brat, bred by him from his cradle, and now was riding on his master's saddle. Now if he stood amazed and discontent, believe it ye to try that would be loath, for he that tries it doubtless will repent, as poor Jocundo did, who was so wroth that out he drew his sword, with just intent for their ungrateful act to kill them both. But lo, the love he bare her did withstand against his heart, to make him hold his hand. O ribald love, that such a slave couldst make of one that now was subject to thy force. He could not break her sleep for pity's sake, that break all bonds of faith without remorse. But back he goes before they did awake, and from his house he gets him to his horse. Love so pricks him, and he so pricks his steed, he overtakes his company with speed. His look is sad, all changed is his cheer, full heavy was his heart, they well perceived. they see no cause of grief, nor guess they near, and they that guess most likely are deceived. They thought he went to Rome, but you do hear how at Corneto he his hurt received. Each man espied that love procured that passion, but none descried the manner nor the fashion. His brother deems that all his grief doth grow because his loving wife is left alone, but he a clean contrary cause doth know, her too much company did cause his moan. He bends his brows, his looks he casts low, with pouting lips, and many a grievous groan. In vain doth Faustus comfort seek to bring him, for why he knows not where the shoe doth wring him. He gives a salve afore the sore is found, his plaisters are as poison to the smart. He seeks to heal, and wider makes the wound. He names his wife, but her name kills his heart. Gone was his taste, his sleeps do grow unsound, nature decayeth, and little helpeth art. And that fair face that erst was of such fame is now so changed it seemeth not the same. His eyes are sunk so deep into his head, it made his nose seem bigger than it should. His flesh doth shrink, his bones do seem to spread. He was so changed as more cannot be told. At last an ague makes him keep his bed, and bait at inns more often than he would. His fair complexion is now pale and withered, much like the rose that yesterday was gathered. With this mishap was Faustus sore aggrieved, not only for his brother's woeful state, but fearing of his prince to be reproved, unto whose grace he undertook so late to show the goodliest man, as he believed, now grown uncouth by force of inward bait. Yet as they could their way they so contrived, that at the last in Pavy they arrived. He would not straightway show him to the king, lest every one might deem his judgment small, but sent by letters notice of the thing, and what mishap his brother did befall. How scant alive he could him thither bring, a secret grief so greatly did him gall, and with an ague pulled him down so sore, he seemed not now the man he was before. And yet behold, this noble king is glad that he is come, and means to make him cheer, as if he were the dearest friend he had, so sore he had desired to see him here. Nor would the worthy natured prince be sad in praise of beauty to have found a peer. He knew Jocundo's beauty had excelled, but that by this disease it was expelled. He placeth him to his own lodging nigh, he visits him each day and every hour. Great plenty of provision he doth buy, to welcome him he bendeth all his power. But still Jocundo languishing doth lie, his wife's misdeed makes all his sweet seem sour. No songs, no sights, which oft he heard or saw, one dram of this his dolour could withdraw. Fast by his lodging was amongst the rest a fair large room, which very few did use. Here would he walk, as one that did detest all pleasing sights, and comforts all refuse. Here the wide wound he bare within his breast, with thousand thoughts unpleasant he renews. Yet here he found, which few would have believed, a remedy for that which had him grieved. For at the upper end of this old hall there was a place of windows void and light, save that the lime, new molten from the wall, let in a little beam that shined bright. Here did he see, which some may think a tale, a very strange and unexpected sight. He heard it not, but saw it in his view, yet could he scant believe it should be true. For at the chink was plainly to be seen a chamber hanged with fair and rich array, where none might come but such as trusty been. The princess here in part doth spend the day, and here he saw a dwarf embrace the queen, and strive a while, and after homely play his skill was such, that ere they went asunder, the dwarf was got aloft, and she lay under. Jocundo standeth still as one amazed, supposing sure that he had seen a vision, but seeing plain, when he a while had gazed, it was an act, and not an apparition. Good God, said he, are this queen's eyes so dazed, to love a dwarf more worthy of derision, whose husband is a prince of worthy fame, so brave a man, such love, now fie for shame. He now began to hold his wife excused, his anger now a little was relented, and though that she her body had abused, and to her servant had so soon consented, Not her for this, but he the sex accused, that never can with one man be contented. If all, quoth he, with one like stain are spotted, yet on a monster mine was not besotted. The day ensuing he returned thither, and saw the dwarf courageous still and jolly. Eke he another day repaired hither, and still he found the queen committing folly. She oft returns, he finds them oft together, they ceased not work on days profane nor holy. Yea, which was strange, the goodly queen complained that of the dwarf she found she was disdained. One day, when in the corner he had stayed, he sees her come all sad and malcontent, because the dwarf his coming still delayed, for whom of purpose twice before she sent. Once more she sends, this answer brings the maid: forsooth unto his play he is so bent, that for mistrust at chess to lose a shilling, to come to you the ape's face is not willing. Jocundo, who before had still been sad, upon this sight became of better cheer. The pains, the plaints, the cloudy storms he had away were blown, the coast began to clear. Most ruddy fair he cheerful grew and glad, that angel like his beauty did appear, so as the king and others thought it strange, in so short time to find so great a change. Now as the king desired much to know the mean whereby his hurt so soon was healed, no less Jocundo did desire to show, and would not have the thing from him concealed, so as his choler might no greater grow than his had been, when as it were revealed. But first he made him swear on his salvation, upon the parties to use no castigation. He made him swear for aught he heard or saw, wherewith his mind might fortune be diseased, yet from his choler so much to withdraw, as that in show he may not seem displeased, nor punish it by might nor yet by law, nor first nor last, but hold himself appeased, so as the offenders might not have suspected that their misdeeds were to his grace detected. The king, so sure, by oath so solemn bound, as one that little thought his queen so stained, Jocundo first his own grief doth expound, why he so long so doleful had remained, and in whose arms his own wife he had found, and how the grief thereof so sore him pained. Had not that salve unlooked for been applied, of that conceit no doubt he should have died. But lying in your highness house forlorn, I saw, quoth he, that minished much my moan, for though it grieved me to wear a horn, it pleased me well I wear it not alone. This said, he brought him where the wall was torn, and showed him that made his heart to groan, for while the dwarf did manage with such skill, though she curvets, he keeps his stirrup still. Much did the king this foul prospect mislike. Believe my words, I say, I need not swear, hornwood he was about to strike all those he met, and his own flesh to tear. His promise to have broken he was like, if of his oath he had not had some fear. But unrevenged all must now be borne, for on his Agnus Dei he had sworn. Now to Jocundo gently he doth speak: good brother mine, advise me what to do. Sith I am bound by oath, I may not wreak the fact with such revenge as longs thereto. Forsooth, let's try if others be as weak, Jocundo said, and make no more ado. This was the counsel he did give the king, into their order other men to bring. We both are young, and of such pleasing hue, not to be matched with such another pair. What she will be so obstinately true, but will be one with youth and being fair? If youth and beauty both do miss their due, the want herein our purses shall repair. Let us not spare our beauty, youth, and treasure, till of 1,000 we have had our pleasure. To see strange countries placed far apart, of other women eke to make some trial, will ease the pain that whilom pierced our heart, and salve our sore, there can be no denial. The king, that longs to ease his new-found smart, consented straight, and to avoid espial, himself, the knight, 2 pages, and no mo, out of the realm forthwith disguised go. Away they passed through Italy and France, and through the Flemish and the English land, and those whose beauties highest did advance, those still they found most ready to their hand. They give, they take, so lucky is their chance, they see their stock at one stay still to stand. Some must be wooed, forsooth, they were so chaste, and some there were that wooed them as fast. In countries some a month or two they tarried, in some a week, in others but a day. In all of them they find the women married like to their wives, too gentle to say nay. At last, because they doubt to have miscarried, they mean to leave this sport and go their way. They found it full of danger and debate to keep their standings in another's gate. They do agree to take by common voice some one whose shape and face may please them both, in whom without suspect they might rejoice. For wherefore, quoth the king, should I be loath to have yourself a partner in my choice? I must have one, and I believe for troth among all womenkind there is not one that can content herself with one alone. But of some one we too might take our pleasure, and not enforce ourselves beyond our ease, but, as they say, take meat and drink and leisure, and by our doings other not displease. Well might that woman think she had a treasure, that had us too her appetite to please. And though to one man faithful none remain, no doubt but faithful they would be to twain. The Roman youth much praised the prince's mind, and to perform it seemed very fain. Away they posted, as they had assigned, by town and city, over hill and plain, till at the last a pretty piece they find, the daughter of an innkeeper in Spain, a girl of person tall and fair of favour, of comely presence and of good behaviour. She now was entering in the flower and pride of those well-pleasing youthful years and tender. Her father many children had beside, and poverty had made his portion slender. And for them all, unable to provide, it made him soon consent away to send her. The price agreed, away the strangers carry her, because the father money wants to marry her. In concord great she did with them remain, who took their pleasure one and one by turn, as bellows do, where Vulcan's wonted pain by mutual blast doth make the metal burn. Their meaning is, now they had travelled Spain, by Scythax' realm to make their home return. And having left Valenza out of sight, at fair Zativa they did lodge at night. The masters go abroad to view the town, and first the churches for devotion's sake, and then the monuments of most renown, as travellers a common custom take. The girl within the chamber sate her down, the men are busied, some the beds do make, some care to dress their wearied horse, and some make ready meat against their masters come. In this same house the girl a Greek had spied, that in her father's house a boy had been, and slept full often sweetly by her side, and much good sport had passed them between. Yet fearing lest their love should be descried, in open talk they durst not to be seen. But when by hap the pages down were gone, old love renewed, and thus they talk thereon. The Greek demands her whither she was going, and which of these two great estates her keeps. She told him all, she needs no further wooing, and how a night between them both she sleeps. Ah, quoth the Greek, thou tellest my undoing, my dear Fiammetta, and with that he weeps. With these two lords wilt thou from Spain be banished? Are all my hopes thus into nothing vanished? My sweet designments turned are to sour, my service long finds little recompense. I made a stock according to my power, by hoarding up my wages, and the pence that guests did give that came in lucky hour. I meant ere long to have departed hence, and to have asked thy sire's good will to marry thee, and that obtained, unto a house to carry thee. The wench of her hard fortune doth complain, and saith that now she doubts issues too late. The Greek doth sigh and sob, and part doth feign. And shall I die, quoth he, in this estate? Let me enjoy thy sweetness once again, before my days draw to their doleful date. One small refreshing, ere we quite depart, will make me die with more contented heart. The girl, with pity moved, thus replies, Think not, quoth she, but I desire the same, but hard it is, among so many eyes, without incurring punishment and shame. Ah, quoth the Greek, some means thou wouldst devise, if thou but felt a quarter of my flame, to meet this night in some convenient place, and be together but a little space. Tush, answered she, you sue now out of season, for every night I lie betwixt them two, and they will quickly fear and find the treason, sith still with one of them I have to do. Well, quoth the Greek, I could refute that reason, if you would put your helping hand thereto. You must, said he, some pretty excuse devise, and find occasion from them both to rise. She first bethinks herself, and after bade he should return when all were sound asleep, and learned him, who was thereof right glad, to go and come what order he should keep. Now came the Greek, as he his lesson had, when all was hushed, as soft as he could creep, first to the door, which opened when he pushed, then to the chamber, which was softly rushed. He takes a long and leisurable stride, and longest on the hinder foot he stayed. So soft he treads, although his steps were wide, as though to tread on eggs he were afraid. And as he goes, he gropes on either side to find the bed, with hands abroad displayed. And having found the bottom of the bed, he creepeth in, and forward goeth his head. Between Fiametta's tender thighs he came, that lay upright, as ready to receive. At last they fell unto their merry game, embracing sweetly now to take their leave. He rode in post, ne can he bate for shame. The beast was good, and would not him deceive. He thinks her pace so easy and so sure, that all the night to ride he could endure. Jocundo and the king do both perceive the bed to rock, as oft it comes to pass, and both of them one error did deceive, for either thought it his companion was. Now hath the Greek taken his latter leave, and as he came he back again doth pass, and Phoebus' beams did now to shine begin. Fiametta rose and let the pages in. Now with Jocundo gan the king to jest. Brother, quoth he, I doubt we do you wrong. It were more time for you to take your rest, that have this night a journey rode so long. Jocundo answers him again in jest, O sir, you do mistake, you sing my song. Take you your ease, and much good do your grace, that all this night have rid a hunting pace. I, quoth the king, I would in faith, I swear, have lent my dog a course among the rest, but that I found yourself so busy were, and rode so hard, you could not spare the beast. Well, said the knight, it seemeth me to bear, although you break your promise and behest, yet privy quips and taunts there needed none. You might have bid me let the wench alone. One urged so far, the t'other so replied, that unto bitter words their tongues were moved. Scarce one forbare to say the t'other lied, and plain to try whose truth should be reproved, they called the girl the matter to decide, who was afraid, as well as her behooved, and she must tell, they standing face to face, which of them two deserved this disgrace. Tell, quoth the king, with grim and angry sight, nor fear not him nor me, but tell us true, which of us two it was that all this night so gallantly performed all his due. Thus either deeming he did hold the right, they looked both which should be found untrue. Fiametta lowly laid herself on ground, doubting to die because her fault was found. She humbly pardon craves for her offence, and that they pity would her woeful case, that she with pity moved to recompense his love that lasted had no little space. And who it was she told them, and of whence had his ill luck in this unlucky place. How she had hoped that though they happed to wake, yet for his partner either would it take. The king and his companion greatly mused, when they had heard the practice so detected, and their conceits not little were confused, to hear a hap so strange and unexpected. And though no two were ever so abused, yet had they so all wrathful mind rejected, that down they lay, and fell in such a laughter, they could not see nor speak an hour after. And when at last their stomachs and their eyes watered and ached, they laughed had so much. Such shifts, quoth they, these women will devise, do what we can, their chastity is such. If both our cares could not for one suffice, that lay betwixt us both, and did us touch, if all our hairs were eyes, yet sure they said, we husbands of our wives should be betrayed. We had 1,000 women proved before, and none of them denied our request, nor would, and if we tried 10,000 more. But this one trial passeth all the rest. Let us not then condemn our wives so sore, that are as chaste and honest as the best. Sith they be as all other women be, let us turn home, and well with them agree. When on this point they both were thus resolved, they gave the Greek Fiametta for his wife, and tied the knot that cannot be dissolved, with portion large to keep them all their life. Themselves went home, and had their sins absolved, and take again their wives, and end all strife. And thus mine host the pretty story ended, with which he prayed them not to be offended. The pagan prince, of whom I erst made mention, was pleased with this story passing well, and heard the same with heed and great attention, and praised it, and said it did excel, and swears he thought no wit nor no invention, no pen could write, no tongue attain to tell, by force of eloquence or help of art, of women's treacheries the 100th part. But at the table sat another guest, of riper years and judgment more discreet, who such untruths to hear could not digest, and see their praises so trod under feet. Wherefore his speech he presently addressed unto his host, and said, We daily meet with slanders, and with lying fables told, and this is one, to say I dare be bold. Nor thee, nor him that told thee, trust I will. No, though in other things he gospel spake, I dare affirm it well, that evil will, not any trial that himself could make, moved him of all the kind to speak so ill, belike for some one naughty woman's sake. But he that would enter in women's praise, on higher steps aloft his style must raise. But tell me now, if any one of you that married are, have not awry yet stepped? No, scarce a man that hath not been untrue, and with some other woman hath not slept. Nay, what is more, they woo, they seek, they sue, they try, they tempt those that be safest kept. Yet women seek not after men, I ween, I mean not such as common harlots been. Surely the man on whom your tale you father cannot himself nor other men excuse, who still to take an unknown peace had rather, although their own were better far to choose. But if themselves were wooed, I surely gather, such courtesies they never would refuse, but rather strain themselves beyond their might, such kindness with more kindness to requite. But be't some woman breaks chaste wedlock's laws, and leaves her husband and becomes unchaste, yet commonly it is not without cause. She sees her man in sin his substance waste, she feels that he his love from her withdraws, and hath on some perhap less worthy placed. Who strikes with sword, the scabbard him may strike, and sure love craveth love, like asketh like. Indeed, in their behalf agree would I, that all wives that adultery do commit should by a law condemned be to die, if so their husbands guiltless be of it. But if that men unpunished walk awry, doubtless in sense and reason 'tis not fit the weaker sex should for this sin be vexed. Do as you would be done to, saith the text. Yet when a man is bent to speak his worst, that in despite he can of women say, he calls them but incontinent and cursed. No greater fault he to their charge can lay, to rob, to spoil, houses to break and burst, whole cities, towns, and countries to betray, usury, murder, all such sins appear proper to men. Women of them are clear. This said this grave wise man, and would have told some story to the same his speech to verify, of women that had lived till they were old, chastely and virtuously, and with sincerity, but that the cruel Turk did him behold with so grim look, as did the poor man terrify, and made him hold his peace, with threats and terror, yet hating inwardly the pagan's error. These brabbles ended, night on them did creep, to rest they went, having their bodies fed. But Rhodamont scant all the night could sleep, for cares that ran still in his troubled head. His unkind mistress him doth waking keep, she troubles him, whither he lie on bed, whither he go, or ride, or sit, or stand, whither it be by water or by land. And though himself could take but little rest, yet of his horse he takes no little care, both that he should be diligently dressed, and have good provender to mend his fare. To go by water now he thought it best, himself to ease, and his good horse to spare. That horse he gat, as he might justly vaunt, spite of Rogero and of Sacripant. He takes a bark, and down the pleasant stream of Sona he doth pass with wind and oar. Great haste he makes to get to his own ream, but changing place doth help him ne'er the more. In sleep of her unkindness he doth dream, awake he sighs, and still renews the sore. To talk was best, and yet not much the better, say what he list, yet cannot he forget her. Annoyed by boat, again he taking land, Vienna, Lyon, and Valenza passed, all which then were in Agramantes' hand, his late good hap had so them all aghast. To Aquamort he turns on his right hand, and thence he will to Algier turn in haste. And in his way, his journey to a bridge, he passed Avignon at the sumptuous bridge. Not far from Montpellier a town he saw, of Bacchus and of Ceres well beloved, though then so spoiled by soldiers, that for awe the dwellers all themselves for thence removed. Also there was a church for Christian law, but yet the priests, in this to be reproved, to save themselves their church had quite forsaken, so as the same by Rhodamont was taken. This seat, this place, did so the pagan please, that here he minds to make his firm abode. For of the one side he might see the seas, on t'other side the ground with corn well load. Here all provisions he might find with ease. Here he doth cause his men his stuff unload, and makes that church, O horrible abuse, serve him to his profane ungodly use. Now standing pensive in this pleasing place, as still he used, he saw a lady fair, though mourning, yet most full of pleasing grace, who with a friar made thither her repair. A goodly horse they led, a soft slow pace, and as they went, he taught her many a prayer. That horse did bear a coffin on his back, all overspread in mourning sort with black. Methink by this description you may guess who this same friar and who this damsel is. Yet for more plainness sake I will express her name, lest any may the matter miss. 'Twas Isabella, who did late profess that state that leadeth straight to heavenly bliss. He was the friar that to that mind converted her, when as despair had almost quite subverted her. Within the mourning coffin was enclosed his corse, whom she so loved alive and dead. And though to grief she seemed all disposed, though all in black she went from foot to head, yet in that woeful show there was disclosed so worthy grace, as in the pagan bred a fancy moving such an alteration, as made him change his first determination. For where before he did dispraise and scorn all women, now again he doth commend that sex that doth indeed the world adorn. His second love to place he doth intend on this, sith that his first hath him forlorn. Here now he hopeth all his woe to end, and with this passion to drive out the t'other, as men do drive out one nail with another. And straight in mildest manner that he can, saluting her, he asked what caused her pain. And she the woeful tale to tell began, how her true love by Mandricard was slain, for whose sake she would never marry man, but serve God all her life that doth remain. The pagan laughs at that the damsel saith, as one that knows no God and hath no faith. And greatly he her good intent controlled, affirming her to merit as great blame as doth the miser that hoards up his gold, and neither doth himself employ the same, and yet from those that would doth it withhold. So shut not up yourself, quoth he, for shame. Fierce lions, bears, and serpents that have stings should be shut up, not fair and harmless things. The godly friar, that took no little care lest this ill speech might turn her to small good, with new exhortings bade her to beware that such enticement strongly be withstood. And for that end forthwith he doth prepare a sumptuous mess of ghostly inward food. But this vile pagan did no sooner taste it, but up again his squeamish stomach cast it. And seeing that the speeches of this friar, whom he could make by no means hold his peace, seemed greatly to contrary his desire, wrath kindled, and at last did so increase, that this poor priest gat but a sorry hire. But here a while my story now shall cease, lest my mishap or punishment be such as was the priest's for talking overmuch.
End of Book 28. The 29th Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 29.
The argument. Fair Isabel, to lose her head, is glad to save her chastity from pagan's might. To pacify her ghost, the pagan sad, doth make a bridge, at which falls many a night. Orlando cometh thither, being mad, and in the water both together light. From thence the madman onward still proceeds, and by the way doth strange and monstrous deeds. O thoughts of men, unconstant and unstable, as subject unto change as western wind, in all designments fond and variable, but chiefly those that love breeds in the mind. Lo, he that late devised all he was able to slander and deface all womankind, yet now with them whom he so sore reviled, even on the sudden he is reconciled. Indeed, most noble dames, I am so wroth with this vile Turk for this his wicked sin, for speaking so great slander and untroth of that sweet sex whose grace I fain would win, that till such time he shall confess the troth, and what a damned error he was in, I shall him make be so in conscience stung, as he shall tear his flesh and bite his tongue. But with what folly he was then possessed, the sequel of the matter plain doth show. For he that yesterday himself professed to all the kind a sworn and open foe, now to this stranger, one in state distressed, whose birth, whose kin, whose name he doth not know, with one small glance and sober cast of eye, was so enthralled he woos her by and by. And as new fancy doth his heart inflame, so to new speech it doth his tongue direct. A new discourse, new reasons he doth frame, with great persuasions, but to small effect. For still the godly friar refutes the same, exhorting her such speeches to neglect, and fast to hold her purpose good and holy, of serving God and leaving worldly folly. He saith the way of death is large and spacious, but that to life is strait and full of pain. But Rhodamont, that saw him so audacious, in spite of him this doctrine to maintain, steps to him, and with hand and tongue ungracious, first bids him get him to his cell again, then his long beard grown on his aged chin, all at one pull he pilleth from the skin. And so far forth his wrath and fury grew, he wrings his neck as pincers wring a nail, and twice or thrice about his head him threw, as husbandmen that thresh do toss a flail. Reports most diverse afterwards ensue, but which be true, and which of truth do fail, is hard to say. Some say he was so battered that all his limbs about a rock were scattered. Some say that to the sea he hurled him, though divers furlongs distant from the place, and that he died because he could not swim. Some others tell some saint did him that grace to save his life, and heal each broken limb, and to the shore did bring him in short space. The likelihood hereof who list may weigh, for now of him I have no more to say. Thus cruel Rhodamont, that had removed the babbling friar, that did him so much spite, the fearful damsel's love to win he proved, by all kind words and gestures that he might. He calls her his dear heart, his soul beloved, his joyful comfort and his sweet delight, his mistress and his goddess, and such names as loving knights apply to lovely dames. Her reasons he doth courteously confute, love soon had made him such a learned clerk. In phrases mannerly he moves his suit, and still his suit was levelled at one mark. And though he might by force have plucked the fruit, yet for that time he doth but kiss the bark. He thinks it will more sweet and pleasing make it, if she do give him leave before he take it. Wherefore, while he is content to pause, in hope by time to win her love and grace, she deems herself like mouse in cat's sharp claws, in stranger's hands, and in a strange place. She sees he feared not gods nor human laws, nor had no pity of her woeful case, that only for his lust would her persuade to break the vow that she to God had made. Her heart and eyes oft times to heaven she lifts, and prays the blessed Virgin and her Son to save her from this pagan's filthy drifts, that unto her no villainy be done. She doth bethink her of 100 shifts, how she his beastly lust may safely shun, that like an open gulf on her did gape, so as it seemed unpossible to scape. She finds out many excuses and delays, that to prolong, which fain she would prevent. Sometime in humble manner him she prays, that to release her he would be content, But being still repulsed at all assays, at last she doth a way and means invent, not only how to shun that present shame, but merit to herself eternal name. Unto the cruel Turk, that now began from all good course of courtesy to swerve, she cometh in the meekest sort she can, and saith, if he her honour will preserve, which is the part of each true valiant man, she would of him that favour well deserve, and give him such a gift as in due measure should far surpass this momentary pleasure. But if you needs will me deflower a wis, she said, when you have done, you will repent to think how fondly you have done amiss, and lost that might have bred you true content. As for your carnal love, you need not miss more fair than I, and fitter for your bent. But in 10,000 one you shall not know, that such a gift upon you can bestow. I know, quoth she, an herb, and I have seen a little since the place where as it grew, that boiled upon a fire of cypress clean, and mixed with elderberries and with rue, and after strained harmless hands between, will yield a juice, that who in order due anoint therewith, shall never damage feel by flame of fire, nor yet by dint of steel. I say, if one therewith anoint him thrice, these strange effects thereof will straight ensue, provided always that in any wise he must each month the liquor's strength renew. I have the way to make it in a trice, and you shall see by proof that it is true. This thing, I think, should joy you more to gain, than if you conquered had all France or Spain. And now for my reward, of you I pray let me obtain this favourable meed, to swear that you henceforth will not assay my chastity by either word or deed. Fell Rhodamont thinks this a blessed day, and hopes he now shall never armour need, and swears he will her honour safe defend, though to perform it he doth not intend. Yet till she might this work bring to effect, he doth himself against his mind enforce, and that she might no violence expect, he doth not offer any sign of force. But that once done, his oath he will neglect, for of an oath he never had remorse, but specially he thought it least disgrace his oath to violate in such a case. He makes to her a solemn protestation, and with most damned oaths the same doth bind, that he will never do her molestation, if she procure a juice of such a kind. This sinks so deep in his imagination, of Cygnus and Achilles runs his mind, for by this means he doth himself assure such privilege as they had to procure. Poor Isabella, glad of this delay, by which a while her chastity she shields, receiving this his promise, goeth straightway to seek these herbs amid the open fields. In every bank and grove, and hedge and way, she gathers some, such as the country yields, and all the while the pagan walketh by, and to the damsel casteth still an eye. And lest she should want cypress wood to burn, he with his sword cuts down whole cypress trees, and in all other things to serve her turn, that each thing may provided be, he sees. Now with her herbs she made her home return, the cauldrons are on fire, no time to leese. She boils and perboils all those herbs and flowers, in which he thought there were such hidden powers. At all these ceremonies he stands by, and what she doth, he many times doth look. The smoke and heat at last made him so dry, that want of drink he could no longer brook. Greek wines there were, and those he doth apply. 2 firkins late from passengers he took. He and his men by drinking both that night, their heads full heavy made, their hearts full light. Though by their law they are forbidden wine, yet now that here they did the liquor taste, they thought it was so sweet and so divine, that nectar and that manna far it passed. At that restraint they greatly do repine, that did debar them of so sweet repast, and at their own law and religion laughing, they spend that night carousing and in quaffing. Now had fair Isabel finished that confection, which this gross pagan doth believe to be against both steel and fire a safe protection. Now, sir, she said, you shall the trial see, and that you may be sure that no infection is in these drugs, you first shall prove by me. I shall you show thereof so perfect trial, as you shall see the proof past all denial. Myself, quoth she, mind first to take the say, that you may see I do not feign nor lie, Then after on yourself you prove it may, when you have made a witness of your eye. Now therefore bid your men to go away, that none be present here but you and I. And thus, as with herself she had appointed, her neck and breasts and shoulders she anointed, which done in cheerful sort, she open laid her naked neck before the beastly Turk, and bade him strike, for she was not afraid, she had such skill and trust in this rare work. He, unadvised and haply overlaid with wine, that in his idle brain did work, was with her speech so undiscreetly led, that at one blow he quite cut off her head. The head where love and all the graces dwelt, by heedless hand is from the body severed. Alas, whose heart at such hap could not melt? Yea, what is more, the head cut off endeavoured to show what pleasure of her death she felt, and how she still in her first love persevered. Thrice from the floor the head was seen rebound, thrice was it heard Zerbino's name to sound, his name, to whom so great love she did bear, as she to follow him would leave her life, to whom 'tis hard to say, if that she were a truer widow, or a kinder wife. O soul, that didst not death nor danger fear, a sample to these latter times not rife, to save thy chastity and vowed truth, even in thy tender years and greenest youth. Go, soul, go, sweetest soul, for ever blessed. So may my verse please those whom I desire, as my poor muse shall ever do her best, as far as pen can paint and speech aspire, that thy just praises may be plain expressed to future times. Go, soul, to heaven or higher, and if my verse can grant to thee this charter, thou shalt be called of chastity the martyr. At this her deed so strange and admirable, he that above all heavens doth aye remain, looked down and said, it was more commendable than hers for whom Tarquino lost his reign. And straight an ordinance inviolable aye to be kept on earth he doth ordain. And thus he said, even by myself I swear, whose power heaven, earth, spirits, men, and angels fear, that for her sake that died of this name last, whoever shall hereafter bear that name, shall be both wise and continent and chaste, of faultless manners and of spotless fame. Let writers strive to make their glory last, and oft in prose and verse record the same. Let Helicon, Pindus, Parnassus hill sound Isabella, Isabella still. Thus said the highest, and then there did ensue a wondrous calm in waters and in air. The chaste soul up into the third heaven flew, where Zerbin was, to that she did repair. Now when the beastly Turk saw plain in view how he had proved himself a woman slayer, when once his drunken surfeit was digested, he blamed himself and his own deed detested. In part to satisfy for this offence, and to appease her ghost, as 'twere in part, although he thought no pardon could dispense, nor punishment suffice for such desart, he vows a monument of great expense, of costly workmanship and cunning art, to raise for her, nor minds he to go further than that self church where he had done the murder. Of that self place he minds her tomb to make, and for that cause he gets a workman's store. For love, for money, and for terror's sake, 6,000 men he set to work, and more. From out the mountains massy stones they take, with which well wrought and hewed and squared, therefore with high and stately arch that church he covers, and in the midst entombs the blessed lovers. And over this was raised with curious sleight a pyramid, a huge and stately tower, which tower 100 cubits had in height, by measure, from the top unto the flower. It seemed a work of as great charge and weight as Adrian made, to boast his wealth and power, of goodly stones, all raised in seemly ranks, upon the edge of stately Tigris banks. Now when this goodly work was once begun, he makes a bridge upon the water by, that of great depth and force did ever run. In former time a ferry there did lie, for such as would a further circuit shun, and pass this way more easy and more nigh. The pagan takes away the ancient ferry, and leaves for passengers nor boat nor wherry, but makes a bridge, where men to row are wont, and though the same were strong and of great length, yet might 2 horses hardly meet a front, nor had the sides a rail or any strength. Who comes this way, he means shall bide a brunt, except he have both courage good and strength. For with the arms of all that this way come, he means to beautify fair Isabel's tomb. 1,000 brave achievements he doth vow, wherewith he will adorn this stately work. From whom he taketh all these spoils, or how, he cares not whether Christian or Turk. Now was the bridge full finished, and now his watchmen on each side in corners lurk, to make him know when any one comes near, for all that come he means shall buy it dear. And further his fantastic brain doth think, that sith by drinking wine he did that sin, in lieu thereof he now would water drink, as oft as by mishap he should fall in. For when he should unto the bottom sink, the top would be an ell above his chin, as who should say, for every evil action that wine procures were water satisfaction. Full many there arrived in few days, some men, as in the way from Spain to France, some others fondly thirsting after praise, in hope by this exploit their names to advance. But Rhodamont doth meet them both the ways, and such his value was, so good his chance, that still as many men as there arrives lost all of them their arms, and some their lives. Among the many prisoners that he took, all those were Christians to Algier he sent, and willed his men safely to them to look, because ere long himself to come he meant. The rest, save that their armours they forsook, all harmless back into their countries went. Now while such feats were by the pagan wrought, Orlando thither came, of wits bestraught. At that same instant that Orlando came, was Rhodamont all armed save his head. The naked earl, with wits quite out of frame, leaps o'er the bar, and went, as folly led, to pass the bridge. The pagan him doth blame for his presumption, and withal he said, "Stay, saucy villain, proud and undiscreet, for such as thee this passage is not meet. For lords and knights and squires of good estate this bridge was built, and not for thee, thou beast." He that no sense had in his idle pate, not heeding what was said, still onward pressed. I must, the pagan thinks, this fool's pride bait. It seems belike he thinks I am in jest. And thereupon he makes the madman towards, and minds to drown him, sith he was so froward's. He little looked to find a match so hard. Now while they two together gan to strive, behold, a gallant dame of great regard at that same bridge by fortune did arrive, fair Fiordilege, that late before had hard how love did of his wits this earl deprive. She hither came to seek out Brandimart, that now in Paris was with pensive heart. And thus this lady, as before I told, came at that season to this dangerous place, and knew this earl when she did him behold, and wondered much to see him in such case. Now held Orlando with his foe hard hold, in vain the pagan strives him to displace, and grinning to himself he said at length, "Who could have thought a fool had had such strength?" And fretting that he had his purpose missed, he doth by sleight the madman's force assay. Sometime he puts his hand below his twist, sometime above, sometime another way. Orlando stands unmoved to do what he list. The pagan seemed to do by him that day, as doth the bear that would dig up the tree from whence she fell, but sees it will not be. Orlando, full of force though void of sense, about the middle took the pagan fast, and heaves him up from ground, and so from thence into the stream himself he backward cast, unto the bottom, both to sink, from whence each one was glad to get him in great haste. Orlando, naked and light, swam like a fish, so that he soon gat out as he would wish, and being out, away he straight doth run, nor tarries he to hear or to expect if men do blame or praise what he had done, but follows on his former course direct. This while the pagan drank nigh half a ton of water ere he could himself erect, and hardly he escaped being drowned, so heavy armed, and in place so profound. Now while the pagan swimmeth for his life, fair Fiordilege, with sad and pensive heart, a lively pattern of a virtuous wife, doth search the sepulchre for Brandimart. She took her time, while they fell first at strife, and up and down she looked in every part, but here she finds nor arms, nor yet his mantle, nor meets with such as of him tidings can tell. But leave we her a while thus mourning sad, and seeking him each where save where he was, and tell we now what hap Orlando had, and what strange feats his fury brought to pass. You might perchance believe that I were mad, if none of his mad pranks I overpass, which were so strange and in so great a number, as you to hear and me to tell would cumber. I only shall some few of those recite, as to my present purpose shall pertain. The madman westward held his course forthright, straight to the hills that sever France fro Spain. He seldom bates, but travels day and night, so much he was distempered in his brain. And by the mountain side as he did pass, he met two young men driving of an ass. This ass they loaden had with clefts of wood, fast bound upon his burden-bearing back. They, seeing one run naked as he were wood amid their way, they cried, Ho, sirrah, back! But he makes answer neither bad nor good, for sense and understanding he did lack. But with his foot the poor ass he so spurned, that both his load and him he overturned. He tossed him like a football up on high, whence down he fell, and brake his neck with it, that at the men he doth with fury fly, of which the tun had better hap than wit. For down the rock the tun leapt by and by deep 60 yards, and by the way did hit upon a bank of furze grown in the place, and scaped with only scratching of his face. The t'other, that of fear like passion feels, did straight to clamber up upon the rock, but straight Orlando takes him by the heels, and pulls him down, and beats him like a stock, as fishers use to beat their sliding eels, and even as falconers tear sometime a cock, to give unto their hawks their entrails warm, so tears he leg from leg, and arm from arm. These same and other like stupendious feats he put in practice, while those hills he passed, even such as speech and credit all exceeds, his fits so furious were, his strength so vast. So far unto the westward he proceeds, that to the sea he now was come at last, even to the sandy shores of Tarracona, that leadeth right the way to Barcelona. Upon those sands, such was his mad conceit, he purposed with himself a house to build, and being noyed with the parching heat, he thinks with sand his skin therefro to shield. Straight with his hands he digs him out a seat, and though the O's his body all defiled, yet with that mould his members all he covered, that nothing but his head could be discovered. Now as he lay half buried in the sand, for save his head the rest was all unseen, there thither came, as in their way by land, Medoro with Angelica his queen. She, not aware what in her way did stand, of her lorn lover's boasting then I ween, came unto him so near, and on such sudden, that upon him her horse had well nigh trodden. But seeing straight upstart a naked man, the sight did her greatly amaze and fright. She knows him not, nor guess at him she can. She thinketh sure he is some hellish sprite, rough grisly beard, eyes staring, visage wan, all parched and sunburned and deformed in sight. In fine, he looked, to make a true description, in face like death, in colour like Egyptian. But she at this strange sight, as erst I said, did gallop thence as fast as she could ride, and screeching loud she crieth out for aid unto Medoro her beloved guide. The mad Orlando was not ill apaid, when such a pretty damsel he had spied, though he no knowledge nor remembrance had, how this was she for whom he first fell mad. Yet as delighted with her pleasing hue, and liking well to see so fair a face, with great desire he straight doth her pursue, even as a hound the fearful doe doth chase. Medoro moved herewith his rapier drew, and after this mad fellow rides apace, and with his horse he thinketh down to tread him, and with his blade he thinketh to behead him. But by effect contrariwise he found, that he without his host his reckoning made. The madman shrinketh not an inch of ground, and his bare skin was harder than the blade. Yet suddenly, when as the madman found that one behind his back did him invade, he turned, and with his fist so smote the horse, as made him lie on ground a senseless corse. And in a trice he back again doth go to catch Angelica, who spurs with speed, and thinketh still her palfrey's pace too slow for such a turn, And so it was indeed, for had it gone like arrow from a bow, it hardly could have holp her at this need. At last her only hope was in the ring, for now to help her was none other thing. The ring, that never failed her at her need, did make her now to vanish out of sight. But whether that it were for want of heed, or that the suddenness did her affright, or that her beast did founder with the speed, or that she did determine to alight, of all these which it was I cannot tell, but topsy turvy from the beast she fell. Had she fallen shorter, or on t'other side, in likelihood the madman had her caught, which if he had, she doubtless should have died. But great good fortune her delivery wrought. But now another beast she must provide, for this another pace will soon be taught. Orlando still doth her pursue so fast, that needs he must overget her at the last. As for Angelica, I take no care. I know that she a beast long will not lack, but rather steal one, as she did that mare, that now in madman's hands will suffer wrack. To follow her Orlando doth not spare, till he her stayed, and leapt upon her back. Then galloped he as long as she was able, and lets her rest in neither field nor stable, until at last, in leaping o'er a ditch, the poor mare put her shoulder out of joint. He with his fall took neither atch nor stitch, nor of the bruise he passeth not a point, nor seeketh he for turpentine or pitch, the poor beast's bruised members to anoint. Though he might see with this fall he had marred her, yet fain he would she should have borne him farther. At last on his own shoulder her he laid, and bare her so about an arrow shoot. But feeling then that she too heavy weighed, he leadeth her, and lets her go on foot. She limping follows him, and still he said, Come on, come on, but little did it boot. At last, to make her slow pace to alter, about his right leg he doth tie her halter, and tells her now with ease she follow may, and so to harry her he doth begin. The sharp stones lying in the rugged way fret off her hair, and afterward the skin. The beast misused thus lives scarce a day. Orlando hath her tied unto his shin. He sees not, nor he knows not she is dead, but on he draws her as his fury led. And sure he would have served her such a touch, I mean his mistress, if he could have caught her, had not the virtue of that ring been such, as how to walk invisible it taught her. Ah, cursed be that ring, and cursed as much be he that so unluckily it brought her. Else sure Orlando had revenged then her often wrongs to him and other men. Yet why wish I this curse on her alone? I would the like might hap on all the kind, for in 1,000 good there is not one. All be so proud, unthankful, and unkind, with flinty hearts, careless of others' moan, in their own lusts carried most headlong blind. But more herein to speak I am forbidden. Sometime for saying truth one may be chidden.
End of Book 29. The 30th Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 30.
The argument. Strange feats by mad Orlando are achieved. Fierce Mandricard is by Rogero slain, himself so hurt that all the camp believed he had been dead, the foremost of the twain. His love with his long absence sore is grieved, to break his word his wounds to him constrain. Rinaldo with his kinsfolk and his friends to set his prince at liberty intends. When men with wrath and sudden pangs of ire permit themselves to be o'erwhelmed and drowned, and hot revenge that burns like flaming fire moves hearts to hurt, or tongues or hands to wound, though after to amend it they desire, yet place of pardon seldom can be found. Ah, worthy ladies, I do you beseech to pardon that my former foolish speech. For I am grown like a diseased man, that when he finds by physic no relief, and now no more with patience suffer can the burning torture of his lingering grief, doth fall to rave and rage, and curse and ban, blaspheming God, renouncing his belief. But when that fit is past, then would he fain, but he cannot call it back again. Yet, ladies, of your clemency I hope I pity shall, not only pardon find. although I somewhat swerve from reason's scope, and rash words flow from unadvised mind, she only bears the blame that slays my hope, and for true service shows herself unkind. That I did speak was partly of compassion, with sympathy moved of Orlando's passion, who, as I partly did before declare, in monstrous sort surveyed Marsilio's reign, and wrought great woe, great danger, and great care to all the then inhabitants of Spain. I told you how he drew the silly mare tied to his leg till she was dead with pain, and how he had so small sense in his head he drew her after him when she was dead. But coming to a great deep running water, he was constrained to let her there abide, and, for he swims as perfect as an otter, he quickly passed to the other side, where then a herdman came his beasts to water, and on a curtal he himself did ride. And though he saw the madman and did view him, yet being naked, he would not eschew him. The madman prayeth him that he would spare his horse, that they two might together cope. I left, quoth he, on t'other side my mare, and fast about her neck I left a rope. I left her dead, but yet with heed and care of her recovery there is good hope. The herdman laugheth at his senseless words, and unto him no answer he affords. Ho, saith Orlando, fellow, dost not hear? I must thy kirtle have, thou needst not laugh. And with that word approaching somewhat near, the crabbed herdman, with a crab-tree staff, gave him a bastinado on his ear, which put the mad earl into such a chaff, that with his fist he made the herdman reel, till pain itself made him no pain to feel. This done, he leapeth on the horse's back, and at adventure on he takes his way. Where'er he comes he putteth all to wrack. His horse tastes neither provender nor hay, but though this tired, a horse he may not lack, the next he meets by force he takes away. To strive with him it was but little boot, he is resolved not to go afoot. He passeth to the straits of Gibraltar, or Gibraltara, call it which you will, and as he went, with force of open war, towns he did burn, and all the dwellers kill. 10 years will hardly make that he would mar within 1 hour. And thus he travelled still, till on a day, riding upon the sand, he saw a ship new loosed from the land. The air was clear and mild, and calm the weather, and certain gentlefolk had hired the bark, with mind to take their solace there together, and to return again ere it were dark. The madman cries, Ho, sirs, let me come thither. His deeds, his words, they neither mark nor hark, or if they did, you may be sure they thought they would not cumbered be with such a fraught. He hallows after them, and whoops and hails, to have them stay, and with fair words doth woo them. Glad might they be they went with oars and sails, for might he come, he surely would undo them. The fool that sees how small his speech prevails, beats on his horse, and means to ride unto them. In vain his horse would shun this hard adventure, but he perforce makes him the sea to enter. First he his feet doth wet, and then his knees, and next his belly, after that his back. Now scant his nose one in the water sees, and still he lays him on. Poor horse, alack, that either in these seas his life must lees, or swim to Afric ere he can turn back. At last, with swimming tired, with water cloyed, his belly filled till limbs of life were void, the horse unto the bottom quickly sunk, and had for company his burthen drowned, if fortune, that helps frantic men and drunk, had not him safe conveyed to Afric ground. Orlando at the danger never shrunk, but to the shore he swam both safe and sound. It happy was the seas were then so still, else had the earl been drowned for all his skill. Now, being safe arrived at the shore, near Seta strait, he ranged o'er the coast, and did such deeds as he had done before on t'other side, to many poor men's cost. At last he came whereas he found great store of warlike weapons, and a mighty host. But how with them this madman disagreed, I may not in this book to tell proceed. And further, how Angelica the fair did meet her love again, and what a lord he grew by matching with so great an heir, and lived with her in love and sweet accord, although in birth an unfit matched pair, I leave for other muses to record. For now I must address myself to tell what haps in Agramantes' camp befell. I told you 2 books past thereabout, how Mandricard was Doralise's choice, and how in face of all that pagan rout she gave that doom that made him much rejoice. For she was deemed for beauty, out of doubt, the best in Europe by the common voice, now chief, since fair Angelica was fled, and worthy Isabella lost her head. But yet this pleasure was not so entire, but that it sauced was with some annoy, for wrath and envy set his heart on fire, and much abated of his present joy. It spites him that Rogero dare aspire to give his coat, being a beardless boy, and further, that the king of Sericane should openly lay claim to Durindane. And first, Rogero will by no means yield by no entreaty, nor by no request, that Mandricard should carry that same shield which had the argent eagle on the crest, except he first could win it in the field. On t'other side, Gradasso doth not rest, but he will be the first to try by fight which of them 2 had to the sword most right. With agrement, Marsilio took great pain in all or part these quarrels to appease. But when they saw their labor was in vain to govern or persuade with one of these, "The chance," quoth Agrement, "shall make that plain for which you strive, and even as fortune please, so let it be. And let some lots be cast, which 2 or 3 shall fight the first or last. And yet this just request deny me not, before the matter any further goeth, though now you be so violent and hot that speech of peace and all accord you loath, to grant that who shall combat first by lot may leasing lease and winning win for both. This motion most indifferent must seem, sith both their values equal we esteem. This motion neither of them do mislike, and straight Gradasso's and Rogero's name upon 2 scrolls were writ so passing like, you would have judged them both to be the same. A boy of 14 year of age they pike to draw the lot, and he that first out came must fight with Mandricard, and make it known he fights for t'other's title and his own. When on this order all parts were agreed, the lot to fight upon Rogero fell, which hap great grief did in Gradasso breed, although in show he seemed to take it well. Contrariwise, it did all joy exceed, the joy Rogero had, it so befell. So well of his own value he believed, he joyed at that at which the other grieved. But yet Gradasso doth with great regard both favor and advance Rogero's side, and showeth him how he must lie to ward a coming blow, how he might slip aside, how for a thrust he may be best prepared, which blows be firm and which be falsified, when best time is to follow thrust or blow, how one may best take vantage of his foe. The rest of that same day that did remain ensuing this same course of casting lots, they spent as pleased each man's private vein, in talk or banqueting or tossing pots. To see this fight the people glad and fain clamor the scaffolds, gazing still like sots. Some for delight to come by break of day, and some all night within the place to stay. Thus, as I say, these simple fools do long to see the combat these brave knights betwixt, and blame the stay, and think the time too long that for the same the heralds had prefixed. But sober men that knew what did belong to such exploits, whose wiser heads were fixed on public good, this quarrel much lament, and travelled all they can it to prevent. The chief, Marsilio and Sobrino sage, advised King Agrement to stay the fight, and these same champions fury to assuage, and to take up the quarrel if they might, forewarning him, when they must battle wage with Charles of France, the loss of one such knight will do him greater hurt and damage then than would the loss of thousands other men. But Agrement knew all was true they spoke, and fain he would their counsel wise obey, but could not tell his grant how to revoke. Only he doth in courteous sort them pray, that they may strike with them so great a stroke, either to end or to defer the fray, and yield the rather unto his persuasion, because it rose upon so light occasion. Or if they did esteem such toys so far, as though they matters were of true renown, that yet they would the fight so long defar, until the son of Pippin were put down, and till they conquered had the realm by war, and ta'en from him his mantle and his crown. This motion had in likelihood taken place, save each thought first consent would be disgrace. Above them all, and more than all the rest, that in this sort their speech in vain had spent, fair Doralice doth Mandricard request that to the king's desire he would assent. She doth exhort, entreat, persuade, protest. She doth complain and languish and lament, to think that by his over hasty choler she still must live in anguish and in dolour. How can I hope, said she, that ere I shall live any hour in solace and in joy, when still I see you ready be to brawl with every man for every trifling toy? The Sarzan's foil doth me no good at all. My choice of you hath bred me more annoy. To end that quarrel, what did it boot, sith straight another quarrel is on foot? I, simple fool in mind, was proud and glad that such a prince, so brave a man as you, for love of me his whole state ventured had. But now I find, by this that doth ensue, that I had far more reason to be sad, sith each like cause like danger doth renew, and not my love, but your own native fury, to bide such hard adventures did procure ye. But if your love be such as in your speech you do profess, and in your open show, then by that love I humbly you beseech, and by that fancy, which too well I know doth even my heart and soul with love bewitch, let not this quarrel any further grow. I see not why it should you so molest to see your eagle in another's crest. If needs you will attempt this hardy feat, and venture life upon a thing so vain, the hazard that you make must needs be great, but none or very small can be the gain. But if that fortune change her fickle seat, think then, oh think, what woe shall I sustain? There never yet was emperor or king could boast that he had fortune in a string. But if that life be unto you less dear than is a painted bird upon a shield, yet for my sake, whom it doth touch more near, let me entreat you to this motion yield. If you were slain, what joy could I have here? Death's soul from woe both could and should me shield, nor fear I death. My only grief would be before my death thy woeful end to see. Thus earnestly fair Doralice dealt all that same night, as in his arms she lies, and as she spake, the tears distill and melt in watery streams down from her crystal eyes. The Tartar, that no little passion felt, to comfort her saith all he can devise, and wipes her cheeks, and her sweet lip doth kiss, and weeps for company, and answers this: Ah, do not grieve thyself so sore, my dear. Ah, do not grieve thyself for such a toy. Pluck up thy sprites, and be of better cheer. There is no cause of fear, mine only joy. No, though that all the kings and captains here had sworn my death, and vowed mine annoy, yet all the kings and captains I would vanquish. Why then should you causeless in sorrow languish? What, did not I with truncheon of a spear, you know yourself whether I say the truth, not having sword or other weapon there, win you from all your guard? And shall a youth, a beardless boy, cause you my safety fear, and breed in you so unadvised ruth? Well might you deem I were a dastard lout, if of Rogero I should stand in doubt. Gradasso, though unto his grief and shame, yet if one ask him, cannot it gainsay that when he last unto Soria came, I met and took him prisoner by the way. Yet he is of another manner fame than is Rogero, you yourself will say. I had him there a prisoner at my will, and if I listed, might have kept him still. And lest I should of this good witness want, beside Gradasso there be hundreds more, as namely Isolir and Sacripant, whom I set free, and had great thanks therefore. Also the famous Griffin and Aquilant, that there were taken but few days before, with divers more, both Turkish and baptized, that by my force were taken and surprised. Their wonder in those countries still doth last, of that great value I that time did show. And should I now a doubt or peril cast? Am I in greater danger now, you trow? Shall one young youth me hand to hand aghast? Shall I now doubt his force or fear his blow? Now having Durindana by my side, and Hector's armour on my back beside, why did not I, as pointed was by lot, with Rhodamont first bloody battle wage, that by his ill success you might forwot the speedy end of this young sorry page? Dry up these tears, my dear, and bring me not before the combat such an ill presage. Nor think an eagle or a target painted moves me hereto, but doubt of honour tainted. Thus much said he, but she such answer made him, with words expressing such a loving moan, as were not only able to persuade him, but might, I think, have moved a marble stone. The force was great wherewith she did invade him. In fine, so far she conquers him alone, he grants thus far to be at her devotion, if peace be offered, to accept the motion. And so, I think, indeed, he would have done, had not Rogero early in the morn got up before the rising of the sun, and entered in the lists, and blown his horn, to show that he the battle would not shun, and that Jove's bird by him was justly born, which either he will carry on his shield, or else will leave his carcass in the field. But when the Tartar fierce did hear that sound, and that his men thereof had brought him word, he thinks great shame should unto him redound, if any treaty he of peace afford. Arm, arm, he cries, and straight he arms him round, and by his side he hangs his trusty sword. And in his countenance he looks so grim, scarce Dorilus herself dare speak to him. And armed at all pieces, up in haste he gets, and that same courser he bestrides, that was that Christian champion's in times past, who now doth run his wits and sense besides. And thus he comes unto the lists at last, the place that all such quarrels still decides. The king and all his court soon after came, and now ere long begins the bloody game. Now on their heads their helmets are made fast, now are the lances put into their hands. Now was the token given by trumpets' blast, which both the horse and horseman understands. Now in a full career they gallop fast, and either strongly to his tackle stands. Now with such force the ton the t'other strake, as though that heaven did fall and earth did shake. The argent eagle comes on either side, with wings displayed on either captain's shield. The bird which Jove men say was seen to ride, though better winged, o'er the Thessalian field. As for their mighty strength and courage tried, their massy spears sufficient witness yield. Nor stirred they more with those tempestuous knocks than wind stirs towers, or waves do stir the rocks. The splinters of the spears flew to the sky, as Turpin writeth, that was present there, and were on fire by having been so nigh unto the scorching of the fiery spear. The champions out their swords draw by and by, as those that neither sword nor fire did fear, and either thrusteth at the t'other's face, and seeks by force the t'other to displace. They never sought to hurt each other's steed, not that they made together such accord, but that they deemed it an unworthy deed, not worthy of a worthy knight or lord. Of base revenge they count that act proceed, and meet of noble minds to be abhorred, so that in those days none were known to kill a horse, except it were against his will. Upon their visors both do strike at once, and though the same were firm and plated double, as being made of proof and for the nonce, yet did the force of such fell strokes them trouble, and still they lay on load as thick as stones of hail, that often turn the corn to stubble. I think it needless further to allege, if they have strength, or if their swords have edge. Yet long they fought together in that field, ere any sign of any blow was left. Such wary heed each took himself to shield. But Durindan at last fell with such heft full on the circle of Rogero's shield, that halfway through the argent bird it cleft, and pierced the coat of mail that was within, and found a passage to the very skin. The cruel blow made many hearts full cold, of such as wished well to Rogero's part. For most of those that stood by to behold, Rogero favored in their mind and heart, so that, afore to say one might be bold, if fortune follow with the greater part, fierce Mandricard were slain, or else should yield, so that this blow offended half the field. But surely some good angel, I believe, the force of this so fearful stroke abated. Rogero, though the wound him somewhat grieve, yet was his mind therewith no whit amated. Great usury he mindeth him to give, and, that the strife may quickly be debated, he frankly strikes with his whole force and might full on the helmet of the Tartar knight. With so great force and fury came the blow, as to the teeth no doubt had cloven his head, saving, by what mishap I do not know, but want of heed that too much haste had bred, it lighted flatling on him, else, I trow, that stroke alone had him most surely sped. But as it was, it made his head so idle, he opened both his hands and loosed his bridle. Good Brigliador, that felt the slacked rein, I think still mourning for his master's change, ran up and down at random on the plain, his senseless rider suffering him to range, who, when he came unto himself again, and saw his horse to run a course so strange, a spurned viper hath not so much wrath, nor wounded lion, as the Tartar hath. He claps the spurs to Brigliadoro's side, and on his stirrups he himself advances, and to his foe with fury he doth ride, and up on high his right arm he enhances to strike a blow. But when Rogero spied his arm lie ope, as oft in fight it chances, he chopped his sword's point under t'other's arm, and pulled it out with blood both wet and warm. By which he did not only maim his foe, by letting blood upon so large a vein, but bated much the fury of the blow, which notwithstanding fell with force so main, as made Rogero stagger to and fro, and mazed his head and dazed his eyes with pain. And much it was that time for his behoof to have his helmet of so good a proof. But having now again recovered force, and as it were new wakened from his dream, upon the Tartar prince he turned his horse, and on his thigh he strikes with strength extreme, that through the steel he did the sword enforce. Out spins the blood in pure vermilion stream. Naught could avail enchanted Hector's arms against his sword with stronger tempered charms. The Tartar, feeling to his great disease his body wounded, as he little thought, did rage as terrible as do the seas with highest winds and strongest tempests wrought. He curseth heavens his smarting pangs to ease. The shield that had the bird for which he fought, away he hurleth from him for the nonce, and to his sword he sets both hands at once. Ah, quoth Rogero, too plain trial this is, that to that eagle thou no title hast, that first didst with thy sword cut mine in pieces, and now thine own away from thee dost cast. Thus much said he, but whatsoever he says, he must the force of Durindana taste, which fell upon his forehead with such might, a mountain might have seemed to fall as light. I say the blow upon his forehead fell, but yet his beaver saved it from his face. It happened at that time for him full well, that in the hollow there was so much space. Yet harmless quite to scape him not befell, for why the sword that ever cuts apace did pierce his plated saddle, and beside an inch did enter into Rogero's side. Thus each with crimson had his armor dyed, and blood did stream from both a double way. Yet hitherto it could not be descried on whither side would chance's balance sway. At last Rogero did that doubt decide, with that same sword that ever home doth pay, and where the t'other's target wants, there just Rogero pays him with a speeding thrust. The blade, 'gainst which prevails no magic art, his currets pierced, and ribs and flesh it tore, and found a passage to the naked heart. Now must the Tartar prince for evermore in sword and painted shield forsake his part. Not only so, but that which grieves him more, he must forsake his much beloved life, more loved honor, and most loved wife. The wretch yet unrevenged did not die, but gave hard recompense ere he departed. At good Rogero's head he doth let fly, and had, no doubt, the same in sunder parted, save that his arm was maimed, and so thereby much of his force from thence had been divarted. Much of his force divarted was from thence before, when for his arm he wanted fence. But as it was, yet too hard it fell, and caused the noble knight great pain to feel. His helmet it did cleave, though plated well, and made for proof of tough well-tempered steel, and in the very skull it clove a spell 2 fingers deep, and made him backward reel. He backward falls, the pain was so exceeding, with grievous wound his head most freshly bleeding. Rogero was the first that tumbled down, and Mandricardo fell a good while after. All thought Rogero dead, because his crown still bled. But chiefly Stordelano's daughter joys that her spouse had won this fight's renown. Now hopes she shall turn her tears to laughter, and as she thought, so was the common voice, so that the Tartars' friends did all rejoice. But when there did appear by certain signs the live man living and the dead man slain, then Doralice wrings her hands and whines, and grief came there and comfort here again. The chiefest part, whose favour all inclines unto Rogero, are full glad and fain, and gratulate his good success, and grace him, and run to him, and in their arms embrace him. Nor was this show of love dissimulation, but true unfeigned kindness and good faith. But yet Gradasso's faint congratulation makes men surmise he thinks not as he saith. He secretly envies such reputation, though outwardly the flatterer he playeth, and curseth, were it destiny or chance that to this enterprise did him advance. But Agrement, that ever did before do him great honour and him well esteem, now he doth him admire, extol, adore, so highly of his value he doth deem. In him alone he puts affiance more than all his camp together, it should seem, now that the seed of Agricane was spent, and Rhodamont gone thence a malcontent. What should I tell the praise that many a lady gave of this knight of Afric and of Spain, who knew that Mandricardo was no baby, and saw him now by this man's value slain? Yea, doleful Doralice herself, it may be, save that for modesty she must refrain, would have been moved with a small request to speak as well of him as did the rest. I say it may be, but I cannot tell, for why before unconstant she was proved, and sure Rogero's parts did so excel as any lady doubtless might have moved. While t'other lived, perhaps she liked him well, but now to seek anew it her behooved, such one as she herself might able warrant to ride both day and nightly on her errand. Now brought the King Rogero with great care to his own tent, that there he may be cured. The best physicians thither sent for are to search his wounds, they straight his life assured. The shield and arms that Mandricardo bare, the which this bloody battle first procured, all save the sword that was Gradasso's right, were hanged up by his bed's head that night. Howbeit that brave courser Brillador Rogero needs would give unto the King, who took it thankfully, and set more store by that same steed than any such like thing. But hereof now, while I treat no more. First must you hear what news the maid did bring, I mean Hippolca, to her mistress dear, whom love had made to be of heavy cheer. She told her first what hap to her befell, how Frontine by a Turk was ta'en away, and after how she found at Merlin's well Ricardo and Rogero that same day, to whom she did her hard adventure tell, and how Rogero went with her straightway to win the horse out of the pagan's fist, but at that season he his purpose missed. Also she told to Bradamant the cause why her dear love himself did now absent, who promised her to take a little pause, and then her mind most thoroughly content. In fine, Hippolca from her bosom draws that letter which was to her mistress sent, who so much less did seem to like the letter, because she would have liked his presence better. For sith before she did himself expect, now paper in his stead to have, and ink, it causeth her to fear and to suspect, and made some doubts into her thoughts to sink. Yet liked she well the meaning and effect, and kissed the letter oft, and sure I think had burned it with the heat of her desire, save that the tears she shed did quench that fire. She read the writing o'er 5 times or 6, the words, the phrase, the sense her pleased so well, and then she made the maid each time betwixt the message that Rogero sent to tell. And save he did so short a time prefix to come to her, and aye with her to dwell, I think she never would have ceased mourning till she had seen or heard of his returning. Rogero to Hippolca promised had 15 or 20 days at most to stay, and her to tell her mistress so he bade, but swearing to come sooner if he may. But ne'ertheless good Bradamant is sad, still doubting chances to prolong that day. "All things," said she, "to fortune are subjected, and chief in wars that are by chance directed. I, my Rogero, who could once have thought, sith I more than myself esteemed thee, that thou by any means couldst have been brought to bear thy very foes more love than me? Whom thou shouldst hurt, by thee their help is sought; whom thou shouldst save, by thee they spoiled be. Needs must I blame thy negligent regarding, as well in punishing as in rewarding. Trojano slew thy sire, I think thou knowest, for sure the stones it know. Yet to his son thou think'st in honor thou such duty owest, that thou must see no hurt may him be done. Is this sufficient a revenge thou trowest? Think'st thou true fame can by such facts be won? Lo, unto what thy show of honors tends, to serve thine enemies and slay thy friends." Thus Bradamant spake to her absent love with passion great, and evermore her maid with reason seeks that fancy to remove, assuring her she need not be afraid, and wishing her with patient mind to prove if so he would not do as he had said, and that she would in all things hope the best, and then to God and fortune leave the rest. With this good speech of hers and strong persuasion, she doth his coming till the day expect, which good Rogero brake, not by occasion that he his word and promise did neglect, but that which happed against his expectation, his wounds had bred so dangerous effect. But chief the same he last took in his head, which made him 40 days to keep his bed. Now Bradamant doth wait the 20 days, and stayed at Montalbano with her mother, and making still inquiry many ways, if she might hear some news of one or other. But none she heard, save that which to his praise was told her after by her younger brother, which though she joyed to hear, as was most meet, yet mingled was some sour with that same sweet. For why, the value of Marphisa stout, which did assist them greatly, as he told, to win their kinsman from the Moorish rout, that unto Bertolage should have been sold, this bred in Bradamante's mind some doubt, and strake into her heart a jealous cold, because 'twas said they two together went to agrement that in his camp was pent. For though she could not choose but greatly praise her, that did herself so stout and valiant prove, yet on the t'other side her beauty frays her, lest he perhap on her might set his love. But yet in fine, hope of his promise stays her, so that in 20 days she did not move from Montalbano, and in that same place thither came the chief man of her race. I mean not chief of birth, but chief of name, for 2 there were in birth more old than he. Rinaldo unto Montalbano came, his brothers, cousins, and his friends to see, whom he had heard by speech of flying fame now safe arrived at that place to be, and how Rogero and Marphisa wrought their liberty when they were sold and bought. Wherefore he came to see them face to face, and understand with them how each thing stood. It seemed he was as welcome to the place as is the swallow to her tender brood, that almost starved, and in sorry case have long expected sustenance and food. And when they there had stayed a day or twain, both they and he to Paris went again. Alardo and Guicciardo, Richardet and Meligigi and good Viviane, close after this brave lord themselves to get, and Bradamant with them they would have ta'en, but she alleged she could not come as yet, but hopes ere long they should be overta'en. She praised them for that time content to hold them, for why, she was not well at ease, she told them. And true it was, she was not well at ease, not that she had a fit of any fever, or any other corporal disease. It was a fit of love that burneth ever, whose heat no herb nor physic can appease. This fit did her from that brave crew dissever, but in another book I shall repeat what succor they did bring to Charles the Great.
End of Book 30. The 31st Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 31.
The argument. Unwares doth Guidon with Rinaldo fight, but afterward is by his brethren known, by whose great courage and united might the Turks are vanquished and overthrown. Good Brandimart seeks out that woeful knight, whose wits by love distraught are not his own, is ta'en, and of his life was in great peril. Rinaldo and Gradasso fall to quarrel. What state of life more pleasing may we find than theirs that true and hearty love do bear, whom that sweet yoke doth fast together bind, that man in paradise first learned to wear? Were not some so tormented in their mind with that same vile suspect, that filthy fear, that torture great, that foolish frenesy, that raging madness called jealousy? For every other sour that gets a place to seat itself amid this pleasant sweet, doth help in th'end to give a greater grace, and makes love's joy more grateful when they meet. Whoso abstains from sustenance a space, shall find both bread and water relish sweet. Men know not peace, nor rightly how to deem it, that have not first by war been taught to esteem it. Though eyes want sight of that they would see fain, the thought yet sees, and hearts with patience take it. Long absence grieves, yet when they meet again, that absence doth more sweet and pleasant make it. To serve and sue long time for little gain, so that all hope do not even quite forsake it, one may endure, for when the pain is past, reward, though long it stay, yet comes at last. The sharp repulses and the deep disdains, and all the torments that in love are found, at last with pleasure recompense the pains, and make far more contentment to abound. But if this hellish plague infects the brains, though afterward it seem both whole and sound, the quality thereof is so mischievous, the very thought is to a lover grievous. This is that cruel wound, against whose smart no liquor's force prevails, nor any plaster, no skill of stars, no depth of magic art, devised by that great clerk Zoroaster. A wound that so infects the soul and heart, as all our sense and reason it doth master. A wound whose pang and torment is so durable, as it may rightly called be incurable. This is a plague that quickly doth infect all lovers' hearts, and doth possess their thoughts, as well with causeless as with just suspect. By this a man to madness mere is brought. O plague, by whose most damnable effect in deep despair to die have divers thought! O jealousy, that didst without desart possess the noble Bradamante's heart! Not for the tale her maid or brother told, which made within her mind a sharp impression, but other news that made her heart full cold, how her love of new love did make profession, as I more plain hereafter shall unfold. For now I needs a while must make digression to brave Rinaldo, that to Paris ward did march with that same crew of great regard. The day ensuing, ere it yet was night, they met an armed knight upon the way. A lady fair accompanied the knight. His armor all was black, save that there lay athwart the breast a wreath of argent bright. And straight the foremost man in their array, which rich Ardetto was, as then did chance, he challenged with him to break a lance. The gallant youth, that never man refused, straight turned his horse a space for course to take, as one that for his time had often used such feats as this to do and undertake. Rinaldo standeth still, and then perused to see which knight the fairest course could make. Now Richardet thinks, if I hit him just, I shall this gallant tumble in the dust. But otherwise it then to him befell, and of his reckoning he was quite deceived. The t'other knew to hit and sit so well, that Richardet was from the saddle heaved. Alardo, seeing how his brother fell, did think to venge the foil that he received, but he likewise inferior did remain. His arm was bruised, his shield was rent in twain. Guicciardo next the self same fortune tried, and was constrained unto the ground to incline, although to him Rinaldo loudly cried, Stay, hold your hands, for this course should be mine. Vivian and Malagige, and more beside, that at their kinsman's foil did much repine, would then have fought with this same stranger knight, save that Rinaldo claimed it as his right, and said, My friends, we must to Paris haste, But to himself he said, "It were a jest for me to stay till all they down were cast by one and one. I'll fight, and they shall rest." This said, he spurs his horse, and cometh fast, and as he runs he sets his spear in rest. The t'other doth as much, and either's spear the stroke doth in 1,000 pieces tear. The horsemen with the stroke stir not an inch, they both had learned so perfectly to sit, but on their horses it doth shrewdly pinch, yet Bayard scarce his course doth intermit. The t'other's horse had such a parlous wrench that marred him quite, and brake his back with it. His master, that was greatly grieved to see't, forsakes his seat, and takes him to his feet. And to Rinaldo, that with naked hand came toward him in show of truce, he said, "Sir Knight, I give you here to understand, I liked so well this horse that here is dead, I think it would not with mine honor stand to leave him unrevenged, which hath me led to challenge you, even as you are true knight, that you will answer me again in fight." Rinaldo answered, "If your horse you lost, the only cause of this your quarrel be, then comfort you, for of mine only cost your want herein shall be supplied by me, with such a horse as I may boldly boast to be as good a one as e'er was he." "Not so, sir," said the t'other, "you mistake it. I will expound my mind, and plainer make it. Though I liked well my serviceable horse, yet, sith he now is in this conflict slain, think not that of his death I so much force as that alone moves me to fight again, but in plain terms, on foot to try your force as well as erst on horseback I would fain." Rinaldo, that of no man's force accounted, without delay straight from his horse dismounted. "And sith," quoth he, "I see your noble mind, of this my company hath no suspicion, they shall go on, and I will stay behind, and so will fight with you on even condition." This said, his band to part thence he assigned, who went their way upon their lord's commission, which bred great admiration in the stranger to find a man so little fearing danger. Now when his standard quite was out of sight, and all Rinaldo's company was gone, then hand to hand they do apply the fight. With force and fury great they lay it on, each marvels at the t'other's passing might, and yet of either side the gain is none. They felt the blows so heavy and so hard, that glad they were to lie well to their ward. Thus these two knights, for honor's only sake, together combat in such eager sort, that every little error they should make endangered life in this unpleasant sport. An hour and half this travel they did take, each laboring to cut the t'other short, and in his mind Rinaldo marvels much who this should be whose skill and force was such. And save he could not with his reputation, he would have wished the battle at an end, and offered of a truce communication, and of his unknown foe have made his friend. Likewise the t'other felt such inclination, now finding scarce he could himself defend, that he repented his rash hardy part, and would have had a truce with all his heart. It waxed dark, there fell an evening mist, so that at last they neither of them know when he did hit aright and when he missed, nor how to give nor how to ward a blow, when first Rinaldo wished him to desist, sith now the sun descended was so low, and that the combat might be now rejourned till Phoebus were about the world returned, offering, at which the stranger greatly mused, and his rare courtesy therein commended, to lodge him where he should both be well used, and like a man of honor well attended. The t'other his great courtesy not refused, and so between them two the fray was ended, and straight Rinaldo gave him as his gift his page's horse, that was both strong and swift. Thus on they rode unto Rinaldo's tent, and grew acquainted ere they thither came, by means in certain speeches as they went. Rinaldo happened to tell his name, by which the stranger knew incontinent that this was that same paladin of fame, and that himself was to Rinaldo brother, by father's side alone, and not by mother. The savage Gaidon this brave warrior hight, that travelled had full many 100 mile with those two brothers named the Black and White, and Sansonet, until by craft and guile they were surprised, as you heard last night, and made against their wills to wait a while for maintenance of laws unjust and bad, that wicked Pinabel devised had. Now when as noble Gaidon certain knew that this Rinaldo was, whom he before desired long to see, he much did rue that he had done, and did lament it sore. A blind man would not be more glad to view the light he doubted he should ne'er see more, than Gaiden in his mind was well apaid to see this night. And thus to him he said, "What strange mishap, what sinister adventure hath bred this fault in me, my noble lord, that I with you into this strife should enter, with whom I ought to have all kind accord? I am your father's son, not by one venter. I ever have your name and stock adored. Gaiden I hight, Constanza was my mother, born beyond Euxine seas, but yet your brother. Wherefore I pray pardon my fond offence, that have instead of duty offered wrong, and tell me wherein I may recompense this oversight, and I will do ere long." Rinaldo, that had heard of him long since, and to have seen him did not little long, embraced him, and not only did forgive him, but commendation great and praise did give him. He said his value was a perfect sign to show himself in fight so fierce and stout, that he was truly come of that same line whose noble root was blown the world about. For if your manners did to peace incline, then had there been, said he, more cause of doubt. The fearful heart comes not of lion's seed, nor doth a silly dove a falcon breed. Thus fell they two acquainted by the way, and talked together friendly as they went. But neither did their talk the journey stay, nor did their riding make their speech relent, until they came where all their brothers lay, when as a great part of the night was spent, who with great joy and pleasure did behold them, and chief when who this was Rinaldo told them. For though he must to them no doubt have ever been very welcome as a brother dear, yet could he be to them more welcome never than now, what time, as you before did hear, they all did mind to do their best endeavor to rescue Charles, that was of heavy cheer. Wherefore, for this one cause above the rest, he was unto them all a welcome guest. Thus now the day ensuing, on went Gaiden, joining himself unto Rinaldo's crew, and as to Paris walls they forward ride on, they met two valiant youths that well him knew. Further with him conferring, they descried one, a lady, richly clad and fair of hue. These warlike youths had Gismund to their mother, white Griffin, and black Aquilent his brother. Now Gaiden knew them, and to them was known, as having been together many days, by whom they were unto Rinaldo shown and praised for gallant men at all assays. As in your judgment, likewise in mine own, Rinaldo said, these youths do merit praise. For they have oft been proved two perfect warriors, as well in spite as sport, at tilt and barriers. Rinaldo did by their apparel know them, Tun ever wearing white, the t'other black, and friendly countenance he now did show them, chiefly because the king did suffer lack. Wherefore into his band he doth bestow them, that band that to the Turks must bring much wrack, and they do join them to Rinaldo's banner, forgetting all old jars in loving manner. Between the house of Ammon and these twins, about one Truffaldin, a jar there fell, the matter at the first not worth two pins, wherefore the circumstance I will not tell. But now Rinaldo their affection wins, by using them so courteously and well, for courteous speech and usage mild and kind wipes malice out of every noble mind. Now after these another knight there came, hight Sansonet, a man of great account, who welcomed was, and took it for no shame of stout Rinaldo's band himself to count. While this thus passed, behold, the gallant dame that knew this noble lord of Clarimount, for she was one that all the French lords knew, told him a tale that made him greatly rue. "My lord," said she, "I bring you sorry tiding. He whom the church and empire held so dear runs all about in no one place abiding, of sense and argument deprived clear. He naked goes, not nature's secrets hiding, which me to tell, and you must grieve to hear. Orlando, that same light and lamp of France, hath lost his wits, God knows by what mischance. His arms and sword that he away had thrown, as things by him left and forsaken clearly, I saw a courteous knight, to me unknown, but one it seemed that loved Orlando dearly, them gather where they scattered were and sown, and even of charity, as seemed merely, In triumph wise on tree he hanged the same, and underneath he graved Orlando's name. But straight the sword that hanged on the tree with force and scornful speech away was ta'en, as I can witness well that did it see, by Mandricard the son of Agricane. Think you what hurt this will to Europe be, that once again the Turks have Durindane? The gentle knight strave long with him to save it, but in the end was forced to let him have it. I saw Orlando late in monstrous guise to run about uncouth and all unclad, with strangest clamours and most hideous cries. In fine, I do conclude that he is mad, and save I saw it so with these mine eyes, I would not trust if any told it had. She further told how she had seen him later with Rhodamont to tumble in the water. And last of all, she told him she had heard how that about his sword there grew some strife between Gradasso stout and Mandricard, and how the Tartar having lost his life, the sword was given Gradasso afterward, as over all the pagan camp was rife. And having ended this so sad narration, thereto she addeth this short exhortation, that he and every one that were not foe to stout Orlando would take so much pain in Paris or elsewhere him to bestow, till he had purged his distempered brain. Mine husband Brandemart, said she, I know, to do him any good himself would strain. Thus Fiordelege spake, the loving wife of Brandemart, that loved her as his life. At this strange tale and woeful accident, such inward grief the good Rinaldo felt, that with the thought his heart incontinent did seem like snow against the sun to melt, and with all speed he might to go he meant, and by all means he might so to have dealt to seek Orlando, whom if he can find, he hopes to bring him to a better mind. But sith he now had thither brought his band, or were't the will of God, or were it chance, he first doth mind to end the cause in hand, and rescue Paris and the King of France. Wherefore he makes his men all quiet stand till night, what time himself will lead the dance, and then between the 4th and 2nd watch he means at once the matter to dispatch. He makes his men lie close for all that day by way of ambuscado in a wood, and ease themselves and horses all they may, and take the sustenance of rest and food. The place within 3 leagues of Paris lay. And when the sun was set, he thought it good what time the world doth use his lesser lamp to Parisward to move his silent camp. And as he purposed, he performed indeed, for straight himself with that same gallant crew set out by night, as first they had decreed, in silent sort suspicion to eschew. Now came the time that they must do the deed. Now near unto the Turkish camp they drew, when first the heedless sentinels entrapping, they killed them all because they took them napping. The watch once slain, they are no longer dumb, but after stout Rinaldo soon they came. They sound the trumpet and strike up the drum, and calling still upon that noble name that often had the pagans overcome, I mean Rinaldo's house of Montalbane, which cry he caused both his own men to quicken, and that the Turks might in more fear be stricken. Himself well mounted on his famous horse doth press amidst the pagan princes' tents, and with his own and with his horse's force he treads them down and all in pieces rents. Unarmed or armed he kills without remorse. Whoever cometh in his way repents. The drowsy men half armed make poor resistance against so brave a man with such assistance. For why, beside those men I named before, whose virtue and whose value oft were shown, Rinaldo had 600 men, and more, all perfect trained, of strength and courage known, which about Clarimount he kept in store for his own use and causes of his own. Though at this need his princes turned to furnish, he soon agreed his own towns to unfurnish. And though Rinaldo had no great revenue, the which chief sinews unto war affords, yet kept he still 600 in retinue, what with good usage and with gentle words, that all of them did still with him continue at his command, with lances, horse, and swords, nor was there any that from him away went, though divers others offered greater payment. Now think, when this brave crew the Turks assailed, at unawares, half wake or half asleep, how that same name and that same noise them quailed, how here they fled and there withhold and keep, but small flight, and less their flight prevailed. But even as goats from lions, or as sheep from wolves, make small defence, such in comparison these pagans made against Rinaldo's garrison. On t'other side King Charles, that by espial had notice of Rinaldo's coming hither, with all that crew so noble and so loyal, that to his aid combined were together, with divers lords came forth in person royal, and all his men of arms likewise came thither. Eke Brandemart, rich Montodante's heir, did with King Charles unto the field repair, whom when his spouse, that near about did hover, had found out by his standard and his arms, and plainly saw it was her dearest lover, she rusheth in among the men of arms, and unto him herself she doth discover, who straight embraceth her in open arms, and leaving then the battle, drew apart, that each to other might their minds impart. And after sweet embracing oftentimes, they did confer together of their state. O virtue of those unsuspicious times, when ladies early wander might and late, and yet be faultless deemed and free of crimes! Where now each small suspect turns love to hate, yea, even for all their watching and safe keeping, they doubt their wives do wake while they are sleeping. Among the conference this couple had, the lady did unto her spouse unfold how his good friend Orlando was fallen mad, how she herself his madness did behold, his running naked, careless, and unclad. Not credible had any else it told, but credible it was now she had said it, for in far greater things he gave her credit. She further did to Brandemart recount how she had seen the bridge the pagan made, I mean the cruel pagan Rhodamount, unto the stream so deep as none could wade, where he the passengers of best account did from each side with fury great invade, and with the spoils of those he killed and took, did beautify a tomb built by the brook. And last she told how with his strength extreme Orlando heaved the Turk armed from the ground, and so with him fell backward in the stream, with peril great there to have both been drowned, from whence Orlando went about the ream, where his mad parts would make him soon be found. This tale in Brandemart did breed such sorrow, he stayed not for the next ensuing morrow, but taking for his guide fair Fiordeledge, and being ready armed, as then he was, he goeth to seek that foresaid parlous bridge, in mind whatever hap the same to pass, where many men their lives line did abridge, as in such dangers soon it comes to pass. No sooner came he to the utmost ward, but Rhodamount had notice by his guard. He greatly did to hear such news rejoice, and straight he cometh forth with warlike gesture, and bids him with a loud and scornful voice unto the tomb to yield his arms and vesture, or threatens him, if he refuse this choice, to make him drink beyond all good digesture. But Brandemart his threats did nothing fear, and makes no answer but with couched spear. Then straight to horse's side he sets the spurs, the horse he rode upon Bataldo hight. The horse, though good, yet snores and starts and stirs, much scared with narrow bridge and water sight. Eke Rhodamount his good Frontino spurs, who never starts, as used to this fight, although the bridge did shake all under feet, when in the middle way these knights did meet. Their spears, that were of firm well seasoned wood, with so great force upon their armor strake, that though their horses were both strong and good, yet both fell from the bridge into the lake, quite overwhelmed with water and with mood. Yet neither horseman did his horse forsake. Long tarried they within the stream below, to search if any nymph dwelt there, I trow. This had not been the first time, nor the fifth, that from this bridge the Turk had been thrown down, wherefore his horse and he could better shift, for neither horse nor he did doubt to drown. For where the stream was most profound and swift, he often had been plunged above his crown, which made his horse and him the more audacious amid the stream, although profound and spacious. He knew by proof, for he had tried it oft, where all the shelves and where the channel lay, which parts were gravelly and which were soft. The t'other ignorant was borne away, tossed here and there, now low and then aloft, the while the pagan, greedy of his prey, at all advantages doth still assail him, whose horse's footing more and more did fail him. At last, with plunging and with striving tired, he backward fell into the weeds and mood, where he was like to have been drowned and mired, save that his spouse, that by the river stood, in humble wise the pagan prince desired, and in most earnest manner that she could, even for her sake, whose ghost he did adore, to help her worthy knight unto the shore. Ah, gentle sir, if ever you did taste of love, she said, or of a lover's passion, save that same knight on whom my love is placed, and let him not be drowned in so vile fashion. Suffice it you, your tomb will be more graced with one such prisoner of such reputation than hundreds other that shall here arrive. Then take his spoils and save himself alive. These words, that might have moved a stone, I think, moved him to rescue noble Brandemart, who without thirst had ta'en such store of drink as from his limbs his life did well nigh part. But ere he brought him to the river's brink, he caused him with his sword and arms depart, and made him swear now he was in his power to yield himself true prisoner to his tower. The dame of comfort all was quite bereaved, when as she saw how ill her spouse had sped. And yet less grief of this chance she conceived than if he had been in the water dead. She calls herself the cause that he received this harm that fondly had him thither led, into a place of danger such and jeopardy as needs must hazard either life or liberty. About the place in vain she long did hover, then parted she, in mind to seek some knight of Charles's camp that might her loss recover, and prove himself, though not more strong in fight, at least more fortunate than was her lover. Long did she travel all that day and night, and eke the day ensuing ere she met one. Yet was it her good hap at last to get one. A champion in a rich attire she met, all wrought with withered leaves of cypress tree. Hereafter I will tell you, but not yet, what wight this was, whether a he or she. Now turn I to the camp, lest I forget the noble knights that set their sovereign free. I mean Rinaldo and his new-come brother, with cunning Malagige and many other. Unpossible it was account to keep of those were killed that night and those that fled. Fierce Agrement was wakened from his sleep, and with all speed that might be up he sped. He weighs the peril and the danger deep. His soldiers run away, ne'er making head. Marsilio with Sobrino and the rest wish him to fly for fear he be distressed, advising him, sith fortune now gan frown, unto this tempest wisely to give place, and to Arley or some other town, so strong to dure assault no little space. So might he save his person and his crown, as first was to be cared for in such case, and then with wisdom warily proceeding, to wait till time might serve of better speeding. Thus Agrement, to so great danger brought, well knew not what to do nor what to say, but did as by his counsel he was taught, and in great haste conveyed himself away. The while much woe into his men was wrought. The Christians them discomfit, kill and slay. The darkness caused the number be unknown, that in this fight were killed and overthrown. With haste full many were in water drowned, that saw there was no safety in the land. More succor in their heels than hands they found. Against such fierce assailants few durst stand, but greatest damage did to them redound by those 600 of Rinaldo's band, who did distribute strokes in so great plenty, as every one of them massacred 20. Some think that Malagigi played his part in this conflict, not wounding men nor slaying, but making of their foes by magic art to hear so huge a noise of horses neighing, such sound of drums, such shouts from every part, as all the world had vowed their decaying, by which they all were stricken in such fear, as not a man of them durst tarry there. Yet, though the Turkish prince fled thence so fast, the brave Rogero he would not forget, but caused him from danger to be placed, and on an easy paced horse him set. Thus now the Turks were by the Christians chased, and glad they were a walled town to get. But yet Gradasso and his valiant band did still unto their tackles stoutly stand. Nay, which was more, when as he understood how that Rinaldo, Paladin of France, was he that shed such store of Turkish blood, he was so glad he ready was to dance. He thanks his gods that were to him so good to send him this so much desired chance, by which he hopes and makes account most clearly to win that horse Rinaldo held so dearly. For why Gradasso, king of Sericane, long since to France came with an army rial, with only hope to conquer Durindane, that famous blade of so good proof and trial, and eke Rinaldo's courser to have ta'en that Bayard hight, and now when in espial he knew Rinaldo was on that beast mounted, the conquest sure, the horse his own he counted. So much the rather, for that once before about this matter they had made a fray, fast by the sea upon the sandy shore. To tell the circumstance I may not stay, but Malagigi thence his cousin bore, and did into a barge him safe convey, and thereupon Rinaldo ever since was ta'en but for a coward by this prince. Wherefore, in hope so rich a spoil to reap, 2 hours before the rising of the sun, all armed on Alfana he doth leap, and with his lance to death are divers done. On French the Moors, on Moors the French doth heap, and all he meeteth he doth overrun. So did ambition set his heart on fire to meet Rinaldo, such was his desire. Soon after this each met with spear in rest, but neither then at first the other knew. Each brake his spear upon the t'other's crest, unto the heavenly car the splinters flew. Then with their swords either was ready pressed, their lances thrown away, their swords they drew, each laying on the other so fell strokes, as if not knights had fought, but clowns felled oaks. Gradasso, though he knew him not by sight, for yet the morning beams were not displayed, yet did he guess both by the horse's might, and those fierce strokes that t'other on him laid. Wherefore, with words that savored scorn and spite, he straight begins Rinaldo to upbraid, and said he had his challenge disappointed, and not appeared on the day appointed. Belike you thought I should have met you never, but now, said he, you here are met right well. Assure yourself I will pursue you ever, were you ta'en up to heaven or down to hell. No height nor depth should hinder mine endeavor. I mean to find you out where'er you dwell. To shun the fight with me it doth not boot, until you leave your horse and go on foot. At this his speech were divers standing by, as Gaidon, Ritradet, and others more, who would have slain Gradasso by and by, had not Rinaldo stepped them before, and said in wrath, What, masters, am not I well able wreak my private wrongs therefore? Then to the pagan gently thus he spake, and wished him mark the answer he did make. Whoever saith that I did fight eschew, or show defect of value any way, I say and do avouch he saith untrue, and I will prove by combat what I say. I came unto the place to meet with you, no excuses did I seek, nor no delay, and frankly here to you I offer fight. But first I wish you were informed right. Then took he him aside, and more at large he told what happened him, and how by art his cousin Malagigi into a barge conveyed him, and forced him to depart. In fine, himself of blame quite to discharge, he brought him out to witness every part. And then, to prove that this was true indeed, he offered in the combat to proceed. Gradasso, that both courteous was and stout, gave ear unto the tale Rinaldo told. And though it seemed he stood thereof in doubt, yet him in all his speech he not controlled. But in conclusion, having heard it out, he doth his former purpose firmly hold, which was by combat fierce to try and know if so he could Bayardo win or no. The paladin, that passed not a point of no man's force, to meet him gave his word. The place in which to meet they did appoint was near a wood and by a pleasant ford. There only added was a further point, which was that Durindane, Orlando's sword, should to Rinaldo as of right accrue, if he the pagan overcame or slew. Thus for the present time departed they, until the time approached appointed fight, although Rinaldo friendly did him pray to rest him in his tent that day and night, and offered frank safe conduct for his stay, so courteous was this same courageous knight. Gradasso greatly praised the noble offer, but yet refused the courtesy he did proffer. The fear was great that secretly did lurk in all the minds of all Rinaldo's kin, who knew the strength and cunning of this Turk was such as doubt it was which side should win. Fain Malagigi by his art would work to end this fray before it should begin, save that he heard Rinaldo's utter enmity in so base sort for working this indemnity. But, though his friends did fear more than was meet, himself assured himself of good success. Now at the pointed time and place they meet, both at one very instant, as I guess, and first they kindly do embrace, and greet the tone the t'other with all gentleness. But how sweet words did turn to bitter blows, the next book, saving one, the sequel shows.
End of Book 31. The 32nd Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 32.
The argument. Good Bradamant Rogero long expecteth, but heareth news that touch her very nigh, how he all other loves beside neglecteth to wed Marphisa. Thus the fame doth fly. To Arley Bradamant her course directeth to kill Marphisa, or herself to die. 3 kings and Ulani she doth subdue, those with her spear, and this with passing hue. I now remember how by promise bound before this time I should have made you know, upon what cause fair Bradamant did ground the jealous humours overcharged her so. She never took before so sore a wound, she never felt before such bitter woe. No, not the tale which Ricardetto told her, in such a fit and so great pangs did hold her. To tell you first, when I should have begun, Rinaldo called my tale another way. No sooner with Rinaldo had I done, but straight with Gaiden I was forced to stay. From this to that thus unawares I run, that I forgot of Bradamant to say. But now I mean to speak of her before I speak of those 2 champions any more. Yet needs I borrow must a word or twain, how Agramant to Arley did retire, and gathered there the few that did remain, escaped from the fury of the fire, where not far off from Africa nor Spain he plants, as fit as he could well desire. For lying on a flood so near the seas, both men and victual were supplied at ease. To muster men Marsilio had commission, that may supply the place of them were lost. Of ships of war there was no small provision, soon had he gathered up a mighty host. There was no want of armor and munition, there was no spare of labor nor of cost, that with such taxes Africa was cessed, that all the cities were full sore oppressed. And further, Agramant, that he might win fierce Rhodamont to aid him with his power, did offer him a match of his near kin, King Almont's daughter, with a realm in dower. But he his proffer weighs not worth a pin, but keeps the bridge, and doth the passage scour, that with his spoils the place was well nigh filled, of those he had dismounted, ta'en, and killed. But fair Marphisa took another way, for when she heard how long the siege had lasted, how Agramant his camp at Arley lay, how both his men were slain and store was wasted, she sought no cause of any more delay, but thither straight without inviting hasted, her purse and person offering in the fight, in just defending of his crown and right. She brings Brunello, and the king she gave him, who had given cause of every just defence. 10 days and 10 she did of courtesy save him, to see who durst to stand in his defence. But when that no man made the means to have him, though she to kill him had so good pretence, she thought it base her noble hands to file upon an abject dastard and a vile. She will defer revenge on all his wrong, and unto Arley brought him to the king, whose joy to tell would ask a learned tongue, both for the aid and present she did bring. For show whereof, before it should be long, he offered her to make Brunello ring, and at what time she pleased to appoint, to have him sent to crack his chiefest joint. Unto some desert place he banished was, to serve for meat for carrion crows and pies. Rogero, that had helped him oft, alas, now cannot hear his piteous moans and cries. He lies sore wounded, as it comes to pass, and little knows where poor Brunello lies. And when he understands thereof at last, it is so late, already it is past. This while what torments Bradamant endured those 20 days, how did she wail and mourn, against which time she thought herself assured her love to her and to the faith should turn. She makes no doubt but he might have procured within that space to make his home return, yea, though he were in prison kept or banished, if troth and care of promise were not vanished. In this long looking she would often blame the fiery coursers of the heavenly light. She thought that Phoebus' wheels were out of frame, or that his chariot was not in good plight. Great Joshua's day seemed shorter than these same, and shorter seemed the false Amphitryon's night. Each day and night she thought was more than doubled, so fancy blind her sense and reason troubled. She now envised the dormouse of his rest, and wished some heavy sleep might overtake her, wherewith she might most deadly be possessed, till her Rogero should return to wake her. But waking cares aye lodged in her breast, that her desired sleep did quite forsake her. To sleep so long doth so much pass her power, she cannot frame her eyes to wink 1 hour, but turns and tosses in her restless bed. Alas, no turning turns her cares away. Oft at the window she puts forth her head, to see how near it waxeth unto day. When by the dawning darksome night is fled, she notwithstanding stands in that same stay, and during all the time that day doth last, she wishes for the night again as fast. When 15 days were of the 20 spent, she grows in hope that his approach is nigh. Then from a tower with eyes to Paris bent, she waits and watches if she can descry at least some messenger that he hath sent, may bring the news where her sweetheart doth lie, and satisfy her mind by what hard chance he is constrained to stay so long in France. If far aloof the shine of armor bright, or anything resembling it she spies, she straightway hopes it is her only knight, and wipes her face and clears her blubbered eyes. If any one unarmed do come in sight, it may be one from him she doth surmise, and though by proof she find each hope untrue, she ceaseth not for that to hope anew. Sometime all armed she mounteth on her steed, and so rides forth in hope to meet her dear. But soon some fancy her conceit doth feed, that he is passed some other way more near. Then homeward hasteth she with as much speed, yet she at home no news of him can hear. From day to day she passeth on this fashion, hither and thither tossed with her passion. Now when her 20 days were full expired, and that beside were passed some days more, yet not Rogero come whom she desired, her heart with care and sorrows waxed sore. With cries and plaints the woods and caves she tired, her breast she beat, her golden locks she tore, nor while these gripes of grief her heart embrace, doth she forbear her eyes or angel face. Why then, quoth she, beseems it me in vain to seek him still, who thus for me doth slide? Shall I esteem of him that doth disdain my suit, and scorn the torments I abide? Him in whose heart a hate of me doth reign, him that accounts his virtues so well tried, as though some goddess should from heaven descend, before that he his heart to love would bend. Though stout he is, he knows how well I love him, and how I honor him with soul and heart. Yet can my hot affection nothing move him to let me of his love possess some part. And lest he might perceive, it would behoove him to ease my grief, if he did know my smart, to give me hearing of my plaint he fears, as to the charm the adder stops his ears. Love, stop his course that doth so loosely range, and flit so fast before my sorry pace, or with my former state else let me change, when I sought not to track thy tedious trace. I hope in vain, remorse to thee is strange, thou dost triumph upon my piteous case. For hearts thy meat, thy drink is lovers' tears, their cries the music doth delight thine ears. But whom blame I? It was my fond desire that first enticed me to this killing call, and made me past my reach so far aspire, that now I feel the greater is my fall. For when aloft my wings be touched with fire, then farewell flight, and I am left to fall. But still they spring, and still I upward tend, and still I see my fall and find no end. Desire, quoth I? Myself I was too light to give desire an entrance in my breast, who, when he had my reason put to flight, and of my heart himself was full possessed, no room for joy is left or heart's delight. Since I do harbor this unruly guest, who, though he guide me to my certain fall, the long expectance grieves me worst of all. then mine the fault be, if it be a fault. To love a knight deserves to be beloved, with all good inward parts so richly fraught, whose virtues be so known and well approved, and more, whom would not his sweet face have caught? Myself, I must confess, his beauty moved. What blind unhappy wretch were she would shun the pleasing prospect of the precious sun? Beside my destiny which drew me on, by others' sugared speech I was entrained, as though I should by this great match anon another paradise on earth have gained. But now their words into the wind be gone, and I in purgatory am restrained. Well may I Merlin curse, the false deceiver, yet my Rogero I shall love for ever. I hoped of Merlin's and Melissa's promises, who did such stories of our race foretell. Is this the profit of believing prophecies, and giving credit to the sprites of hell? Alas, they might have found them better offices than me to flout, that trusted them so well. But all for envy have they wrought me this, so to bereave me of my former bliss. Thus sighs and lamentations are not feigned. Small place was left for comfort in her breast, yet, spite of sorrows, hope was entertained, and, though with much ado, yet in it pressed to ease her mourning heart, when she complained, and giving her sometimes some little rest, by sweet remembrance of the words he spake, when he was forced of her his leave to take. The minding of those words did so recure her wounded heart, that she was well content for 1 month's space his absence to endure. Yea, when his days of promise quite were spent, yet still she looked for him, you may be sure, and many a time that way she came and went, till by the way at last such news she heard, that all the hope she had before was marred. For she by chance did meet a Gascoigne knight, that in the wars of Africa was caught, one that was taken captive in that fight, then when for Paris the great field was fought. What she requires to know he could recite, but, careless of the other news he brought, of her Rogero chiefly she enquires. To hear of him is all that she desires, of whom the knight could let her understand, for in that court he late his life had led, how Mandricard and he fought hand to hand, and how much blood on either part was shed, and though by wounds himself in peril stand, that he subdued his foe and left him dead. Now, if with this his story he had ended, Rogero's excuse had very well been mended. But he proceeds to tell how one was there, a lady hight Marphisa in the field, whose fame for martial acts did shine most clear, whose beauty rare to few or none did yield. Rogero her, she held Rogero dear, they never were asunder, or but sealed, and that they two, as every one there saith, the ton the t'other plighted have their faith. And if Rogero once were whole and sound, their wedding should be celebrate with speed, that such a pair as yet was never found, and happy they should come of such a seed. How much it joyed the pagan princes round, to think upon the race they two should breed, which likely were all others to excel in feats of arms that erst on earth did dwell. The Gascoigne knight, of all that he had said, himself had reason to believe was sooth, so general a fame thereof was spread. There were but few but had it in their mouth. Some little kindness she did use had fed their foolish humours of this false untruth. Still fame will grow, if once abroad it fly, although the ground be troth or be a lie. They came indeed together to this fight, and many times together they were seen, for he was warlike, stout, and worthy knight, and she a gallant, fair, and dainty queen, by which suspicion, never judging right, did gather straight they had assured been, and specially because, when she departed to visit him, she was so soon revarted. Of just suspect their reason was but slender, if they had weighed well their virtues rare, though of his wounds she seemed to be so tender, and of his danger had so great a care. Against bad tongues no goodness can defend her, but those most free from faults they least will spare, but prate of them whom they have scantly known, and judge their humours to be like their own. Now when the knight avowed the tale he told, and yet in truth you know 'twas but a tale, the damsel's heart was touched with shivering cold, the little hope she had away it stale. Almost in sound her seat she scarce could hold, With morning cheer and face both wan and pale, she said no more, but mad with grief and ire, her horse she turned, and homeward did retire. And all in armour on her bed she lies. She wished 1,000 times she now were dead. She bites the sheets to damp her sobs and cries, the Gascoigne's news still bearing in her head. Her heart is swoln, and blubbered be her eyes, with trickling tears bedewed is her bed. When grief would be no longer holden in, needs out it must, and thus it doth begin. Ah, wretched me! Whom might a maiden find in whom she might be bold to put her trust, since you, Rogero mine, become unkind, and tread your faith and promise in the dust? You, only you, mine eye so far did blind, I still esteemed you faithful, true, and just. Ah, never wench that loved so sincerely was in requital punished so severely. Why, my Rogero, why do you forget, sith you in beauty pass each other knight, and do in feats of arms such honour get as none can match your chivalry and fight, this golden virtue with the rest to set, by which your glorious name will shine more bright? If, as in other graces you abound, so in your promise constancy were found. This is the virtue breeds most estimation, by which all other virtues show more clear, as things most fair do lose their commendation, which by the want of light cannot appear. What glory was it by false protestation her to deceive, whose saint and God you were, whom your fair speeches might have made believe that water should be carried in a sieve? From any heinous act wouldst thou refrain, that murderest her who bears thee so good will? How wouldst thou use thy foe, that thus in pain dost let thy friend to be tormented still? Thou that with breach of faith thy heart dost stain, no doubt thou dost not care for doing ill. Well, this I know, that God is ever just, he will ere long revenge my wrongs, I trust. For why, unthankfulness is that great sin which made the devil and his angels fall, lost him and them the joys that they were in, and now in hell detains them bound and thrall. Then mark the guerdon thou art like to win, for why like faults like punishment do call, in being thus unthankful unto me, that always was so faithful unto thee. Besides, of theft thyself thou canst not quit, if theft it be, to take that is not thine. The keeping of my heart, no, that's not it, that thou shouldst have it, I do not repine. Thyself thou stalest, which I cannot remit. Thyself thou know'st thou art, or shouldst be, mine. Thou know'st damnation doth to them belong that do keep back another's right by wrong. Though thou, Rogero, do forsake me so, I cannot will nor choose but love thee still. And since there is no measure of my woe, death is the only way to end mine ill. But thus to cut off life, and thou my foe, it makes me do it with a worser will. Yet had I died when best I did thee please, I should have counted death no death, but ease. When with these words she was resolved to die, she took her sword in hand for that intent, and forced herself upon the point to lie. Her armour then her purpose did prevent. A better spirit checked her by and by, and in her heart this secret reason went. O noble lady, born to so great fame, wilt thou thus end thy days with so great shame? Nay, rather, if thou be'st resolved to die, unto the camp why dost thou not repair, where bodies of brave knights in heaps do lie? Lo, there to honour the directest stair, the loss of life with glory thou mayst buy. To die in thy Rogero's sight were fair, and happily by him thou mayst be slain, so he that wrought thy woe may rid thy pain. Thou mayst be sure Marphisa there to see, who hath so falsely stol'n away thy friend. If first on her thou couldst revenged be, with more contented mind thy days would end. Unto this counsel she doth best agree, and onward on this journey straight doth tend. She takes a new device that might imply a desperation and a will to die. The colour of her bases was almost like to the falling whitish leaves and dry, which, when the moisture of the branch is lost, forsakenly about the tree doth lie, with cypress trunks embroidered and embossed, for cypress, once but cut, will always die. A fine conceit, she thinks, to represent in secret sort her inward discontent. She took Astolpho's horse and Goldolant's, as fittest both for this her present feat. That spear could make the bravest knight to dance and caper with a touch beside his seat. But where Astolpho had it, by what chance, or why he gave it, need I not repeat. She took it, notwithstanding her election, not knowing of that magical confection. Thus, all alone, without both squire and page, thus furnished, she set herself in way. To Paris-ward she travelled in a rage, whereas the camp of Saracens lately lay, and, as she thought, kept up King Charles in cage, not understanding how before that day Rinaldo, aiding Charles with Malagige, had forced them from thence to raise their siege. Now had she left Mount Dordon at her back, when, little way behind her, she descried a gallant damsel following of her track, a shield of gold unto her saddle tied. Of squires and other servants none did lack, and 3 brave knights were riding by her side. But of the squires that overtook her last, she asked one what those were that by her passed, and straight the worthy lady it was told how from Pole Arctic that same damsel came, sent from a queen, with that fair shield of gold unto King Charles, that there was known by fame. But so as he must this condition hold, that on a knight he must bestow the same, such one as he in his imagination for prowess deemed most worthy reputation. For she of island isle that holds the reign, and is, and knows it, that she is most fair, doth think she should her worth not little stain, and her great fame and honour much impair, if any knight her isle and her should gain, except he stood so high on honour's stair, as that he were adjudged in feats of war the primer man, and passing others far. Wherefore the cause she sends to France is this: she thinks if she shall find one anywhere, that in the court of France he surely is, and therefore she doth send to greet him there. As for those 3, because you shall not miss to know the truth, I'll tell you what they were. They were 3 kings, of whom great fame there goeth. Of Norway one Swethland, one of Goth. These 3, though far they dwell from island isle, yet love of that same queen hath brought them hither. This isle is called Perduta otherwhile, because the seamen lees it in foul weather. These kings lived from their country in exile, and to this queen were suitors altogether. And she, that knew not well how to forbid them, with this same pretty shift from thence she rid them. She saith she minds to wed for her behoof that wight that most excels in warlike action. And though, quoth she, you show no little proof of value here, as 'twere in private faction, yet I must have you tried more far aloof, before my mind can have full satisfaction. Wherefore I mean myself and crown to yield alone to him that bringeth back my shield. This is the cause that these 3 kings did move, each one to come from so remote a nation, with purpose firm their utmost force to prove, to win the golden shield with reputation, or leese their lives for that fair lady's love, if that they failed of their expectation. When he had told her thus, he her forsook, and soon his company he overtook. The damsel rode a softer pace behind, and so as in a while she lost their sight, and often she revolved in her mind the tale the fellow told with small delight. She doubts this shield bestowed in such a kind will be in France a cause of brawl and fight. That this will be a means, she greatly fears, to set her kin together all by the ears. This fancy moved her much, but more than this, that former jealous fancy did her move, that her Rogero's kindness altered is, that on Marphisa he had placed his love. This so possessed her sense, that she did miss her way, nor never thought as did behoove, till night was almost come, and sun nigh set, where she a lodging for herself may get. Even as an empty vessel that was tied unto a wharf with some old rotten cable, if that the knot do hap to break or slide, so that to hold it be no longer able, is borne away as please the wind and tide, so Bradamant, with mind and thoughts unstable, was in such muse as she the right way missed, and so was borne where Rabbicano list. But when she saw the sun was almost set, she took more heed, and asking of a clown, a shepherd that by hap thereby she met, where she might lodging get ere sun went down, The shepherd made her answer, that as yet she was almost a league from any town, or other place where she might eat or lodge, save at a castle called Sir Tristram's lodge. But every one that list is not assured, though he do thither come to stay therein. To martial feats they must be well inured, with spear and shield they must their lodging win. Such custom in the place hath long endured, and many years ago it did begin. Wherefore 'tis good that one be well advised, ere such an act by him be enterprised. In brief, thus is their order. If a knight do find the lodgings void, they him receive with promise, that if more arrive that night, either he shall to them his lodging leave, or else with each of them shall prove in fight which of them can of lodging t'other reave. If none do come that night, he shall in quiet have both his horse meat, lodging, and his diet. If 4 or 5 do come together first, the castle keeper must them entertain. Who cometh single after hath the worst. For if he hope a lodging there to gain, he must, according to that law accursed, fight with all those that did therein remain. Likewise, if one come first, and more come later, he must go fight with them yet ne'er the later. The like case is, if any maid or dame do come alone, or else accompanied, both they that first and they that latest came must by a jury have their beauties tried. Then shall the fairest of them hold the same, but to the rest that come shall be denied. Thus much the shepherd unto her did say, and with his finger showed to her the way. About 3 miles was distant then the place. The damsel thither hastes with great desire, and though that Rabbicano trot apace, yet was the way so deep and full of mire, the snow and drift still beating in their face, she later came than manners good require. But though it were as then both dark and late, she boldly bounced at the castle gate. The porter told her that the lodgings all were filled by knights that late before them took, who now stood by the fire amid the hall, and did ere long to have their supper look. Well, answered she, then have they cause but small, if they be supperless, to thank the cook. I know, quoth she, the custom, and will keep it, and mean to win their lodging ere I sleep yet. The porter went and did her message bold to those great states then standing by the fire, who took small pleasure when they heard it told, for thence to part they had so small desire, now chiefly when 'twas rainy, dark, and cold. But so their oath and order did require, that they must do it, were it cold or warm, and therefore quickly they themselves did arm. These were those 3 great kings, whom that same day Dame Bradamant had seen but few hours past, though they had sooner finished their way, because she rode so soft, and they so fast. Now when they were all armed, they make no stay, but all on horseback mount themselves at last. No doubt but few in strength these 3 did pass, yet of those few sure one this damsel was, who purposed, as it seemeth, nothing less than in so wet and in so cold a night to lack a lodging, and sleep supperless. Now those within at windows see the sight, the men themselves on horseback do address, to look thereon, for why the moon gave light. And thus at last, though first 'twere somewhat late, they did abase the bridge and ope the gate. Even as a secret and lascivious lover rejoiceth much, when after long delays, and many fears in which his hope did hover, he hears at last the noise of pretty kays, so Bradamant, that hopes now to recover a lodging for the which so long she stays, did in her mind in such like sort rejoice, whenas she heard the watchful porter's voice. Now when those knights and some few of their train were past the bridge, the dame her horse doth turn to take the field, and then with speed again, with full career, she doth on them return, and couch that spear yet never couched in vain, for whom it hits it still doth overturn. This spear her cousin, when he went from France, gave unto her. The name was Goldalance. The valiant king of Swethland was the first that met her, and the next the king of Goth. The staff doth hit them full and never burst, but from their saddles it did heave them both. But yet the king of Norway sped the worst. It seemed to leave his saddle he was loath, his girses brake, and he fell upside down, in danger with the mire to choke and drown. Thus at 3 blows 3 kings she down did bear, and hoist their heels full high, their heads full low. Then entered she the castle void of fear. They stand without that night in rain and snow, Yet ere she could get in, one caused her swear to keep the custom which they made her know, and then the master doth to her great honour and entertainment great bestow it on her. Now when the lady did disarm her head, off with her helmet came her little caul, and all her hair her shoulders overspread, and both her sex and name was known withal, and wonder great and admiration bred in them that saw her make 3 princes fall. For why she showed to be in all their sight as fair in face as she was fierce in fight. Even as a stage set forth with pomp and pride, where rich men cost and cunning art bestow, when curtains be removed that all did hide, doth make by light of torch a glittering show, or as the sun that in a cloud did bide, when that is gone doth clearer seem to grow, so Bradamant, when as her head was barest, her colour and her beauty seemed rarest. Now stood the guests all round about the fire, expecting food, with talk their ears yet feeding, while every one doth wonder and admire her speech and grace, the others all exceeding, the while her host to tell she doth desire from whence and whom this custom was proceeding, that men were driven unto their great disquiet to combat for their lodging and their diet. Fair dame, said he, sometime there ruled in France King Pharamond, whose son, a comely knight, Clodion by name, by good or evil chance, upon a lovely lady did alight. But as we see it oftentimes doth chance, that jealousy in love mars men's delight, thus he of her in time so jealous grew, he durst not let her go out of his view. Nor ever Argus kept the milk-white cow more straight than Clodion here did keep his wife. 10 nights eke to this place he doth allow, thereby for to prevent all casual strife. Thus hope and fear between, I know not how, as he prolongs his self-tormenting life, the good Sir Tristram thither did repair, and in his company a lady fair, whom he had rescued but a little since from giant's hand, with whom he did her find. Sir Tristram sought for lodging with the prince, for then the sun was very low declined, but as a horse with galled back will wince, even so our Clodion with as galled mind, forecasting doubts and dreading every danger, would by no means be one to lodge a stranger. Whenas Sir Tristram long had prayed in vain, and still denied the thing he did demand, that which I cannot with your will obtain, in spite of you, said he, I will command. I here will prove your villainy most plain, with lance in rest, and with my sword in hand. And straight he challenged the combat then, to fight with Clodion and the other 10. Thus only they agreed upon the case. If Clodion and his men were overthrown, that all then presently should void the place, and that Sir Tristram there should lie alone. So Clodion, to avoid so great disgrace, the challenge took, for why excuse was none. In fine, both Clodion and his men well knocked, and from the castle that same night were locked. Triumphant Tristram to the castle came, and for that night as on his own he seized, and there he saw the princess, lovely dame, and talked with her, who him not little pleased. This while Sir Clodion was in part with shame, and more with thought and jealous fear diseased, disdaining not in humble sort to woo him by message mild, to send his wife unto him. But he, though her he do not much esteem, for why by means of an enchanted potion Isotta fairest unto him did seem, to whom he vowed had his whole devotion, yet, for he did the jealous Clodion deem some plague to merit, he denied his motion, and swears it were no manners nor no reason a lady to unlodge at such a season. But if, saith he, it do his mind offend to lie all night alone and eke abroad, tell him I will this other lady send to him, that shall with him make her abode. Now tell him that to keep this I intend, the which to win I have such pain bestowed. 'Tis reason that the fairest should remain with him that is the strongest of us twain. Clodion in mind was wondrous malcontent, used so not like a prince, but like a patch, that puffing, blowing, up and down he went all night, as one were set to keep a watch. But whether he do chafe or else lament, he found the night for him too hard a match. Next day Sir Tristram let him have his wife, and so for that time finished was the strife. For openly he on his honour swore that he her honour had that night preserved, although discourtesies he had before had at his hands a great revenge deserved. Yet in that Clodion had lodged out of door, he was content that penance should have served. He natheless took it for no good excuse to say that love was cause of such abuse. For love should gentle make rude hearts and base, and not in gentle mind breed humours vile. Now when Sir Tristram parted from the place, Sir Clodion meant to stay there but a while, but to a knight that stood much in his grace he grants the keeping of this stately pile, keeping one law for him and for his heirs, with every one that to the place repairs, that namely ever he that was most strong should there be lodged, and she that was most fair, and that the rest should take it for no wrong to walk abroad into the open air. This is the law which hath endured long, and no man may the strength thereof impair. Now while the man this story did repeat, the steward on the board did set the meat. The board was covered in a stately hall, whose match was scarce in all the country seen, with goodly pictures drawn upon the wall, all round about, but chiefly on the screen. These they did look on with delight not small, and would have quite forgot their meat, I ween, save that their noble host did them advise to feed their bellies first, and then their eyes. Now as they down did at the table sit, the master of the house began to lour, and said they did an error great commit, to lodge two ladies come in sundry hour. Needs one must be put out where'er it hit, and go abroad into the cold and shower. The fairest, sith they came not both together, must bide, the foulest must go try the weather. Two aged men and women more beside he called, and bade them quickly take a view, which of the twain should in the place abide, and namely, which of twain had fairest hue. This jury do the matter soon decide, and gave their verdict, as it was most true, that Bradamant passed her in hue as far as she excelled the men in feats of war. Then spake the knight unto the island dame, whose mind was full of timorous suspicion, I pray you think it not a scorn or shame, for hence you must, there can be no remission. Poor Ulane, so was the damsel's name, doth think she now is driven to hard condition, yet in her conscience true she knew it was, that Bradamant in beauty her did pass. Even as we see the sun obscured sometime by sudden rising of a misty cloud, engendered by the vapour breeding slime, and in the middle region then embowed, so when the damsel plainly saw that time her presence in the place was not allowed, she was so changed in countenance and in cheer, that even unlike herself she did appear. But much astonied with the sudden passion, she ready was to sound in all their sight. But Bradamant, that would not for compassion permit that she should go abroad that night, did say this trial was of no good fashion, and that the judgment hardly could be right, when men observe not this same chief regard, as not to judge before both parts be hard. I, that on me do take her to defend, say thus, that be I fair or less or more, I came not as a woman, nor intend as woman now to be adjudged therefore. Who knows my sex, except I condescend to show the same? And one should evermore shun to confirm things doubtful, or deny it, when chiefly others may be harmed by it. Yet who can say precisely what I am? For many men do wear their hair as long, and you do know that as a man I came, and all my gestures to a man belong. Wherefore, in giving me a woman's name, to both of us perhaps you may do wrong. Your law appoints women, if their right be done, by women, not by warriors, to be won. But yet admit it were as you do guess, that I indeed were of the female gender, though that it is so I do not confess. Should I to her my lodging then surrender, if that my beauty of the two were less? No, sure, in that the reason were but slender. The price that unto virtue longs of duty should not be ta'en away for want of beauty. And if your law were such that needs of force unto the fairest lodging should be given, yet at this feast I tarry would perforce, and from my lodging I would not be driven. Wherefore mine arguments I thus enforce, that this same match between us is not even, For striving here with me the case is plain, she much may leese, and little she may gain. And where the gain and loss unequal is, the match is evil made in common sense. Wherefore I think it were not much amiss with this same law for this time to dispense. And if that any dare mislike of this, or seem to take the matter in offence, I will with sword be ready to maintain that mine advice is good, and his is vain. Thus noble Ammon's daughter moved with pity in her behalf, who to her great disgrace should have been sent where neither town nor city was near, almost in 3 leagues of the place, framed her defence so stout and eke so witty, that to her reason all the rest gave place. But chief the peril great and hazard weighing, that might have grown to them by her gainsaying. As when the sun in summer hath most power, and that the ground with heat thereof is rived, for want of rain the dry and parched flower doth fade, and is as 'twere of life deprived. But if in season come a fruitful shower, it riseth up, and is again revived. So when the damsel this defence did hear, she waxed fair again, of better cheer. And thus at last they fell unto their feast in quiet sort, for none did come that night to challenge any of them or molest, no traveller nor any wandering knight. All merry were, but Bradamante least. Fell jealousy barred her of all delight, her stomach so distempering, and her taste, she took no pleasure of that sweet repast. When supper ended was, they all arise, although perhaps they would have longer sate, save for desire they had to feed their eyes. And now the night was spent and waxed late. The master of the house in seemly wise doth call for torches to set out his state, and straight with torchlight filled was the hall. But what they saw hereafter show I shall.
End of Book 32. The 33rd Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 33.
The argument. Fair Bradamante sees graven by passing art the future wars of France upon a screen. By Ardo's flight the combat fierce doth part Rinaldo and the Saracen between. Astolfo, having passed the greater part of all the world, and many countries seen, unto Senapus' kingdom last arrives, and from his board the foul Harpias drives. Timagoras, Parrhasius, Polygnote, Timant, Protogenes, Apollodore, with Zeuxis, one for skill of special note, Apelles eke placed all the rest before, whose skill in drawing all the world doth note and talk of still, to writers thanks therefore, whose works and bodies time and death did waste, yet spite of time and death their fames do last, with others that in these our later days have lived, as Leonard and John Belyne, and he that carves and draws with equal praise, Michel, more than a man, angel divine, and Flores, whom the Flemings greatly praise, and Raphael and Titian passing fine, with divers others that by due desart do merit in this praise to have a part. Yet all these cunning drawers with their skill could not attain by picture to express what strange events should happen well or ill in future times, no, not so much as guess. This art is proper unto magic still, or to a prophet or a prophetess. By this rare art the British Merlin painted strange things, with which our age hath been acquainted. He made by magic art that stately hall, and by the self same art he caused to be strange histories engraved on the wall, which, as I said, the guests desired to see. Now when they were from supper risen all, the pages lighted torches 2 or 3, making the room to shine as bright as day, when to the guests the owner thus did say, I would, quoth he, my guests, that you should know that these same stories that here painted are, of future wars the sequels sad do show, that shall to Italy bring woe and care, whereas the French full many a bloody blow shall take, while others they to harm prepare, as Merlin here hath laid down, being sent from English Arthur, chief for this intent. King Fieremont, that was the first that passed the stream of Rhine with army great of France, and being in possession quiet placed of all those parts, stirred with so lucky chance, straight in ambitious thought began to cast his rule and sceptre higher to advance, which that he might to pass the better bring, he made a league with Arthur, English king, informing him how that his meaning was of Italy the rule and crown to get, and asked his aid to bring the same to pass, which never had achieved been as yet. Now Merlin, that did all men far surpass in magic art, his purpose sought to let, for Merlin had with Arthur so great credit, he thought all gospel was, if once he said it. This Merlin then did first to Arthur show, and then by Arthur was a purpose sent to Fieremont of France, to let him know the cause why he misliked his intent, as namely, many mischiefs that would grow to all that now or that hereafter meant the like attempt, advising him abstain from certain trouble for uncertain gain. And that he might his courage more appall, and quite remove him from this enterprise, he made by magic this so stately hall, adorned as you see in sumptuous wise, and drew these histories upon the wall, that what he saw in mind they might with eyes, and thereby know that in Italian ground the flower de luce can ne'er take root profound. And how as often as the French shall come as friends to aid and free them from distress, so oft they shall their foes all overcome, and fight with honor great and good success. But be they sure to have that place their tomb, if so they come their freedom to oppress. Thus much the owner of the house them told, and so went on the story to unfold. Lo, first how Sigisbert, in hope of gain and promises of Emperor Mauritius, doth pass the mountains with a mighty train, with mind to Lombardy to be pernicious. But Eutar drives him back by force again, when he of such attempt is least suspicious, so that his enterprise is quite reversed, himself doth fly, and leave his men dispersed. Next after him the proud Clodovius went, and had with him 100,000 men. But him doth meet the Duke of Benevent, with scarce for every 100 soldiers 10, who doth entrap him in an ambushment, so as the French might well be likened then, while Lombard wines too greedily they took, to fish beguiled with a baited hook. Straight Childebertus with a mighty host doth come with mind to wipe away this blot, but of his gainings he may make small boast, for of his purpose he prevailed not. His enterprise by heavenly sword is crossed, the plague doth grow among his men so hot, what with the burning fever and the flicks, of 60 men there scant returneth 6. Another picture lively doth express how that King Pepin and King Charles his son fought both in Italy with good success, not with intent that realm to overrun, but to set free Pope Stephen from sharp distress, and wrongs that by Astolpho were him done. One tames Astolpho that was Stephen's oppressor, t'other takes Desiderius his successor. Behold, another Pepin, yet a youth not like his father, doth that realm invade, and thinking to procure their woeful ruth, of ships and boats a mighty bridge he made. But mark what ill success to him ensueth. Ere he through his great enterprise could wade, a tempest did his massy work confound, his bridge was broken, and his soldiers drowned. Lo, Lewes of Burgundy descending there, where as it seems he taken is and bound, and he that takes him maketh him to swear that he shall ne'er bear arms gainst Latian ground. Lo, how he breaks his oath without all fear. Lo, how again his foes do him confound, and like a mould warp make him lose his eyes, a just reward for such as oaths despise. See here how Hugh of Arley doth great feats, driving the Berengars from native soil, forcing them twice or thrice to change their seats, and cause the Huns and Baviers back recoil. But greater force at last his acts defeats. First he compounds, and after all his toil he dies, nor after long his heir doth tarry, but yieldeth up his crown to Berengary. Lo, here another Charles, that by persuasion of evil shepherds sets on fire the fold, and kills 2 kings in this his fierce invasion, Manfred and Corydon, which makes him bold. But his own faults of his fall gave occasion, his cruelty was such, so uncontrolled, that he and his were all killed, as they tell, even at the ringing of an evensong bell. Now after these about 100 years, for so the space between did seem to say, from France one shall invade those famous peers, the Viscount Galliassus, and shall lay siege unto Alexandria, as appears by those that here do stand in battle ray. Lo, how the Duke, preventing every doubt, provideth strength within, deceit without. And with this wary policy proceeding, he doth the Frenchmen at advantage take, not finding his ambushment, and not heeding, together with the Lord of Armeniac, who dieth of his hurts with overbleeding. Lo, how the stream of blood there spilt doth make a sanguine colour in the stream of Po, by means Tanaras into it doth go. After all these, one comes that Marca hight, and 3 that do of Anjou house proceed. All these to those of Naples do much spite, yet none of these can brag of their good speed. For though to French they join some Latian might, of greedy sort that with their crowns they feed, yet still, for all their pain and their expense, Alphonse and Ferdinando drive them thence. Lo, Charles the 8th, descending like a thunder, down from the Alps with all the flower of France, and conquering all, to all men's passing wonder, not drawing once a sword, nor breaking lance, except that rock that Typhoeus lieth under, while he too high himself strave to advance. This isle and castle, both that Ischia hight, defended was by Vasto, gallant knight. Now as the master of the castle told and pointed out each story in his place, it came into his fancy to unfold the worthy praise of Alva's noble race, which, as for certainty they all did hold, wise Merlin prophesied, who had the grace to show beforehand, both with tongue and pen, what accidents should hap, and where and when. And namely, that this knight whom here you see defending so the castle and the rock, as though he feared not those same fires that flee as far as fair, but them did scorn and mock. From this same knight there shall descend, quoth he, out of the root of this most worthy stock, a knight shall win such fame and reputation as all the world shall hold in admiration. Though Nereus were fair, Achilles strong, though Ladus swift, though Nestor was most wise, that knew so much and lived had so long, though bold Ulysses could both well devise and execute what doth to war belong, though Caesar's bounty, praise be to the skies, yet place to give, all these may think no scorn, to one that shall in Ischia isle be born. And if that ancient Creta may be proud, because that Celis nephew sprang therein, if Thebes of Bacchus' birth do vaunt so loud, and Hercules, if Delos of their twin, then may that isle no less be well allowed to vaunt itself, that hath so happy been to have that Marquis born within that place, on whom the heavens shall pour so great a grace. Thus Merlin used to tell, and oft repeat, how he should be for such a time reserved, when Roman Empire's high and stately seat at lowest ebb should be, and well nigh starved, that his rare parts again might make it great, and that by him it might be safe preserved. Which that you may see plainly to his glory, mark in this table the ensuing story. Lo, here, said he, how Lodwick doth repent that he had thither brought King Charles the 8th, which at the first he did but with intent to weaken, not to press with so hard weight his ancient foe. For now 'gainst Charles he went, making new leagues according to his sleight. He thinks to take him prisoner by the way, but Charles by force through them doth make his way. But yet the soldiers that behind him stayed had not the like good fortune nor success. For Ferdinando grew by Mantuan aid so strong, that soon he did the French distress, to whose great grief this Marquis was betrayed by Gypsum vile, when he feared nothing less. Which doth in Ferdinand so great grief breed, as doth his joy of victory exceed. Next after these he shows them lose the 12th, that pulls out Lodwick's force with mighty hand, and gets by force what he had got by stealth, and plants the flower de luce in Milan land. Yet he no long time there in quiet dwellth, The great Consalvo with a Spanish band his captains and lieutenants oft repulses, and in the end from Milan quite expulses. Lo, here, which I forgat before to show, how Lodwic's friends and his own men betray him. One sells his castle, never striking blow. The Switzers eke, that might away convey him, and had his pay, and did him service owe, for filthy lucre's sake they do bewray him, whereby, without once breaking of a lance, 2 victories came to the King of France. Lo, how by favour of this mighty king the bastard Caesar Borgia grew full great, and doth the necks of many nobles wring of Italy, that had most ancient seat. Lo, how this king doth eke the acorns bring to Boulogne. Lo, how with another feat he doth the Genoas in fight subdue, and maketh them their late revolt to rue. Lo, here, not far from thence, how all the field with dead men's bones is healed at Gariadad, how all the cities unto Luz do yield, how Venice to shut up her gates is glad, and scarce herself from this great storm can shield. Lo, how the Pope his part that herein had doth take away unto his great rebuke Modon, and more from good Ferrara's duke. At which King Luz, with rightful choler moved, gives Boulogne to the Bentivols again, and thence to Bresci all his force removed, and succours to Felsina doth ordain, what time the church's soldiers felt and proved the Frenchmen's force unto their mickle pain. Lo, after, where both armies meet to fight near Chassis shore, to try their utmost might. On this side France, on that the power of Spain united is, and deadly blows ensue. The ditches all seemed filled with bodies slain, hap to make a stony heart to rue. Long time in doubt doth victory remain, which way the sway would carry no man knew, till by the virtue of Alphonse alone the French prevail, the Spanish forced are gone. Lo, how the Pope his lip doth bite for grief, because the Frenchmen do Ravenna sack. Lo, how he sent to Switzers for relief. Lo, how they come and drive the Frenchmen back, and they that with their treason caused chief of Lodowick the overthrow and wrack, to make some mends for that they erst had done, unto the Father's place restore the Son. But lo, a Prince of France, then new created, meets with the Switzers to their mickle cost, and so their courage quailed and force abated, as all the nation seemed well nigh lost, and of their title that them animated, those villains vile hereafter need not boast. Defenders of the church, tamers of kings, they cleeped were, now clipped are their wings. Lo, how the French King Francis, in despite of all the league, fair Milan doth surprise, Bourbon defending it from Genoa's might. Lo, while this king doth practice and devise some great exploit, while by foul oversight his lawless men the town did tyrannize, their having too much pride and want of pity doth cause them suddenly to lose the city. Lo, yet another Francis force, a man like to his grandsire both in acts and name, who to drive out the Frenchmen well began, and Milan did recover with great fame. Lo, France again endeavor all they can to win with praise that they had lost with shame, but Mantua's worthy duke on Titian's stream cut off his way and kept him from that ream.
Young Frederick, yet but a beardless boy, scant having on his chin a little down, lo, how he saves Pavia from annoy, when furiously the French besiege the town.
He makes their earnest plots turn to a toy, the lion of the sea he beateth down. Lo, here 2 marquises, both of one blood, both born to do their country endless good. The first of these is that Alfonso's son, that by the Negro erst you saw betrayed. Behold what feats of arms by him are done, how at their greatest need he them doth aid, how oft he hath on Frenchmen glory won, that of his very name they seem afraid. The t'other that so mild doth look in sight is Lord of Vasto and Alfonso hight. This is that worthy knight, of whom I told then when I did the Isle of Ischia show, of whom I said that Merlin had foretold to Pharamond what he by skill did know, that when this world were worn and waxen old, and Rome and Italy were brought most low, then he should spring, who to his endless praise their foes should overthrow and them should raise. Lo, how he with his cousin of Pescar, and with Colonna's prosperous aid no less, the French and Dutch that at Bicoca are, do foil and slay and drive to great distress. Lo, how again the Frenchmen do prepare with new attempts to mend their bad success. One camp the king in Lombardy doth make, and with another Naples he would take. But she that useth men as wind doth dust, first take it up and blow it very high, and from that highest place straight when she lust, she throws it down, where as it first did lie. She makes this king, devoid of all mistrust, think he hath men 100,000 nigh, at Pavy siege, believing others muster. But woe to kings, whose servants are no juster. So while this noble prince mistrusts no harm, his wicked captains, greedy gain to win, caused that the soldiers in the night alarm came to their colours slow and very thin. Within their tents they feel their skirmish warm. The wary Spaniards soon had entered in, with those two guides with whom they durst assay in hell or else in heaven to break away. Lo, how the chief nobility of France lie dead on ground, a cause of many tears. How many an harquebush, a sword, and lance this stout king hath alone about his ears, his horse slain under him by hard mischance, and yet he nothing yields nor nothing fears, though all the host assaulted him alone, and all the rescues and supplies were gone. The valiant king defends him on his feet, bathing his blade long time in enemy's blood. But virtue that with too much force doth meet, must yield at last, it cannot be withstood. Lo, him here prisoner, lo, how in a fleet he passeth into Spain the salt sea flood, whence Vasto doth the chiefest honour bring, of the field won and of the prisoner king. Thus both that host the king had thither brought, and that he meant to Naples to have sent, were both dispersed quite, and came to naught, much like a lamp when all the oil is spent. Lo, how the king again so well hath wrought, he leaves his sons for pledge, and homeward went. Lo, how abroad he doth new quarrels pike, lo, how at home some do to him the like. Lo, here the woeful murders and the rapes that Rome doth suffer in the cruel sack, where neither thing profane nor holy scapes, but all alike do go to spoil and rack. The league that should relieve sits still and gapes, and where they should step forward, they shrink back. Thus Peter's successor, by them forsaken, is straight besieged, and at length is taken. The king sends Lautrec new supplies to gather, not that he should to Lombardy do aught, but that he might set free the Holy Father, that to so low an ebb so soon was brought. But Lautrec should have come a little rather. The Pope's own coin hath his own freedom bought. Lautrec attempts to conquer Naples town, and soon turns all that country upside down. Lo, how a fair imperial navy bends his course to succor the distressed town. But Doria back with heave and hoe them sends, and some of them doth burn, and some doth drown. Lo, fickle fortune once again intends to change her cheer, and on the French to frown. With agues, not with swords, they all are slain, scarce of 100 one turns home again. These and such stories had the stately hall in marble rich engraved on the screen, as were too tedious to recite them all, though then by them they were perused and seen. Their wonder great, their pleasure was not small, and oft they read the writings were between, that in fair Roman letters all of gold the circumstance of every picture told. Now when the ladies fair and all the rest had seen and asked as much as they desired, their host doth bring them to their rooms of rest, where sleep renews the strength of bodies tired. Only Duke Ammon's daughter could not rest, though bed were soft, room warm, and well attired, yet still she tossed from left side to the right, and could not sleep one wink all that same night. With much ado her eyes at last she closed, not much afore the dawning of the day, and as she slept, she in her sleep supposed Rogero present was, and thus did say, My dear, what ails thee to be thus disposed, that false belief in thee doth bear such sway? First shall the rivers to the mountains climb, ere I will guilty be of such a crime. Beside, she thought she heard him thus to say, Lo, I am come to be baptized, my love, and that I seemed my coming to delay, Another wound, and not a wound of love, hath been the cause of my constrained stay. Suspicions vain and causeless fear remove. With this the damsel waked, and up she started, but found her dream and lover both departed. Then freshly she doth her complaints renew, and in her mind thus to herself she spake: Lo, what I like are dreams vain and untrue, and in a moment me do quite forsake. But what me offends is too true. I dream of good, but none I find awake. How are mine eyes, alas, in so ill taking, that closed see good, and naught but evil waking? Sweet dream did promise me a quiet peace, but bitter waking turneth all to war. Sweet dream deluded me, and soon did cease, but bitter waking plagues, and doth not ar. If falsehood ease, and truth my pains increase, I wish myself from truth I still might bar. If dreams breed joy, and waking cause my pain, might I dream, and never wake again. O happy wights, whom sleep doth so possess, As in 6 months you never open eye! For sure such sleep is like to death, I guess, But waking thus is not like life, think I. How strange are then the pangs that me oppress, That sleeping seem to live, and waking die! But if such sleep resemblance be of death, Come death, and close mine eyes, and stop my breath. Now were those eastern parts of heaven made red, Where Phoebus' beams do first begin appear, And all the thick and rainy clouds were fled, And promised a morning fair and clear, When Bradamante forsook her restless bed, And giving for her lodging and good cheer Right courteous thanks unto her noble host, She leaves his house, and minds to part in post. But first she found how that the damsel fair, The messenger that supped with her last night, Was gone before, with purpose to repair To those 3 knights that lately felt her might, When she did cause them caper in the air, Driven without stirrups from their steeds to light. She found they had all night, to their great pain, Abid the wind, the tempest, and the rain. And that which greatly did increase their grief Was that, while those within had cheer great store, They and their horse lacked lodging and relief. But that which did offend their stomachs more, And was indeed of all their sorrows chief, Was lest the maid, of whom I spake before, Would tell their mistress of their hard mischance They had at their arrival first in France. And having full resolved and designed To die, or venge the foil received last night, To then the messenger might change her mind, The messenger that Ulanea hight, Who thought their force and value far behind The vaunts that they had made of their great might. Therefore, as soon as Bradamante they spied, Straight each of them to combat her defied. Not thinking, though she should a damsel be, For of a damsel gesture none she used, The lady gently spake unto them 3, And thought her haste the fight might have excused. But they did urge her still so far, That she without disgrace could not have it refused. Wherefore she couched the golden-headed lance, And from their saddles made them all to dance. And for that time thus ended was that fray, For she set spurs to horse, and rode so post, That ere they rose she quite was gone away. They that their seats had twice together lost Were so ashamed they knew not what to say. For why they wanted were to make their boast No knight of France should able be to stand Against the worst of them with spear in hand. But Ulanea further them to taunt, That Bradamante a lady was, them told. Now, sirs, said she, you that were wont to vaunt From paladins to win the shield of gold, Lo, how a woman's forces can you daunt! Now is, I hope, your lofty courage cold. Sure, for those knights you be too weak a match, When one poor damsel you can overmatch. What need, said she, be further trial had? You have already that for which you came, Except that any of you be so mad To join a future loss to present shame. Or if perhaps you would be fain and glad To end your lives by men of worthy fame. Trow you that vanquished are by woman's hand Rinaldo or Orlando to withstand? Now when as Ulanea declared had How that a damsel them had overthrown, With grief and with disdain they were so mad, That scarce their wits and senses were their own. each one himself of armor all unclad, their horse turned loose, their swords away were thrown, and vowed for penance of so great disgrace to touch no armor in a 12 month space. They further vow they ne'er will ride again, no, not when that same year should be expired, although the way were mountainy or plain, and though the way were gravelly or mired, until they could by force of arms regain such horses as for service are required, and furniture for 3 such champions meet. Till then they vowed to travel on their feet. Thus wilfully they walked while others rode, but Bradamant went on, and that same night she at a castle maketh her abode, near to the way that leads to Paris right. Here by her host the lady fair was showed, how Agramant was vanquished in the fight. Good meat, good lodging, and good news she had, yet ate she not, nor slept, nor was she glad. But now of her so much I must not say, that I forget my story out to tell of those 2 knights that met this other day, and tied their horses at the running well. No lands nor towns were causes of their fray, nor who in rule nor office should excel, but even that he that strongest was of twain should Bayard win, and Durindana gain. There needs no sign of war nor trumpet sound to warn them when to strike or when to pause. No heralds need to limit out the ground, nor read them lectures of their warlike laws. They met as they by promise firm were bound, and each his weapon at one instant draws, and then they laid about them strong and nimble, blows bred their smart, and smart their wrath did kindle. 2 blades more firm in trial and more sure could not in all the world have been prepared, that having been as these were put in yore, would not have been in pieces burst and marred. But both these blades were of such temper pure, so keen, so tough, and therewithal so hard, they might 1,000 times at hard edge met, and neither blade thereby a gap would get. Rinaldo quick hither and thither goes, and oftentime was forced to change his place and traverse ground, for why the weight he knows of Durindana that would cut apace. Gradasso ever gave the stronger blows, but t'other still to scape them had the grace. Or if they hit in some such part, where, though they made great sound, they caused no smart. Rinaldo with less strength but far more art strake once or twice the pagan on the arm, and with a thrust had surely pierced his heart, save that his armor strengthened was by charm, so that no mail out of his place would start. But while each sought to do the other harm, a sudden noise did part their earnest quarrel. They looked, and saw Bayardo in great peril. I say they looked about, and spied at length Bayardo fighting with a monstrous fowl bigger than he, her beak 3 yards of length, in other shape and making like an owl, her talons huge and sharp and of great strength, the feathers of her wings all black and foul, her eyes like fire, a long and hideous tail, her wings so huge they seemed like a sail. Perhaps it was a fowl, but I think not, nor ever heard I erst of such a bird. Only so Turpin calls it, well I wot, if any will credit to him afford. Rather I deem that Malagigi got some spirit infernal, that himself had stirred to come in shape, as I did show before, because the champions fierce might fight no more. Rinaldo eke himself believed the same, and with his cousin Malagig fell out, and to his charge laid not a little blame, and gave him evil language thereabout. The t'other sware by him that heavens did frame it was not he, to put him out of doubt. But were it foul, or were it a foul devil, certain to Bayard it did work much evil. The horse that was puissant brake his rein, when as the sharpness of her claws he feels, and what with terror moved, and what with pain, he yerketh at her fiercely with his heels. She soared aloft, and down she comes again, and strikes him so that Bayard almost reels, and sith of other fence no mean he had, he runs away as if he had been mad. Unto the nearest wood he right doth run, and still the feathered beast him held in chase, till the thick boughs holp him her grips to shun, so that she gave him over in short space. And seeing that her sport with him was done, she soared up on high, and left this place, and to another coast her flight doth frame, where she thought to find some other game. Gradasso and Rinaldo, when they saw the horse was fled that caused all the fray, do by consent themselves from thence withdraw to find Bayardo out, and if they may. But first each promised to observe this law, that he that found him first of both should stay at this same well till t'other should come thither, and then again to fight it out together. Thus when each had his word to other passed, that they would meet there at their coming back, they after go. But Bayard ran so fast, as soon they lost the sight of any track. Gradasso rode, and therefore made more haste. The Paladine, that his good horse did lack, remained behind, all sad and grieved more, and malcontent, than ere he was before. And when he travelled had about in vain, in body weary, discontent in mind, with loss of all his travel and his pain, he turneth to the place they first assigned, in hope that t'other would return again, and bring the horse, if so he could him find. But when he saw his looking did not boot, he travelled back unto the camp on foot. But yet Gradasso's pain succeeded well, for why, a while before the lights decaying, he passed near the place, as it befell, where in a cave he found him by his neighing, still fearing that same monstrous imp of hell. He takes him thence, and then, but little weighing his promise made, he turns another way, and to himself in secret thus doth say, Let them that list hold things in strife and war, I mean to hold mine own with peace and ease. Only to get this horse I came so far, and passed so many lands and many seas. My promise breached to me shall be no bar to keep that I so quietly do seize. If he desire to win his horse again, to come to India let him take the pain. As safe as France hath been for me now twice, so safe for him shall be my Saracane. I thither wish him come, if he be wise, else of Bayardo now his leave is ta'en. If he will have him, he shall know the price. Now mine Bayardo is, and Durindane. This said, he mounted on the steed so warely, and by another way went back to Airlie, where finding ships new rigged to seaward bent, though then at anchor in the harbour lying, with those rich spoils to pass the seas he meant, in all post haste into his country hieing. Hereafter you shall hear which way he went, and of his last conflict, and of his dying. Now him I leave, Rinaldo, and all France, and tell you what did to Astolpho chance, who, mounted on his stately winged steed, well tamed late by Logistilla's wit, took perfect view of France with passing speed, and saw how every town of worth did sit, which having well observed and marked with heed, from Rhine to Pyrene Mount, he thought it fit in manner like all over Spain to ride, and many countries of the world beside. To Aragon he passed through Navarre, each man that saw him wondering at the sight. Then Tarracan he did descry not far upon his left hand, Biscay on his right, where Castile, Lisbon, and Galicia are, and Cordove near, and Civil see he might, with divers crowns, now joined in one reign, are governed by the mighty King of Spain. There saw he Gades, where erst by Hercules' hand 2 pillars, marks for mariners, were placed. Then over Atlant sea to Egypt land, and over Africa forthwith he passed, and saw where Balearic isles do stand. Then travelled to Evisa with like haste, and to Arzillaward he thence departeth, quite o'er that sea that it from Spania parteth. Oran he saw, Ypon, Morocco, Fez, Algier, Buzea, and those stately towns, whose princes with great pomp and pride possess of divers provinces the stately crowns. He saw Bizerta and Tunici no less, and flying over many dales and downs, he saw Capice and Alzerbi Isle, and all the cities to the flood of Nile, Tripoli, Bernic, Ptolemait, and all between the sea and Atlas woody sides. Then on the Ceres he right doth fall, and past Carena mounts, and more besides. Then crossing o'er the barren fields and pall, where sands with wind do ebb and flow like tides, the tomb of Battus he doth leave behind, and Ammon's temple, now worn out of mind. Then came he by another Tremesen, that follows eke of Mahomet the law. Unto another Ethiopia then he went, the which before he never saw, that differs both in language and in men. From thence he toward Nubia then did draw, Dobada and Coali just between, of which these christened and those Turkish been. The borderers still are armed in heat and cold. Senapo yet of Ethiop is the chief, and hath great store of jewels and of gold, and much he varies not from our belief, for he those principles most firm doth hold that can defend from everlasting grief. Here is it, if mine author be no liar, where they do use to be baptized with fire. The Duke here lighted after travel long, and to Senapo's stately court was led. The castle was more sumptuous than strong, and admiration more than terror bred. The locks, bars, chains, and all that did belong unto the bridge and gates from foot to head, which we make here of iron to endure, was there fair wrought in massy gold most pure. And though they have great store of metals fine, yet were the chambers and the lodgings here borne up with crystal columns, that did shine all over the stately court most bright and clear. A stately border caused unto the eyne red, white, green, blue, and yellow to appear, enriched with divisions for the nones of ruby, smaragd, sapphire, topaz stones. Most orient pearls and gems of passing price were sprinkled on the pavements here and there. Hence balm doth come, hence other precious spice, which from Jerusalem men wont to bear. Hence cometh musk for odors sweet and nice, and amber pure that some in bracelets wear. And finally, all things grow there in plenty, that in this country are esteemed most dainty. Most true it is, else some have written lies, the Soudan to this king doth tribute pay, for that in this king's power alone it lies, great care and fertile Egypt to decay, because that by those means he may devise, he may turn Nile from them another way. This Prince Senapo there is called of many, we call him Prester John, or Preter Jani. Of all the kings that ever there did reign, this king excelled in riches and in treasure, but loss of sight made all his comforts vain, and barred him every taste of worldly pleasure. And this did much increase his care and pain, and grieved him, indeed beyond all measure, that all his wealth and treasure not prevented, but that with famine he was tormented. For when this prince, as hunger meat him drew, did but prepare himself to drink or eat, straight of Harpias came a cursed crew, with mighty wings, huge paws, and bellies great, and all the dishes quite they overthrew, and greedily devoured all the meat, and that they left they did so file and slaver, as few could brook the sight, but none the savour. The cause was this, why his great plague was such, because in youth, when men most careless are, finding himself to be extolled so much, and passing other kings in wealth so far, so foul a pride his lofty heart did touch, against his Maker he would needs move war, to which intent a mighty power he led unto that mount whence Nilus hath his head. He had been told, and did it firm believe, that on that mount whose top did touch the sky, was that same place where Adam dwelt and Eve, before their fall did cause them thence to fly. He, hoping some rare conquest to achieve, a mighty host prepared by and by, with mind, so high his heart with pride did swell, to make them tribute pay that there did dwell. But high Jehovah their foul pride repressed, and down he sent his angel that same night, who slew 100,000 for the lest, and him condemned for to lose his sight. Then sent he monsters vile him to molest, those ugly monsters that Harpias hight, which so devour and so spoil all his meat, scarce they permit him once to drink or eat. And that which drave him into mere despair was that one told by way of prophecy how those foul creatures ever should repair unto that place, till time they might espy a gallant knight all armed in the air, upon a winged beast aloft to fly. And for that this unpossible he deemed, past hope of help himself he then esteemed. Now when the people saw from every wall, and from each tower, the strangely flying knight, he happy thought himself that first of all could tell the king of this unused sight, who straight the prophecy to mind did call, and with the sudden joy, forgetting quite his trusty staff, went groping with his hand to welcome him that now came down to land. Astolpho, being lighted, nearer drew, and as he was the great court entering in, behold, the king stood ready in his view, and kneeling down
to speak did thus begin.
O heavenly angel, O Messias new, though I deserve not pardon for my sin, yet think to us is proper to offend, to you to pardon those that will amend. My guilt so heavy on my conscience lies, I dare not sue. Thou shouldst my sight restore, though well I wot that thou couldst heal mine eyes, that art of those that aye stand God before. Let then this plague, my want of sight, suffice, and let me not be starved thus evermore. At least from me these filthy monsters drive, and let me eat with quiet while I live. And I do vow a temple unto thee of marble fair to build here in this place, whose gates and cover all of gold shall be, adorned with costly jewels in like case, named by thy name and graved, that men may see thy miracle, which no time shall deface. Thus saith the prostrate king that nothing sees, and gropes to have embraced Astolpho's knees. The duke to him thus friendly doth reply, nor angel I, nor new Messias am, nor come from heaven, but mortal man am I, and thrall to sin, unworthy so high name. But for your sake my best skill I will try, to kill or drive those foul from whence they came, which if I do, give God, not me, the praise, that for your help did hither guide my ways. For him your churches and your altars make, that must of duty church and altars have. This said, he up from ground the king doth take, and went with him and other barons grave. Straightways of meat provision new they make, for so the hungry king in haste doth crave, in hope that now the monsters would be quiet, and not to interrupt him at his diet. Forthwith a sumptuous dinner was prepared, in stately sort, great store, and of the best. Senapo hopes Astolpho can him guard from those foul fowls that did him so molest. But lo, a sudden noise forthwith was heard, the scent of those same viands that were dressed had brought them thither ere the men were able to set down all the dishes on the table. Of them came 7 together in a knot, with women's faces, wan with deadly cold, so hunger starved as death itself might not be at first sight more hideous to behold. Their wings were great, but foul black wings, God wot, their talons sharp to gripe, but strong to hold. A large foul paunch, a filthy tail, and long, from whence there came an odour mighty strong. As sudden heard, so sudden were they seen, for on the table all at once they fell, and spoiled the meat, and from their wombs unclean cast loathsome filth to see, irksome to smell. The duke with blade of metal sharp and keen strikes at the monsters, thinking them to quell, but all in vain. His bootless blade turned back as he had smitten on a woolen sack. Some ravenously devoured the sweet repast, and did so eager fill their greedy gorge, that by and by they were compelled as fast the same in beastly manner to disgorge. The woeful king thinks now all succour past, till good Astolpho sware by sweet St. George, sith force was vain, he would another way to drive these monsters from the king assay. The horn, which ever he about him bears, he means against these monsters to employ. He caused the king and his to stop their ears with molten wax,
that no noise them may noy.
Else might his blast have bred in them such fears, to drive them thence and all the land destroy. Then caused he them prepare another feast, and up he gets him on his winged beast. The steward, that did know his mind by signs, straightways another dinner doth address, with store of dainty meats and costly wines. But in a trice, more soon than one could guess, the filthy flock, as famine them inclines, came down and seized upon the costly mess. But straight Astolpho blew them such a blast as on the sudden made them all aghast. The noise into their open ears so entered, that had no means to stop them nor defence, as so their stomachs and their tastes distempered. They fled, as fear expelled all other sense. The English Duke to follow them adventured, and, winding still his horn, he chased them thence to that hill's foot whence Nilus first doth fall, if so that Nile have any head at all. About the bottom of this mighty mount there is a cave, descending like a well, by which, as dwellers by do oft recount, a speedy passage one may have to hell. To this the monsters fled, and made account within this cave safe from the noise to dwell, which seen, Astolpho from his beast alighted, and ceased the blowing that them so affrighted. And, for he did with heed the cave's mouth mark, he nearer doth approach unto the same, and, with a listening ear, he then doth hark if any sound from thence unto him came. The entrance looked all like a dungeon dark, with smoke that seemed to come from smothered flame. But more of this hereafter I will treat, for now this book begins to be too great.
End of Book 33. The 34th Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 34.
The argument. Astolpho hears of Lydia's plague in hell, until the smoke annoyed and fouled him so, that he was fain to wash him at a well, which done, to Paradise he straight doth go, where he doth meet St. John, who doth him tell strange things, and as strange things to him doth show. And there Orlando's wit he doth receive, and sees the fatal threads the sisters weave. O foul Harpias, greedy, hunger-starved, whom wrath divine for just revenge hath sent to blinded Italy, that hath deserved for sins both old and late so to be shent. The sustenance that should for food have sarved for widows poor and orphans innocent, these filthy monsters do consume and waste it, oft at one meal before the owners taste it. He doubtless guilty is of grievous sin that first set open that long-closed cave, from which all filth and greediness came into Italy, and it infected have. Then ended good, then did bad days begin, and discord foul so far off all peace drave, that now in wars, in poverty and pain, it long hath tarried, and shall long remain, until she can her slothful sons awake from drowsy sleep, that now themselves forget, and say to them, For shame, example take, let others' valiant deeds your courage whet. Why should not you the like acts undertake, as in time past did Callii and Zet, that erst like aid to Phineus did bring, as did Astolpho l'Ethiopian king, who having driven away these monsters fell from blind Sinapo's board, as erst I told, and chafed them so far until they fell into the cave most fearful to behold, that fearful cave that was the mouth of hell. To hearken at the same he waxed bold, and heard most woeful mourning plaints and cries, such as from hell were likely to arise. Astolpho minds into the place to enter, and visit those that have forgone this light, and pierce the earth even to the middle centre, to see if aught may there be worth the sight. For why, he thought, what need I fear to venture that have this horn, with which I can affright foul Satan, Cerberus with triple chaps, and safely keep myself from all mishaps. He ties his flying beast fast by the reins, with mind to hell itself to bid defiance. His horn fast tied about his neck remains, in which much more than sword he puts affiance. But at his very entrance he complains of that same smoke that bred him much annoyance, that savoured strong of brimstone and of pitch, yet still Astolpho goeth thorough stitch. But still, the further that he forward goes, he feels the smoke more noisome and more thick, that in himself he 'gan now to suppose, if further he should wade, he should be sick. When lo, a shadow seemed to disclose itself to him of somewhat that was quick, and to his thinking hither waved and thither, much like a carcass hanged long in weather. The English duke, that had desire to know if so he saw a body or a vision, strake with his sword thereat so fierce a blow, as would indeed thereof have made division, if it had been as it did seem in show. But when he saw his sword made no incision, he guessed that it was, by that blow's giving, a passed spirit, not a body living. Then heard he how thus woefully it said, O you, that to these lower parts descend, bring us no hurt, though you can bring no aid, and be not foe to us, whom none can friend. The Duke, amazed, both hands and footsteps stayed, and said unto the ghost, So God thee send some speedy ease of this thy painful smart, as thou wilt deign to tell me who thou art, and if to work your good lay in my lot, above, for here I should be glad to do it. Ah, said the ghost, my plague with such a knot is tied as mortal strength cannot undo it. Yet your request deny you will I not, because you have so great a mind unto it. I will declare to you my stock and name, and eke the cause why to this place I came. My name is Lydia, born of princely birth, and bred in pomp and solaces delightful. Though now in place excluded from all mirth, I lie condemned by God's high doom and rightful, because while I did live above on earth, unto my love I showed myself so spiteful, and many more be here for like offences, as he that all doth rule their plague dispenses. Here lies that fair but cruel Anaxarete, whose corpse a stone divine revenge did make. Her ghost in smoke, that no light aye shall clarify, doth most severe but most just penance take, because she could, without all sense of charity, behold her lover hanging for her sake. Here Daphne lies, that now repents her shunning of Phoebus, whom she scaped with overrunning. Too tedious it would be for me to tell the several names of every female spirit, that for reward of their hard hearts in hell appointed are such portions to inherit. Yet far more are the men that there do dwell for like offence, who for their evil merit are placed much more low, though somewhat nigh them, where fume doth smother them and flame doth fry them. And reason good, for sith our sex is weak, the greater sin it is us to deceive, as Theseus and Jason well can speak, and he that Latin did of rule bereave, with him on whom fair Absalon did wreak the wrong that ravished Tamar did receive, with divers that of ton and t'other gender refused, or left their loves for causes slender. But that I may particularly touch the cause that brought me to this endless pain, my beauty while I lived, and pride, was such as none or few did to the like attain, and both of them in me excelled so much, 'twas hard to say which greater was of twain. But this I know full well, my proud mind grew out of conceit of my well-pleasing hue. It happened that a valiant knight of Thrace, in state and living of the better sort, and hearing praise of my praiseworthy face, confirmed oft by more than one report, he purposed and performed it in short space unto my father's kingdom to resort, that he might sue to me, and only serve me, in hope by his great value to deserve me. In gallant sort, when he to Lydia came, and saw with eye what he had heard with ear, he calleth scant report and niggard fame that did to him so barren tidings bear. And ravished with my look, he straight doth frame himself to wait in court and tarry there, and showed such worth and used such behaviour, as justly might deserve my father's favour. Exceeding was his service and his art, if to a grateful prince it had been done. So perfectly he had of war the art, that for my sire by his conduct he won all Caria and of Cilicia part. And after these exploits he then begun, for recompense of these his merits rife, to pray my father I might be his wife. My father him repulsed with answers sour, because to match me higher was his will, not to a private knight whose chiefest dower was virtue, of whose worth he could not skill. His greedy thoughts did not but gain devour, and covetise, the branch and root of ill, made him no more regard his virtuous suit than doth an ass the sound of sweetest lute. Alceste, so was named the worthy knight, took this so foul repulse in great disdain, proceeding thence from whence he ought of right expect great recompense for his great pain. Wherefore he parted thence in great despite, and vowed revenge, nor was his vow in vain. Unto the Armenian king he thence doth go, my father's emulous and ancient foe. Him, ready to accept each light occasion, he soon persuades without all intermission to make upon my father fierce invasion, and make him chief lieutenant by commission. And having won him thereto by persuasion, they thus agreed of spoils to make partition, as namely all the towns he won should be the king's, and for himself he asked but me. This league thus made, what woes my sire he wrought, I know not how in speeches to express. 4 royal armies quickly came to naught, dispersed or dead in half a year or less. In fine, Alceste by his value brought my father and his friends to such distress, they took them to a fort with such small treasure, as in so Scarborough warning they had leisure. When here a while he us besieged had, to such despair he then my father drave, to yield me up he would have been full glad to be his wife, yea, even to be his slave. Nor would my sire have thought the bargain bad, if half the realm with me for dowry gave. So sore he feared ere long to leese it all, and die in woeful bands a captive thrall. Wherefore, in season to prevent the worst, me that had been the cause of all this ill, he minds to offer to Alceste first, to win thereby his favour and goodwill. I went, for why none other do I trust, with mind herein my sire's mind to fulfill, and offer mine own self at his devotion with half the realm, if he accept the motion. Alceste, hearing I came him to look, against me forth he comes all pale and trembling, not like a conqueror was then his look, but rather a captived man resembling, which when I found my first plot I forsook, for well I saw that this was not dissembling. With lowering look I held my peace a while, then fit for his estate I framed my style. I waxed bold the more I see him faint, and first I cursed this unlucky love, and of his cruelty I made complaint, which harmed my friends and chief, that he would prove against my will to have me by constraint. I further did most sharply him reprove, that he so parted with the first denial, and never sought to make new friendly trial. I told him that his manners were too fierce, that though my father his just suit denied, because perhaps his nature is perverse, and would not at the first attempt be plied, he should not, though all his good deeds reverse, but rather ought with constancy have tried, by patient suffering, and by painful serving, to come unto reward of well deserving. And if my father would not have been won, I would, I said, his favour have procured, and would have prayed him to make him his son, if I had found his love to me had dured, or else in secret I would that have done, by which of me he should have been assured. But sith he needs would try another mean, I told him plain my love was altered clean. And though I now came in this humble sort to yield my body as the price of peace, because my father, whom he held so short, entreated me to sue for his release, yet did I vow to mar his hoped sport, and if to offer force he would not cease, I swear that rather I myself would kill, than grant such joys constrained against my will. These words, and such as these, to him I spake, finding my power was over him so great, wherewith I did him as repentant make, as e'er was saint in hermit's desert seat. He fell down at my feet, and prayed me take his naked dagger, and did me entreat to stab him with the same into his heart, to take just vengeance of his lewd desart. Now, When I saw him at this pass, I thought to follow this great conquest to the end, and straight a little hope to him I brought of favour, if his error he would mend, and if my father's freedom might be wrought and state restored, and he continue friend, and not attempt hereafter to constrain me, but with his serviceable love to gain me. He promised hereof he would not miss, and back unto my sire me safe did send, nor once presumed he my mouth to kiss. Think you how he unto my yoke did bend? I think that love played well his part in this, and needed not for him more arrows spend. Hence straight unto the Armenian king he went, whose all the winning should be by consent, and in the mildest manner that he could, he prayeth him to grant his good assent, that my poor sire might Lydia quiet hold, and he would with Armenia be content. The king Alcestis sharply then controlled, and in plain terms he told he never meant to cease that bloody war at any hand, while that my father had a foot of land. What if, said he, Alcestis' wavering brain is turned with woman's words? His damage be it. Shall I therefore lose all a whole year's gain at his request? I never will agree it. Again Alcestis did praise him, and again, but all in vain. He sees it will not be yet. At last he waxed angry, and did swear that he should do it, or for love or fear. Thus wrath engendered many a bitter word, and bitter words did breed more bloody blows. Alcestis in that fury drew his sword, and straight the guard on each side him enclose. But he among them so himself bestirred, he slew the king, and by the help of those of Thrace and of Cilicia in his pay, the Armenians all he put to flight that day. And then, his happy victory pursuing, first he my father's friends did all enlarge, and next the realm within 1 month ensuing he gat again without my father's charge. And for the better shunning and eschewing of all unkindness, with amends most large for recompense of all harms he had done, he gave him all the spoils that he had won, yea, fully to content him to his asking, in all the countries that did near confine, he raised such sums of coin by cursed tasking, he made them grieve and greatly to repine. While my hate in love's fair visor masking, in outward show I seemed him to incline, yet secretly I studied to annoy him, and many ways devised to destroy him. Instead of triumph, by a privy train at his return to kill him we intended, but from such fact fear forced us to refrain, because we found he was so strongly friended. I seemed of his coming glad and fain, and promised when our troubles all were ended, that I his faithful yokefellow would be, in woe or weal to take such part as he. Wherefore I prayed him first, that for my sake he would subdue some of our private foes, and he each hard exploit doth undertake, and now alone, and then with few he goes, and safe returns. Yet oft I did him make to fight with cruel giants, and with those that passed his strength, oft with some monstrous beast or dragon fell, that did our realm molest. Don Hercules never by his cruel hand, nor by the hard Eurystheus, was so wrought in Lerna, Thrace, in Nemea, Eramont, Numid, Aetolia, Tibris, where he fought, nor Spain, nor nowhere else, as I might vaunt. With mild persuasion, but with murdering thought, I made my lover still to put in ewer, in hope thereby his ruin to procure. But as the palm, the more the top is pressed, the thicker do the under branches grow, even so the more his virtue was oppressed, by hard attempts the brighter it did show. Which when I found, forthwith I thought it best another way to work his overthrow, a way by which indeed I wrought the feat, which yet I shame and sorrow to repeat. Against all such as bear him best affection, I secretly did still his mind incense, and ever one and one by my direction I made him wrong, till all were driven from thence. So was his heart and soul in my subjection, so had my beauty blinded all his sense. Had I but winked, or up my finger hilled, he had not cared whom he had hurt or killed. Now when I thus had foiled my father's foes, and by Alceste had Alceste won, and made him for my sake forsake all those that for his sake no high attempt would shun, I then began myself plain to disclose, and let him know what wise threed he had spun. With bitter, spiteful words I all to rated him, and told him plain that in my heart I hated him, and that I wished his life and days were ended, and would have killed him if I could for shame, save then I should of all men be condemned, because his high deserts were of such fame. Yet him and them I utterly contemned, and loathed to see his face or hear his name, and sware I would wish him thenceforth no better, nor hear his message, nor receive his letter. At this my cruel usage and done great, he took such grief, that in a while he died. Now for this sin, he that all sin doth hate condemns me here in this smoke to be tired, where I in vain repent myself too late, that I his suit so causelessly denied, for which in smoke eternal I must dwell, sith no redemption can be had from hell. Here, Lydia, this her woeful tale doth end, and faded thence. Now when her speech did cease, the Duke a farther passage did intend, but this tormenting smoke did so increase, that backward he was forced his steps to bend, for vital sprites already did decrease. Wherefore, the smoke to shun and life to save, he clambered to the top of that same cave. And lest those woman-faced monsters fell might after come from out that loathsome ledge, he digged up stones, and great trees down did fell, his sword sufficing both for axe and sledge. He hewed and brake and laboured it so well, that 'gainst the cave he made a thick strong hedge, so stocked with stones and many a ragged rafter, as kept Tharpias in a great while after. But now the Duke, both with his present toil, that with dirt and dust him all to dash, and with the smoke that erst did him so soil, as black as soot, was driven to seek some plash where he himself might of his clothes despoil, and both his raiment and his armour wash. For why the smoke without and eke within did taint his clothes, his armour, and his skin. Soon after, he a crystal stream espying, from foot to head he washed himself therein. Then up he gets him on his courser flying, and of the air he more and more doth win, affecting heaven, all earthly thoughts defying. As fishes cut the liquid stream with fin, so cutteth he the air, and doth not stop till he was come unto that mountain's top. This hill nigh touched the circle of the moon. The top was all a fruitful pleasant field, and light at night as ours is here at noon. The sweetest place that ever man beheld. There would I dwell if God gave me my boon. The soil thereof most fragrant flowers did yield, like rubies, gold, pearls, sapphires, topaz stones, chrysolates, diamonds, jacinths for the nones. The trees that there did grow were evergreen, the fruits that thereon grew were never fading. The sundry coloured birds did sit between, and sing most sweet, the fruitful boughs them shading. The rivers clear as crystal to be seen, the fragrant smell the sense and soul invading, with air so temperate and so delightsome, as all the place beside was clear and lightsome. Amid the plain a palace passing fair there stood, above conceit of mortal man, built of great height unto the clearest air, and was in circuit 20 mile and 10. To this fair place the Duke did straight repair, and viewing all that goodly country then, he thought this world, compared with that palace, a dunghill vile, or prison void of solace. But when as nearer to the place he came, he was amazed at the wondrous sight. The wall was all one precious stone, the same, and then the carbuncle more sanguine bright. O workman rare, O most stupendious frame, what Daedalus of this had oversight? Peace, ye that want to praise the wonders 7, those earthly kings made, this the King of heaven. Now while the Duke his eyes with wonder fed, behold, a fair old man in the entry stood, whose gown was white, but yet his jacket red. the tun as snow, the t'other looked as blood. His beard was long and white, so was his head. His countenance was so grave, his grace so good, a man thereby might at first sight expect he was a saint and one of God's elect. He coming to the Duke with cheerful face, who now alighted was for reverence sake, "Bold Baron," said the saint, "by special grace that suffered was this voyage strange to make, and to arrive at this most blessed place, not knowing why thou didst this journey take, yet know that not without the will celestial thou comest here to paradise terrestrial. The cause you come a journey of such length is here of me to learn what must be done, that Charles and Holy Church may now at length be freed, that erst were well nigh overrun. Wherefore impute it not to thine own strength, nor to thy courage nor thy wit, my son, for neither could thy horn nor winged steed without God's help stand thee in any steed. But at more leisure hereof we will reason, and more at large I mind with you to speak. Now with some meat refresh you, as is reason, lest fasting long may make your stomach weak. Our fruits," said he, "be never out of season." The Duke rejoiced much, and marvelled eke, then chief, when by his speeches and his coat he knew 'twas he that the fourth Gospel wrote, that holy John, whom Christ did hold so dear, that others thought he death should never see, though in the Gospel it appears not clear. But thus he said, "What if it pleased me, O Peter, that thy fellow tarry here until my coming? What is that to thee?" So, though our Saviour not directly spake it, yet sure it was so every one did take it. He here assumed was in happy hour, whereas before Enoch the patriarch was, and where the prophet bides of mighty power, that in the fiery coach did thither pass. These three in that so happy sacred bower in high felicity their days did pass, where in such sort to stand they are allowed till Christ return upon the burning cloud. These saints him welcome to that sacred seat, and to a stately lodging him they brought, and for his horse likewise ordained meat. And then the Duke himself by them was taught the dainty fruits of paradise to eat, so delicate in taste, as sure he thought our first two parents were to be excused, that for such fruit obedience they refused. Now when the Duke had nature satisfied with meat and drink, and with his due repose, for there were lodgings fair, and all beside that needful for man's use man can suppose, he gets up early in the morning tide, what time with us alow the sun arose. But ere that he from out his lodging moved, came that disciple whom our Saviour loved, and by the hand the Duke abroad he led, and said some things to him I may not name. But in the end, I think, my son, he said, although that you from France so lately came, you little know how those in France have sped. There your Orlando quite is out of frame, for God his sin most sharply now rewardeth, who most doth punish whom he most regardeth. Know that the champion, your Orlando, whom God so great strength and so great courage gave, and so rare grace, that from his mother's womb by force of steel his skin no hurt might have, to then that he might fight for his own home, and those that hold the Christian faith to save, as Samson erst enabled was to stand against Philistines for the Hebrew land. This your Orlando hath been so ungrate, for so great grace received unto his Maker, that when his country was in weakest state, and needed succor most, he did forsake her, for love, O woeful love that breeds God's hate, to woo a pagan wench with mind to take her, and to such sin this love did him entice, he would have killed his kinsman once or twice. For this same cause doth mighty God permit him mad to run with belly bare and breast, and so to daze his reason and his wit he knows not others, and himself knows least. So in times past our Lord did deem it fit to turn the king of Babel to a beast, in which estate he 7 whole years did pass, and like an ox did feed on hay and grass. But for the paladin's offense is not so great as was the king of Babel's crime. The mighty Lord of mercy doth allot unto his punishment a shorter time. 12 weeks in all he must remain a sot, and for this cause you suffered were to climb to this high place, that here you may be taught how to his wits Orlando may be brought. Here you shall learn to work the feat, I warrant, but yet before you can be fully sped of this your great, but not for thought on errant, you must with me a more strange way be led, up to the planet that of all stars errant is nearest us. When she comes overhead, then will I bring you where the medicine lies, that you must have to make Orlando wise. Thus all that day they spent in divers talk, with solace great as never wanteth there. But when the sun began this earth to balk, and pass into the t'other hemisphere, then they prepared to fetch a further walk, and straight the fiery chariot that did bear Elias, when he up to heaven was carried, was ready in a trice, and for them tarried. 4 horses fierce, as red as flaming fire, the Apostle doth into the chariot set, which when he framed had to his desire, Astolpho in the car by him he set. Then up they went, and still ascending higher, above the fiery region they did get, whose nature so the Apostle then did turn, that though they went through fire, they did not burn. I say, although the fire were wondrous hot, yet in their passage they no heat did feel, so that it burns them nor offends them not. Thence to the moon he guides the running wheel. The moon was like a glass all void of spot, or like a piece of purely burnished steel, and looked, although to us it seemed so small, well nigh as big as earth and sea and all. Here had Astolpho cause of double wonder. One, that region seemeth there so wide, that unto us that are so far asunder seems but a little circle, and beside, that to behold the ground that him lay under, a man had need to have been sharply eyed, and bend his brows, and mark even all they might, it seemed so small, now chiefly wanting light. 'Twere infinite to tell what wondrous things he saw, that passed ours not few degrees. What towns, what hills, what rivers, and what springs, what dales, what palaces, what goodly trees. But to be short, at last his guide him brings unto a goodly valley, where he sees a mighty mass of things strangely confused, things that on earth were lost or were abused. A storehouse strange, that what on earth is lost by fault, by time, by fortune, there is found, and like a merchandise is there engrossed in stranger sort than I can well expound. Nor speak I sole of wealth or things of cost, in which blind fortune's power doth most abound, but even of things quite out of fortune's power, which wilfully we waste each day and hour. The precious time that fools misspend in play, the vain attempts that never take effect, the vows that sinners make and never pay, the counsels wise that careless men neglect, the fond desires that lead us oft astray, the praises that with pride the heart infect, and all we lose with folly and misspending may there be found, unto this place ascending. Now as Astolpho by those regions passed, he asked many questions of his guide, and as he on t'un side his eye did cast, a wondrous hill of bladders he espied. And he was told they had been in time past the pompous crowns and sceptres full of pride of monarchs of Assyria and of Greece, of which now scantly there is left a piece. He saw a great store of baited hooks with gold, and those were gifts that foolish men prefer to give to princes covetous and old, with fondest hope of future vain reward. Then were there ropes all in sweet garlands rolled, and those were all false flatteries he hard. Then heard he crickets' songs, like to the verses the servant in his master's praise rehearses. There did he see fond loves that men pursue, to look like golden gyves with stones all set. Then things like eagles' talents he did view, those offices that favourites do get. Then saw he bellows large, that much wind blew, large promises that lords make and forget unto their Ganymedes in flower of youth, but after naught but beggary and sooth. He saw great cities seated in fair places, that overthrown quite topsy-turvy stood. He asked and learned the cause of their defaces was treason, that doth never turn to good. He saw foul serpents with fair women's faces, of coiners and of thieves the cursed brood. He saw fine glasses all in pieces broken, of service lost in court a woeful token. Of mingled broth he saw a mighty mass, that to no use all spilt on ground did lie. He asked his teacher, and he heard it was the fruitless alms that men give when they die. Then by a fair green mountain he did pass, that once smelt sweet, but now it stinks perdie. This was that gift, be it said without offence, that Constantine gave Sylvester long since. Of bird-lined rods he saw no little store, and these, O ladies fair, your beauties be. I do omit 10,000 things and more, like unto these that there the Duke did see. For all that here is lost, there evermore is kept, and thither in a trice doth flee. Howbeit more nor less there was no folly, for still that here with us remaineth holy. He saw some of his own lost time and deeds, but yet he knew them not to be his own. They seemed to him disguised in so strange weeds, till his instructor made them better known. But last, the thing which no man thinks he needs, yet each man needeth most, to him was shown by name man's wit, which here we lose so fast, as that one substance all the other past. It seemed to be a body moist and soft, and apt to mount by every exhalation, and when it hither mounted was aloft, it there was kept in pots of such a fashion as we call jars, where oil is kept in oft. The Duke beheld with no small admiration the jars of wit, amongst which one had writ upon the side thereof, Orlando's wit. This vessel bigger was than all the rest, and every vessel had engraven with art his name that erst the wit therein possessed. There of his own the Duke did find a part, and much he mused, and much himself he blessed, to see some names of men of great desart, that think they have great store of wit, and boast it, when here it plain appeared they quite had lost it. Some lose their wit with love, some with ambition, some running to the sea great wealth to get, some following lords and men of high condition, and some in fair jewels rich and costly set. One hath desire to prove a rare magician, and some with poetry their wit forget. Another thinks to be an alchemist, till all be spent, and he his number missed. Astolpho takes his own before he goes, for so the evangelist doth him permit. He set the vessel's mouth but to his nose, and to his place he snuffed up all his wit. Long after, wise he lived, as Turpin shows, until one fault he after did commit, by name the love of one fair northern lass, sent up his wit unto the place it was. The vessel where Orlando's wit was closed Astolpho took, and thence with him did bear. It was far heavier than he had supposed, so great a quantity of wit was there. But yet, ere back their journey they disposed, the holy prophet brought Astolpho where a palace, seldom seen by mortal man, was placed, by which a thick dark river ran. Each room therein was full of diverse fleeces, of wool, of lint, of silk, or else of cotton. An aged woman spun the diverse pieces, whose look and hue did show her old and rotten. Not much unlike unto that labour this is, by which in summer new-made silk is gotten, where from the silkworm his fine garment taking, they reave him of the clothes of his own making. For first, in one large room a woman span threads infinite of diverse stuff and hue. Another doth, with all the speed she can, with other stuff the distaves still renew. The third, in feature like, and pale and wan, doth sever fair from foul, and old from new. Now, who be these? The Duke demands his guide. These be the fatal sisters, he replied, the parkies, that the thread of life do spin to mortal men, hence death and nature know when life must end, and when it must begin. Now she that doth divide them, and bestow the coarse from finer, and the thick from thin, to that end works, that those that finest grow for ornaments in paradise may dwell. The coarse are cursed to be consumed in hell. The Duke did further in the place behold, that when the threads were spent that had been spun, their names in brass, in silver, or in gold were wrote, and so into great heaps were done, from which a man that seemed wondrous old, with whole loads of those names away did run, and turned again as fast the way he went, nor ever weary was, nor ever spent. This aged man did hold his pace so swift, as though to run he only had been born, or had it given him as a special gift, and in the lappet of his cloak were borne the names of men with which he made such shift. But now awhile I crave to be forborne, for in the book ensuing shall be showed how this old sire his carriage ill bestowed.
End of Book 34. The 35th Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 35.
The argument. St. John the praise of writers doth recount. Bradamant doth with good success recover the prisoners that were ta'en by Rhodamount. This done, she sends a challenge to her lover, and sends withal an horse of good account, which makes Rogero long in doubt to hover, the while before his face the fall he saw of Serpentine, Grandonio, and Ferrau. Fair mistress, who for me to heaven shall fly, to bring again from thence my wandering wit, which I still lose, since from that piercing eye the dart came forth that first my heart did hit? Nor of my loss at all complain would I, might I but keep that which remaineth yet. But if it still decrease, within short space I doubt I shall be in Orlando's case. Yet well I wot where to recover mine, though not in paradise nor Cynthia's sphere, yet doubtless in a place no less divine, in that sweet face of yours, in that fair hair, that ruby lip, in those two star-like eyne. There is my wit, I know it wanders there, and with my lips, if you would give me leave, I there would search, I thence it would receive. But to return unto that English prince, whom, if you do remember, with St. John by ugly stream I left a little since, the fatal sister spinners looking on, who sometime do prolong and sometime mince our thread of life. I say, he saw anon among a million more one passing fleece, more fine than that Jason brought to Greece. So shone the thread that from the fleece out came, no gold nor orient pearl could look so bright. Astolpho much desired to know his name, and time of birth that to that thread had right. Straightways this answer unto him doth frame he that the dark apocalypse did write. The number of his birth shall noted be, when 20 shall be ta'en from M and D. And as the fleece, which here so fair doth show, in finest substance passeth all the rest, so shall the person that the same doth owe make that same age in which he liveth blessed. For all the gifts that nature can bestow, or with which study can a man invest, shall poured be on him with large proportion, assigned from above to be his portion. There stands, said he, near to the banks of Po, a village now of small or none account, whose moorish seat the stream doth overflow. But in that time that I to you recount, unto a city of such state shall grow, as all the neighbor towns it shall surmount, nor sole in walls and buildings fair and stately, but in good arts of old found out, or lately. Nor think you this preferment to proceed by peradventure, or as 'twere by chance, but even as a thing by God himself decreed, for one man's sake his native soil to advance, as still we see those that good fruit will breed do graft the stock, and prune and pike the branch, or as the goldsmith polisheth the metal, in which he minds a gem of price to settle. For ne'er shall soul that shall to earth descend with mortal garment be more comely clad. Never did God a soul from hence down send, that more choice gifts nor more rare virtues had than this, which unto him he doth intend, that shall his country and his friends make glad. Hippolito of Est his name shall be, to whom the heavens such favours do decree. For all those virtues great that wanted are to set forth diversely divided, shall joined be in this same man most rare, unto a place by heaven's appointment guided. Maintained shall studies be by his great care, all quarrels cease, and broils shall be decided. Whose virtues all, if I to tell prolong, Orlando should expect his wit too long. Thus much the follower of Jesus spake, the while Astolpho those same webs doth view, from whence our lives end and beginning take. One spun, one cut, the third doth stuff renew. Then came they to the foul and loathsome lake, dark, deep, and miry, of a deadly hue, where was the aged man that never stinted to carry bundles of the names imprinted. This was the man whom, as I told before, both use and nature so swift paced had made, he never rested, but ran evermore, and with his running he did use this trade. A heap of names within his cloak he bore, and in the river did them all unlade, or, plain to speak, away he cast them all into this stream, which Lethe we do call. This prodigal old wretch no sooner came unto this cursed river's barren bank, but desperately, without all fear of blame, or caring to deserve reward or thank, he hurled therein full many a precious name, where millions soon into the bottom sank, and scant in every 1,000 one was found, that was not in the gulf quite lost and drowned. Yet all about great store of birds there flew, as vultures, carrion crows, and chattering pies, and many more of sundry kinds and hue, that made lewd harmony with their loud cries. These, when the careless wretch the treasure threw into the stream, did all they could devise, what with their talent some, and some with beak, to save some names, but find themselves too weak. For ever as they sought themselves to raise, to bear away those names of great renown, the weight of them so heavy downward weighs, they in the stream were driven to cast them down. Only 2 swans sustained so great a pace. In spite of him that sought them all to drown, these 2 do still take up, whose names they list, and bear them safe away, and never missed. Sometime all under that foul lake they dived, and took up some that were with water covered, and those that seemed condemned they reprived, and often as about the bank they hovered, they caught them ere they to the stream arrived. Then went they with the names they had recovered, up to a hill that stood the water nigh, on which a stately church was built on high. This place is sacred to immortal fame, and evermore a nymph stands at the gate, and took the names wherewith the 2 swans came, whether they early come or whether late. Then all about the church she hanged the same, before the sacred image, in such rate as they might then well be assured for ever, spite of that wretch, in safety to persever. Astolpho had a great desire to know the mysteries most high and hidden sense of that old man that still ran to and fro, and precious things so lewdly did dispense, and of the birds, and of the nymph also, that from the swans took names and bare them thence, and also asked what they signified. To whom the man of God thus wise replied, "Know first," said he, "there cannot wag a straw below on earth, but that the sign is here, and each small act doth correspondence draw, although in other show it doth appear. That aged man that running erst you saw, and never bates nor resteth all the year, to work the like effects above is bound, as time doth work below upon the ground. When here the fatal thread of life is spun, then doth below the life of man decline. Their fame, and here their names in metal done, would make them both immortal and divine, save here this aged sire that so doth run, and there below time doth thereat repine. He here flings all their names into a puddle, time there doth all in dark oblivion huddle. And even as here ravens, vultures, pies, and crows, and such like birds endeavor all they may to save those names that worthiest they suppose, but wanting strength the names still downward sway. So there promoters, ruffians, bawds, and those that can the parasites and jesters play, that by great lords are oft more made of than the true and plain and virtuous minded man. And these forsooth good fellows call you must, because they learn like ass and pork to be. But when their lords be laid full low in dust, their line of life cut off by sisters three, yea, oft by their own surfeiting and lust, then these same goodly squires of base degree in their vile mouths their names bear up and down a while, and after in oblivion drown. But as the swans that here still flying are, with written names unto the sacred port, so there historians learned and poets rare preserve them in clear fame and good report. O happy princes, whose foresight and care can win the love of writers in such sort as Caesar did, so as you need not dread the lake of Lethe after you be dead. But surely God their reason so doth blind, and takes from them all sense of wit and skill, that when their rooms on earth they have resigned, death both their bodies and their fames might kill, where at the least some fame would stay behind. Admit in part their manners were but ill, had they but wit to get some grace with Syrrha, their fame should sweeter smell than nard or myrrha. Perhaps Aeneas was not so devout, nor Hector nor Achilles were so brave, but thousands have as honest been and stout, and worthy by desert more praise to have. But those fair lands and castles, out of doubt, that their successors unto writers gave, made them so famous over foreign lands, canonized by the poet's sacred hands. Augustus Caesar was not such a saint as Virgil maketh him by his description. His love of learning excuseth that complaint that men might justly make of his proscription. Nor had the shame that Nero's name doth taint, confirmed now by 1,000 years' prescription, been as it is, if he had had the wit to have been frank to such as poems writ. Blind Homer writes how Agamemnon fought, and wan at last great Troy that long resisted, and how Penelope, though greatly sought by many suitors, yet in faith persisted. Yet sure, for aught you know, he might have taught the contrary to this, if he had listed, that Troy prevailed, that Greeks were conquered clean, and that Penelope was but a queen. On t'other side we see Queen Dido's name, that worthy was indeed to be commended, is subject now to slander and to shame, because that she by Virgil is not friended. But on this point I now more tedious am than I was ware, or than I had intended, for I love writers well, and would not wrong them, and I myself to count myself among them. I rate a volume of my master's praise, for which to me he hath not been ungrate, but to this height of honour he me raise, where, as you see, I live in happy state. I pity those that in these latter days do write when bounty hath shut up her gate, where day and night in vain good writers knock, and for their labours oft have but a mock. So as indeed this reason is the chief that wits decay, because they want their hire. For where no succour is, nor no relief, the very beasts will from such place retire. Thus said the saint, and, as it were with grief of such offence, his eyes did flame like fire. But turning to the Duke with sober laughter, he pacified himself a little after. But here I leave Astolpho safe and sound with holy John, for forthwith leap I must as far as from the moon unto the ground. My wings would fail if still I soared so high. Now come I unto her that had the wound, that ever smarting wound of jealous eye. I told she had, when last of her I spoke, unhorsed 3 kings with Goldilance's stroke, and how she lay all at a castle sad, although in vain she sought her grief to smother. How at that place she perfect knowledge had that Agramant was foiled by her brother, and that to fly to Arles he was glad, with good Rogero and with many other. This made her unto Provence then to haste, because she heard that Charles pursued him fast. Now unto Provence onward as she went, a comely damsel in her way she viewed, who, though she looked like one that did lament, yet could not grief her comely grace exclude. This dame had travelled long with this intent, to find some knight that from the pagan rude, fierce Rhodamont that prisoner held her lover, by force of arms again might him recover. Now When the comfortless Dame Bradamant had met a dame as comfortless as she, such sympathy she felt of grief, that scant she kept in tears, so sad a sight to see. She asked her, what misfortune or what want of her sad plight unworthy cause might be. Fair Fjord alleged that for a night did hold her, the circumstance of all the matter told her, and in most rueful sort she did recount both of the tomb and bridge the woeful story, and how the cruel pagan Rhodamount had taken him for whom she was so sorry. Not that he could in value him surmount, that for his value had obtained much glory, but that the pagan not to strength did trust, but to a bridge and vantages unjust. Wherefore, most noble-minded knight, said she, if such you be, as by your speech I guess, help my dear spouse from bondage vile to free, and plague the pagan that doth him oppress. Or if you cannot so, yet counsel me where I may find some aid for my distress, some knight so stout of heart and strong of hand as may this cruel Saracen withstand. So shall you do a brave and noble deed, that wandering knights do think they ought of due. So might you aid a worthy man indeed, and one in love most faithful and most true. As for his other praise, it is no need for me to tell, mine own griefs to renew, sith well I know they plainly are appearing to all that have their sense and sight and hearing. The worthy dame that thirsted still for praise agrees to take this hard exploit in hand, as one that ready was at all assays, on horse, on foot, by water, or by land. For either thus she shall her glory raise, if so she shall the pagan's force withstand, or die she shall, which danger less doth move her, because she thinks Rogero doth not love her. And thus she said, most lovely, loving dame, gladly I shall my utmost forces prove to succor one that merits so great fame. Yet of his praises chiefly me doth move, because you give him such a noble name, that he is true and faithful in his love, which, sith you speak by trial, I must ween so, else I durst swear no man alive had been so. These last words ending with a scalding sigh, a sigh that came indeed from grievous thought. Then on they went, till they approached nigh the parlous bridge that Rhodamount had wrought. And straight the watch descried them from on high, and blew a horn, by which the pagan thought that travellers were come the bridge to pass, came out all armed as his manner was. But when that he one all in armour saw, he greets them loud with this lewd salutation: Ho, stay, and ere you pass, observe this law, unto this tomb humbly to make oblation of horse and arms, with fear and reverent awe, else with this spear expect sharp castigation. She that before had heard of Isbel's death, and of this tomb, thus stoutly to him saith: Ah, damned wretch, why should the innocent endure the penance of thy grievous guilt? Thyself shouldst die, or suffer punishment that killedst her, if please her ghost thou wilt. Her soul upon my soul would be content, if by my hand thy guilty blood were spilt, more than with all the armours, men, and horses that thou dost win by thy unlawful forces. And so much more it will accepted be to her, if thou by my right hand mayst die, because I am a woman as was she, and only come on thee my force to try. But let us first upon these points agree, that if you hap to vanquish me, then I shall suffer at your hands so, and no more than other prisoners have done before. But if I vanquish you, as sure I trust, then I will have the spoil of all the rest, and make your horse and arms, a gift more just, upon the tomb of her for ever blessed. And then withal to me you promise must, that all your prisoners straight shall be released. When thus the dame her mind had signified, thus the fierce Turk mildly to her replied: Fair dame, you seem to me to speak but reason, and thereto I my frank assent afford. But true it is, that I, for fear of treason, my prisoners all have sent from hence aboard, so as I cannot free them at this season. But firmly here to you I pass my word: if you foil me, of which there is small jeopardy, I will send word to set them all at liberty. But if I conquer you, as sure I shall, for so it is most likely and most meet, I will not hang your armour on the wall, nor send you hence a prisoner in my fleet. I will remit to you my conquest all, for that fair face's sake, and look so sweet. Suffice it, that this courtesy may move thee, where now thou seemst to hate me, then to love me. Be not, fair dame, in your own strength beguiled. I offer not such grace to every stranger, for I am strong. At this the damsel smiled, but such a smile as showed not mirth, but anger. And whether courage had all fear exiled, or that despair made her to doubt no danger, she spurred her horse, nor other answer made him, but with her spear in rest she doth invade him. This so did move the cruel Rhodamount, upon his horse he doth himself advance, not making doubt but that he would dismount out of her seat the noble dame of France. But he was quite deceived of his account. No sooner was he touched with Goldalance, but even as if of strength he had been reaved, quite from the saddle backward he was heaved. But yet the dame herself in danger was to fall into the stream so swift and fleet, by means the bridge so narrow was to pass, that hardly two at once thereon could meet. But Rabican, whose swiftness did surpass all 4-foot beasts, did firmly keep his feet. Although so straight and narrow was the bridge, he was constrained to run upon the ridge. Now when the pagan lay thus overthrown, she turned to him, and sporting thus she spake. Now, sir, said she, I hope it may be known of us two which the worser cause did take. But he, like one whose wits were not his own, he either could or would no answer make, but still he stood looking on ground and musing, neither his foil denying nor excusing. And having walked some 6 paces, he suddenly cast all his armor off, and hurls it gainst the stones, and did defaces, that scant he left unbroke one piece thereof, determining, after such foul disgraces, to hide himself and go a great way off. But ere he went, he granted full commission to free his prisoners without intermission. So thence he went, and what of him became, or what he did, no notice clear I have, but only this, that even for very shame he long lived close within a secret cave, the whiles his arms by that victorious dame were hanged up at the tomb for triumph brave, the t'other arms and furnitures among, that erst to pagan princes did belong. But for all those that were for Christians won, she laid them up, and did in safety set, among the which was Monodante's son, and Olivero, and stout Sansonet, who late before with ill success did run, so that the pagan did their armor get, and them themselves as prisoners did convey unto Algerie, far from thence away. Among the rest that had their armor lost was Sacripant, the fierce Circassan prince, who sought for frontlet to his pain and cost, and with the pagan fought but little since. But being foiled, he quite forsook that cost, where men of such disgrace might him convince, and with great shame, but what could shame him boot, he came on horseback, and went thence on foot. Wherefore, ashamed in such sort to return, he minds to follow that his former quest, of her whose love long since his heart did burn, although her love he never yet possessed, for still her froward mind did ever spurn against his earnest and most just request. Of her return he late had heard the news, I know not how, but now he her pursues, and let him her pursue, for I proceed of noble Bradamante's acts to tell, who having done this brave and worthy deed, to free the passage where so many fell, she rate it so as every one might read how all the circumstance thereof befell. Which having done, then she demands to know which way Dame Fiordelege did mind to go, who straight her purpose unto her unfolding, told her to pass the sea by ship she meant, at Arles, lest the Turk, his word not holding, might keep her spouse too long in prison pent. Then shall you, saith the dame, be more beholding to me, for sure, said she, 'tis mine intent unto that town to guard you in your passage, so you will do for me but one embassage, and that withal you me this grace afford to give Rogero this same horse from me, and say an unknown champion sends him word to challenge him, that all the world may see he hath been false of promise and of word, of which our combat shall the trial be, and tell him plainly there is no denial, but that by challenge I will make this trial. This say, and say no more, and if he ask my name, then tell him plain, you may not tell, the while mine arm shall serve me for a mask. This I desire, do this, and so farewell. This is, said Fiordelege, an easy task, from you that have of me deserved so well, and binds me both to this that you demand me, and to whatever else you would command me. This said, she takes the bridle in her hand, and with her leads Frontino on the way, until they both came to the salt sea sand, that next unto the town of Arley lay. But Fiordelege goes to the town by land, and Bradamant doth in the suburbs stay, to then she may convenient respite give her, to him the horse and message to deliver. Who, when the bridge and gate she quite had passed, she prayeth one of those that kept the ward, to bring her to Rogero in great haste, and through the town of Courtesy her to guard. This done, she to Rogero came at last, and did her message with most due regard, and gave Frontino, and then went her way, nor would she once to hear his answer stay. Rogero standeth still all in a muse, the messenger and message so beguile him. He wonders who it is that both doth use such courtesy, and yet withal revile him. He thinks the party doth him much abuse, with foulest blot of breach of word defile him, and of all others least of all he thought that Bradamant of him the combat sought. To think it Rhodamount he was inclined, but yet it could not sink into his reach why of a sudden he should be so kind, and wherein he could blame his promise breach. And save with him, he cannot call to mind with whom he had of friendship any breach. The while the lady with a stately scorn, in token of defiance, blew her horn. Straightways the news to Agrement doth fly, that one without did challenge some within, and Serpentine, that then by chance was by, asked leave to fight, with sured hope to win, and swears the knight should yield, or else should die. And then the people flocked both thick and thin, and stood upon the walls, with young and old, between these two the combat to behold. Out Serpentino came in brave array, and bravely with his spear in rest he ran. But at the first encounter down he lay. The horse runs leer away without the man. But noble Bradamant the horse doth stay, and back restore. Then finally as she can, she prays him to King Agrement to speak, to send a stronger knight, sith he was weak. The mighty kings of Afric and of Spain, that from the wall the courteous act did view, from praising of the same could not refrain, though none of them thereof the author knew. Now Serpentino back returned again, and to his prince he told his message true, how that same champion did desire to fight with some more stout and more renowned knight. And then Grandonio fierce of Volaturn, the proudest knight that Spain long time had bred, obtained next place, and with a visage stern and threatening voice, thus to the damsel said, Your courtesy small reward for you shall earn, for either here in fight you must be dead, or at the least I will you prisoner bring unto Marsilio, of great Spain the king. Well, answered she, keep these your threats in store. Your villainy my courtesy shall not let, but that I'll friendly monish you before, that back again unto your king you get, ere that your fall may make your body sore. And say that I desired to have met a man indeed of courage and of worth, and not yourself, nor him that last came forth. This her reply so mild, and yet so bitter, the pagan with more fury did inflame. With spear than speech he thought an answer fitter, and toward her in full career he came, intending sure some deadly blow to hit her. But she that was accustomed to this game bare well his blow, and with her golde lance she taught him how the somersault to dance. But yet his horse that loose about did run she brought him back, and thus to him she said, Lo, sir, you had been better to have done my message, when I courteously you prayed. Yet here I will release my prisoner one, so you will tell your king that I have stayed to combat with a man in fight well seen, and not with novices of skill so green. The lookers on, that sure thought nothing less than that a virgin could so guide a spear, with murmurings their wonder great express, still aiming with surmises who it were. Some Brandimart and some Rinaldo guess, or others whom the Turks had cause to fear, but most they would Orlando have suspected, save that they heard his senses were distracted. Next stout Ferrat desired to have the place, not that he hoped the conquest to have won, but that these knights may have the less disgrace, if I, quoth he, shall do as they have done. A strong, swift horse he takes, and sure of pace, well made to bear the shock and free to run, the choicest of 100 that he kept, and thus all armed upon the beast he leapt. Against the female champion forth he goes, and first they interchangeably salute. Please it you, said the lady, to disclose your name to me? That shall be all my suit. He, that what longs to civil manners knows, to satisfy her therein was not mute. And I refuse you not, then said the other, although I rather would have had another. Whom, quoth Farrar? Rogero, she replied, and scarce she fully could bring forth his name, but that a blush with rosy colour dyed her lovely cheeks with secret honest shame. Further she addeth, him whose value tried, and so much praised was cause I hither came. None else I seek, nor for none else care I, only his manhood I desire to try. She spake the word in plain and simple sense, which some perhaps will subtly wrest awry. Well, said Farrar, yet now ere I go hence, let me with you have leave one course to try, to see if I can make no more defence than those whom last you made on earth to lie. If I fall as did they, then I will send that gentle knight, that may our error mend. Her beaver open was while they confarred, at which, when her the Spaniard well had viewed, and marked her beauty worthy of regard, he was already more than half subdued. He thought an angel of the heavenly guard could not with greater beauty be endued. Against her spear what fence can he devise that is already conquered with her eyes? Now took they field, and ran with all their force, and now Farrar is from his saddle borne. The damsel doth of curtsy stay his horse, the Spaniard lieth like a man forlorn. But back he must unto the king perforce, nor true to do his message doth he scorn. He tells Rogero plain before them all, how this same knight only for him doth call. Rogero, who it is yet little knowing, in haste to make him ready doth begin, a settled hope of conquest plainly showing, willing to fight with mind assured to win. As for their foils and their foul overthrowing that went before, he weighed them not a pin. But how they met, how kindly him she served, unto the book ensuing is reserved. End of Book 35.
The 36th book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 36.
The argument. Duke Ammon's daughter with revengeful heart doth meet Marphisa, minding her to kill, until the battles joined on either part, and so did sunder them against their will. Bradamant and Rogero talk apart. Marphisa gets of both great evil will by troubling them, but when she knew her brother, she reconciled is to ton and t'other. 'Tis meet a gentle heart should ever show by courtesy the fruits of true gentility, which will by practice to inhabit grow, and make men do the same with great facility. Likewise the dunghill blood a man shall know by churlish parts and acts of incivility, whose nature, apt to take each lewd infection, custom confirms, and makes ill in perfection. Of courteous acts, old stories he that reads in ancient time shall find there hath been store. But in our days of bloody cruel deeds is greater plenty than hath been before, for charity brings forth but barren seeds, and hatred still is sowed in so great store, that when the fruits of both come to be reaped, the ton is scarce, the t'other overheaped. What fierce barbarian Tartar, Moor, or Turk could use more cruelty than now of late in Latian land Venetian force did work, not by consent of the wise men of state, but by the filthy nature that did lurk in wicked hirelings and a hidden hate, I speak not of the damage and defaces they did by fire in all our pleasant places, though that revenge was foul and too cruel, and chief against Hippolito, who late, when Caesar sieged Padua, as they knew well, and brought it to low ebb and woeful state, he both withdrew the matter all and fuel, and quenched the fires kindled by deadly hate, preserving many a church and many a village by his rare clemency from fire and pillage. Not those I mean, nor many actions more that cannot be excused or defended, but such an act as stones might weep therefore, as oft as it is talked of or remembered. Then when my lord his household sent before, there where his foes were secretly assembled, and left their vessels on the saltish sand, while in ambushment close they lay on land, as Hector and Aeneas did by fire assault the Greekish fleet with hardy fight, so saw I two, whose hearts to fame aspire, one Alexander, t'other Hercules hight, assault their foes, and drive them to retire unto their trenches, nay, within them quite. But one of them returned thence full hard, the t'other of returning clean was barred. For Ferrufina escaped, Cantelmo stayed. O Duke of Sore, what great sore didst thou find, to see thy noble son so foul betrayed? Among 1,000 blades left there behind, his naked neck on side of galley laid, and chop it off. Now surely in my mind, when that same bloody stroke his neck smit off, you felt like stroke, even with the sight thereof. Slavonian vile, where didst thou learn to know such laws of war? Within what Scythian land use men to kill a prisoner taken so that yields and hath no weapon in his hand? Or was it such a grievous sin you trow the foes of his dear country to withstand? Why hast thou, son, so long on this age shined, that breeds of Atrus and Thyestes kind? Barbarian vile, that killed so sweet a youth to satisfy thy rancor and thy rage? So rare a youth as, to confess the truth, his match could not be found in this our age, whose beauty might have bred sufficient ruth fierce Polyphemus' anger to assuage, but not fierce thee, more cruel and more fell than any monsters that in deserts dwell. The valiant men did study in time past with clemency their honors to increase, and hate no longer than the fight did last, with victory revenge did ever cease. So Bradamant, of whom I told you last, the prisoners she had ta'en, did still release, and stayed their horses when themselves were down, and sent them back again into the town, and prayed them but her challenge to deliver unto Rogero, and to call him out, who meant with spear in rest her answer give her unto her challenge that she sent so stout. Now when the other knights were all together in presence of the kings, they'd cast a doubt who this should be, and then they asked Farah, that talked with her, and her bare visage saw. Sure, said Farah, it is not ton nor t'other of those on whom your thoughts were set. I took it first, it was Rinaldo's brother, who is in years a very youth as yet. But now I rather judge it is another, for so much force is not in Rechadet. I think it is his sister, by her usage, who I have heard is like him much in visage. She hath ere this of value had great fame, Rinaldo and the paladins among. I must confess I found it to my shame her than her brothers to be far more strong. Rogero, when he heard them her to name, was guilty straight that he had done her wrong, and blushed in countenance with bashful grace, and oft his heart shot blood into his face. Yea, fear invaded him, not fear of danger, for force he feared not of any wight, of Turk nor Christian, countryman or stranger. The very cause of this his doleful plight was love, for love fears nothing more than anger. He doubts lest she conceived not of him right. Thus waving thoughts his mind do both ways carry, if so he better were to go or tarry. The while Marphisa, that was present there, and ever had a forward will to just, could now no longer from the same forbear, though seeing some before her lie on dust, for all their falls did breed in her no fear, so much in her great value she did trust. Wherefore, lest good Rogero might prevent her, first she rides forth, and in the lists doth enter. and mounted on her horse came swiftly running unto the place where Bradamante did stay, with panting heart to wait Rogero's coming, with mind to take him prisoner if she may. She thinks how she might guide her staff with cunning, as with her stroke do him least hurt she may. Thus cometh out Marphisa, nothing fearing, upon her lofty crest the phoenix bearing, or that thereby to boast her strength she meant, of her rare strength, of which she took some pride, or else thereby to note her chaste intent she had, a warlike virgin still to bide. But Bradamante, who first to meet her went, and not to be Rogero now espied, did ask her name, and by her name she knew that this was she that made her love untrue, or, to say better, whom she did surmise to be the sole withholder of her dear, her whom she hates, against whom her blood doth rise, and minding now to make her buy it dear, with fury great and rage at her she flies, and that she may make all suspicions clear, with couched spear she fiercely runneth on her, and means to kill her, or to die upon her. Marphisa was constrained with the stroke to kiss the ground, as those before her had, which to such rage her courage did provoke, that with disdain she seemed as one half mad, nor knowing how so great a foil to cloak, she draws her sword with an intention bad. But Bradamante cried out with lofty heart, "What dost thou, traitor? Thou my prisoner art, and though I used curtsy to the rest, to use it unto thee I am not tied, whose mind, as I have hard, is even a nest wherein is bred all villainy and pride. Look how great waters rage and do not rest, when as the winds do strive against the tide, so raged Marphisa, rather more than less, and for mere spite could not a word express, but hurls about her blade with all her force, not caring what she strikes, nor where, nor how, upon the horseman or upon the horse. Her rage in her no reason did allow, and Bradamante, as void of all remorse, with mind to break that refused to bow, ran at her with her spear that would not miss, and made her once again the ground to kiss. But once again upon her feet she getteth, and with her sword revengement she intends. Each fall she hath her fury sharper whetteth, yet still she falls, and can have no amends. Nor Goldilance his wonted force forgetteth, for all it touches to the ground it sends. Had not the spear been as it was enchanted, it could not so Marphisa's force have daunted. Some of our men were hither come the while, I mean some of the Christian host that lay encamped near the town within a mile, so as the walls of Arley see they may, and thinking, for her sex did them beguile, some knight of theirs maintained so great a fray, they thither came with will and with delight, to see so fierce and well maintained a fight. Whom when as Agramant from far espied, and thinks they came to bring their knight assistance, he thought it best in wisdom to provide, if they should offer force, to make resistance. Wherefore he pointed some that of their side may stand, from that same place a little distance. Of this last crew Rogero was the first, with whom the damsel so to fight did thirst. And seeing now how fierce the combat growth betwixt these two, to whom he wished none ill, although in sundry kinds he favored both, for t'un was love, the t'other bare good will, to suffer them to fight he was full loath, although for honor's sake he must be still, else sure he could have found it in his heart to step between them, and the fray to part. But they that with him from the city came, and saw the Christian champion was so strong, stepped in betwixt her and the t'other dame, and so withdrew Marphisa them among, which act the other Christians did inflame, so that with mind to avenge so foul a wrong they stepped in too. Thus both sides cried alarm, and soon the skirmish waxed fresh and warm. Such as before were armed out do run, they that unarmed were their armor take, and some run out on foot, on horseback some, each to his standard doth himself betake. The diverse sound of trumpet and of drum, that doth the horseman, this the footman wake. But Bradamante is malcontent and wrath, to think Marphisa thus escaped hath. Then looked she wishly all about the place, to find out him that caused all her care. At last she knew him, though not by his face, yet by the argent eagle that he bare, and viewing well his person and good grace, his goodly stature and his feature rare, she raged to think another should possess it, and in these secret words she doth express it. Shall any other then that sweet lip kiss, and I in love thereof still mourn and pine? Shall any other then possess my bliss? Shalt thou another's be, if none of mine? No, certes, rather than to suffer this, thou by my hand shalt die, or I by thine. If in this life we shall be joined never, death only be the mean to join us ever. Although that thou shouldst fortune me to kill, thy death by right should pacify my spirit. For laws appoint, who guiltless blood do spill, shall for reward the doom of death inherit. Yet still I shall sustain the greater ill, for I should guiltless die, but thou by merit. I killing thee, kill one that hates me merely. Thou killing me, kill'st one that loves thee dearly. Why shouldst not thou my hand be strong and bold, that by thy stroke his hard heart may be riven, who unto me sharp wounds and manifold in times of love's sweet peace and truth hath given, and doth even now with stony heart behold the woeful state to which poor I am driven? Heart, now be stout to take thy just revenge, let this one death thy 1,000 deaths avenge. With that at him she runs, but first aloud, defend thyself, Rogero false, she said, and think not thou shalt scape with spoils so proud, of heart subdued of a silly maid. Rogero, who to her himself had vowed, and to offend her greatly was afraid, held up his gauntlet unto her in token that he with her desired to have spoken. He would her wrath with kind words have appeased, and showed her how the cause he brake his day was that with grievous wounds he lay diseased, which forced him against his will to stay. But at this time she was so sore displeased, she would not hearken what he had to say, but with her spear in rest on him she runneth, who such unkind encounter greatly shunneth. But when he saw she was so rash and heady, and that her choler now so great did grow, that she was in her full career already, he puts his spear in rest, at least for show, and forward sets. But when she was even ready him to have given a sharp disgraceful blow, or that it were that she even then recanted, or that her heart to harm him courage wanted, she bare her lance aloft quite o'er his crest, and so of purpose that same course she missed. Yet so as by the manner might be guessed, she could have hit him surer had she list. And wrath and rage still boiling in her breast, to bend her force against him she did desist. But in that mood no little harm she works unto the other soldiers of the Turks. In little time she with her gilded lance had caused 300 men on ground to lie, so that the conquest to the part of France was thought to have been gained sole thereby. Rogero seeks her out, and last by chance he speaks to her, and saith, "My dear, I die, but I may talk with you. What have I done, alas, that you my conference should shun?" As when the southern wind with lukewarm blast doth breathe on hills where winter long hath dwelt, resolves the rocks of ice that hung so fast, and all the new-made mounts of snow doth melt, so with this gentle prayer, though spoke in haste, the damsel such an inward motion felt, that suddenly her hardened heart did soften, as unto women kind it chanceth often. Yet answer made she none, but held her peace. She only turned Rabican aside, and hasting to get out of that same press, she beckoned him that after her he ride. Thus went she thence with mind inclined to peace, unto a valley where on either side a grove of cypress so even set was seen, as if they all of one self stamp had been. Amid this grove a goodly sepulchre was built, which these fair cypress trees did shade, of porphyry and marble white and pure, and fair engraven to show why it was made. But of the tomb she took no care nor cure, but there expected in the open glade, until Rogero, having made good haste, approached the wood and damsel at the last. But of Marphisa now I must you tell, who, having got by this her horse again, her lofty heart with rancour great did swell, to be revenged of this foul suffered stain. And seeing where she went, as it befell, and how Rogero followed her amain, she little thinketh that it is for love, but rather that they may the combat prove. Wherefore to follow them she thinks it best, so as she came almost as soon as they. But what a tedious and unwelcome guest she seemed to both, one soon conjecture may. Much sure it did the Dordan dame molest, whose soul to her Rogero's faults did lay. She deemed that to come thither nothing moved her, but that Rogero in ill sort had looved her. And false Rogero she again doth name. And was it not enough, false man, said she, that of thy falsehood I should hear by fame, but that I with these eyes the same should see? But sith I find thou dost thy actions frame to drive me with unkindnesses from thee, I am content to die. But ere I die yet, she that did cause it dearly shall abye it. Thus as a viper, angry and malicious, with mind indeed to do her best, to kill her that was come in manner so suspicious, though she came more for wrath than for goodwill, with gilded lance she gives a blow pernicious, that quite unhorsed her for all her skill. Backward Marphisa fell, and in the dirt her beaver stuck, but had no further hurt. Duke Ammon's daughter, that resolves to die or kill her foe, so much herself forgetteth, that thinking to dispatch her by and by, before her head out of the mire she getteth, the golden lance she will no further try, but throws it down, as wrath her courage whetteth, and to perform the feat her sword she draws, therewith of fear to cut away the cause. But ere she came so near, Marphisa met her, like one with rage, with spite and scorn half mad, to think that now again she sped no better, and that a while before she sped so bad, so that Rogero could by no means let her from fighting, which to stop great will he had. But both of them with choler were so blinded, they fought like bedlam folk, and desperate minded. They came unto the half sword at the first, and with their rage forgetting rules of skill, their overmuch desire to do their worst was only cause that they could do none ill. Their hearts were ready for despite to burst, and either purposing to die or kill, did leave her sword aside, in mind supposing with stab to kill each other in the closing. Rogero sunders them, and both entreateth to pacify themselves, but all in vain. Then of their daggers he them both defeateth, and by persuasions move them both again. Sometime he speaketh fair, sometime he threateth, except they will at his request abstain. But these viragos will not, though desist. Though weapons want, they fight with feet and fist. He steps between again, and back he draws now one, and then the t'other by the sleeves, and makes them both against their wills to pause. At which Marphisa not a little grieves, herself too greatly wronged in the cause, and him to be too partial she believes. Wherefore his friendship she doth quite disclaim, and open wars with him she doth proclaim. And taking up her sword in terms most vile, she saith he plays the churlish villain's part, and that he greatly doth himself beguile, to think her fight against her will to part. She swears she will within a little while of his own folly make him feel the smart, and that she will henceforth so short him curb, he shall not dare her combat to disturb. Rogero still bare all her words as words, and sought by speech her to have pacified. But seeing that it needs must come to swords, and that with blows, not speeches, she replied, no longer time to talking he affords, but to his weapon he himself applied. And being moved now with rightful anger, to save himself he oft put her in danger. But ne'er did spectacle breed more delight in stately Rome or Athens, so well learned, than Bradamant did take to see this fight, in which she now apparently discerned that of their love she had not judged right. Now jealousy, and all that it concerned, suspicion, fear, mistrust, and wrath, and francy, are on the sudden quite put from her fancy. And taking up her sword, she stands not far, with mind not yet a while the fray to part. She thinks in him she sees the god of war. Such grace Rogero used, such skill, such art, and t'other seemed in that unpleasant jar some hellish fury, so she played her part. Yet true it is that he a while forbare her, nor did his worst, but did of purpose spare her. He knew the secret virtue of this blade, which he had tried in many battles well, that evermore a way and entrance made, whose charm all charmed arms did far excel. Wherefore he doth not fiercely her invade, with bloody blows, nor fearful thrusts and fell, but flatling still he caused his blows to light, till once he was of patience put out quite. For once Marphisa, with intention shroud, strake with such fury at Rogero's beaver, that with that blow she very plainly showed that to have killed him she did her endeavour. Rogero with his argent eagle trode, from danger of the stroke himself to sever. But though the shield break not, gramercy charm, yet underneath the shield it stound his arm. It happy was Don Hector's shield was there, else had she put him unto further pain. Scarce could he now the massy target bear, scarce now the silver bird he could sustain. Now he intends no longer to forbear, but hurleth out a foin with force so main, enraged with that late blow so fierce and bitter. Woe unto poor Marphisa had it hit her. I know not what good angel did her keep. The thrust missed her, and in a tree it strake, and entered in the same a shaftman deep, and on the sudden all the hill did quake. A secret horror on them all did creep. They see the hill, the trees, and tomb to shake, till from that sepulchre a voice proceeding spake unto them, all human voice exceeding. The voice to them with no small terror cried,
File not your hands and hearts with so great sin. It is a kind of cruel parricide to seek to kill and be so near of kin. Wherefore I charge you lay all hate aside, and mark my speech and all contained therein. I say you both were gotten of one seed, one womb you bear, one breast you both did feed. My dear Rogero, my Marphisa dear, let not the sister seek to kill the brother, but learn of me some things that touch you near, which former times in ignorance did smother. Your sire Rogero hight, who that same year he gat you of Dame Gallicil your mother, was by your uncles of his life deprived, who also your destruction thus contrived. They put your mother in a steerless boat, who was as then of you twain great with child, and in the ocean wide they let her float, there to be starved or drowned in waters wild. But lo, how fortune holp the luckless lot, and ere you yet were born, upon you smiled. For why, against all hope or expectation, your mother made a happy navigation, and being safe arrived at Sirte's shore, there at one burden she brought forth both you, and then, as if she ought this world no more, her blessed soul to paradise upflew. But there, by hap, to God be thanks therefore, was I at hand, and when the cause I knew, I did as much ere the place did leave, as such a barren soil would give me leave. Your mother then in dust of earth I lapped, our ancient mother, whereto all must go. And in my cloak your little selves I wrapped, to seek some means to nourish you. When lo, a lioness that late had whelped there happed to come in sight, while I went to and fro. Her did I make to leave her proper whelps, and give you suck, then wanting other helps. 10 months and 10 in forests wild and moorish the lion's teats you used were to suck. I after learned with wild flesh you to nourish, such as I could of bears or stag and buck. But when you now began in strength to flourish, one day while I was lack, by evil luck a band of fierce Arabians coming thither would have conveyed you both from thence together. But thou, Rogero, when thou saw'st them coming, didst save thyself from that mishap by flight. But thou, Marphisa, not so swiftly running, were ta'en, and quickly carried out of sight. To fetch thee back again I wanted cunning, for which I sorried many day and night. But as the loss of Tun did make me sad, so of the other greater care Ah, my Rogero, thou thyself canst tell if thine Atlanta loved thee while he lived. I saw the stars some evil acts foretell that thou shouldst have, which me no little grieved. Yet I endeavoured still, as thou knowst well, that by my means thou mightst have been relieved. But finding thee still contrary in kind, for very grief at last I died and pined. But here I built this tomb afore I died, where I foresaw you two should make this fray. And being dead, to Charon loud I cried to suffer in this wood my ghost to stray, until this fight to me foresignified should happen, which was done this present day. Now shall my soul from hence depart in peace. Now, Bradamant, thy jealousy may cease.
Thus said the voice, and left them all amazed, with wonder great and strangeness of the case. And when a while each had on other gazed, they met in kindest manner and embrace. Nor Bradamant herself, who erst was crazed with jealousy, now took it in disgrace to see her spouse, when he most kindly kissed her, now well assured that she was his sister. Thus they agreed at last, and either twin to call to mind some acts of childish years, what they had said and done, where they had been, which even with tender heart did move their tears. At last the worthy brother doth begin to tell Marphisa what great love he bears to Bradamant, whom he to wed intends, and so at length he made them faithful friends. Then, all parts pacified so well at length, Marphisa doth entreat her noble brother to tell to her the story more at length of that so strange exiling of her mother, and if their sire were slain by fraud or strength, and who it was that wrought the ton or t'other. For sure, said she, I think I never heard it, or childishness did make me not regard it. Rogero tells her how of Trojan race from Hector they be lineally descended, by means Astyanax of special grace that scaped Ulysses, and the snares intended, did leave a child of like years in his place, and from that country to the sea descended, and came to Sicil after travel long, and took Messina, and grew very strong. His offspring still increasing in renown, Calabria ruled in part, and thence to fare, and came at last to dwell in Mars's town. And many a noble emperor and rare in stately Rome have worn the imperial crown, of such as from this stock descended are, from Constance and from Constantine accounting, to Pippin and his son, them all surmounting. Rogero first, and Jambron of these, Rovus, Rambaldus, and Rogero again, of whom, as Atlant told, saved from the seas, our mother by the shore brought forth us twain. Their acts in ancient stories they that please to look may find them there recorded plain. Then tells he how there came King Agolant with Almont and the sire of Agramant, how that king's daughter, a most noble maid, in feats of arms so valorous did prove, that divers paladins she overlaid, and then with that Rogero fell in love, and of her father's anger not afraid, did match in Christian state as did behoove, how after this one Beltram sought by treason incestuous love of her without all reason. And for that cause his brothers and his sire, and his own native soil he did betray, and open Riza at his foes' desire. Which being ta'en and seized on as a prey, fierce Agolant and his, inflamed with ire, took Gallicel our mother, where she lay 6 months with child, and put her in a boat, and in the ocean wide they let her float. Marphisa all this while with gladsome cheer unto her new known brother's tale attended, and in her mind rejoiced much to hear that of so noble house she was descended, from which Mongrana came as doth appear, and that of Clarimount so much commended, which houses both long in great fame had flourished, for divers noble persons they had nourished. But when of Agramant she heard him say, how both his grandsire, uncle, and some other consented had their father to betray, and in so cruel sort to use their mother, she could not suffer any longer stay, but breaking off his tale said, noble brother, with your good favor, You have too much wrong to leave your father unrevenged so long. If not in Almont nor Trojano's blood you can avenge this ill, sit they be gone, yet ought you to avenge it on their brood. Live you, and let you agreement alone? This blot, except it quickly be withstood, will shame you ever, if it once be known that he that did this wrong not only liveth, but that to you he entertainment giveth. But for my part, said she, by Christ I vow, whom as my father did, so serve I will, that I will not leave arms till I know how to venge my father's and my mother's ill. And much I shall lament, and do even now, if in that pagan camp you tarry still, or ever should be seen therein hereafter, except it were to work their harm and slaughter. Oh, how did Bradamante at this rejoice, advising him to follow that direction, and to give ear unto his sister's voice, to leave so vile a place and base subjection, and cleave to Charles as to the better choice, who gladly would receive him in protection. Of which, she said, one sure sign she did gather, she heard him often so extol his father. Rogero answers thus with great regard, My dear, to have done this at first I ought, but then indeed the troth I had not hard, whereby I might my duty have been taught. Now, sith that agreement hath me prefarred, if his destruction should by me be sought, that am his servant and his daily waiter, the world might justly deem I were a traitor. But this my meaning was, and so it is, to find some means I may with honour part, which when I have, then sure I will not miss to come and to requite your great desert. And that, quoth he, I had performed ere this, save that a cause of which I felt the smart enforced my stay, the wounds the Tartar gave me, so as my friends had much to do to save me, as she knows well that holp me at my need, and every day did sit by my bedside. Thus much he said, but they that took good heed to all he said in earnest sort replied. Howbeit, at the last it was agreed that he so long with agreement should bide, till he some honourable cause might find to leave his master and to change his mind. Well, quoth Marphisa, if he needs will go, then let him go. But I will you assure that shortly I will use the matter so he shall not long with agreement endure. This said she unto Bradamante, but though she told not how she would the same procure. Thus for that time Rogero brake this parley, and turned his horse to turn again to Arley. When lo, they chanced a sudden cry to hear proceeding from the next adjoining vale. The voice did seem, when they approached near, to be some damsels that for help did call. But who it was, hereafter you shall hear. For now of force I must cut off my tale, and pray you my abruptness to excuse, for in the next you shall hear further news.
End of Book 36. The 37th Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 37.
The argument. Rogero with his sister and his spouse find Ulane half stripped and strangely used. Straight each of them, but chief Marphisa, vows to be avenged on him that her misused. She hears the law that women none allows. She finds the man that hath the sex refused. She plagues the tyrant for his proud behavior, and makes another law in women's favor. If worthy ladies would but take such pain in studies that immortal glory raise, as they do often take in matters vain, deserving none at all or little praise, which notwithstanding that they might obtain, they have employed many nights and days to have thereby some trifling want supplied, that niggard nature hath to them denied. And further, if they could with their own pen set forth the worthy praise of their own kind, and not to be beholden unto men, whom hate and envy often so doth blind, to make us hear of the good but now and then, but every place full of their ill we find, then sure I judge their praises would be such as hardly men should have attained so much. For many writers do not only strive too highly to extol our sex's fame, but that they think they must withal contrive to publish women's blemish and their blame, as fearing haply lest they might arrive by their most due desart to greater name, and so they might thereby obscure our praise, as doth a cloud the sun's bright shining rays. But yet, for all such sparing pens do write, or lavish tongues can speak in their disgrace, enforcing every ill report for spite that may their credit slander and deface, we still shall find their glory shining bright. We still shall see it keeps a worthy place, though wanting of that height the greater part, to which it should attain to by desart. Harpalyce and Tomyris beside, with those that Turnus did and Hector aid, beside that dame that in an ox's hide the first foundation of fair Carthage laid, Zenobia eke, and she that quailed the pride of Assur, and both Ind and Persia frayed, I say there have been many more than these that have been famous, both by land and seas. Nor only Rome and Greece have bred such store of faithful matrons, chaste and stout and wise, but all the world beside, some less, some more, from whence it sets to where the sun doth rise, though now their names obscured are so sore that few or none are laid before our eyes, and all because that they in those days rate were envious and false and full of hate. Yet cease not, ladies, ye that virtue love, to follow that your course and so good way, and let not fear your minds from it remove, that your great fame hereafter may decay. For true it is, as we do daily prove, no good nor ill can still stand at a stay. Though writers in time past were not your friends, the present time shall make you large amends. The worthy writers of this present time have set your worthy praises so to view, some in grave prose, and some in learned rhyme, as none shall need this want hereafter rue. And though they were infected with this crime, yet in this age so learned are some of you, so well acquainted with the noble muses, you could yourselves remedy such abuses. And if I should recite the names of those that by the writers of our times are praised, or that themselves have wrote in verse or prose, and have their own and others' glories raised, as I might please some few, so I suppose I might be blamed of others and dispraised, or in omitting some to do them wrong, or reckoning all too tedious wax and long. Shall I then all omit? That were not well, sith that to please them all I do desire. Then I will choose some one that doth excel the rest so far, as none may dare envy her, whose name doth in such height of honor dwell, as hard it is for any to come nigh her, whose learned pen such privilege can give, as it can make even those are dead to live. For even as Phoebus shines on every star, yet on his sister casts his fairest light, so eloquence and grace shining are much more on her than any other wight, and maketh her to pass the rest, as far as Phoebe doth the other stars in night. Her light so splendent is and so divine, as makes another sun on earth to shine. Vittoria is her name, a most fit name for one in triumphs born, in triumphs bred, that passeth Artemisia in the fame of doing honor to her husband dead. For though she did erect a wondrous frame for her mausoleo with the pyramid, yet, which is more, to lay the dead in grave, or else from death with learned pen to save. If Laodame, and if Brutus' wife Argia, Aria, and Evadne chaste, be to be praised, as they are so rife, because when as their husbands' days were past, they willingly forsook this mortal life, then in what height must she of right be placed, that such a gift unto her spouse doth give, that being dead, she still doth make him live? And if the great Macedon envy bear unto Achilles for Meonian lyre, much more to noble Francis of Piscar he would have borne, whose praise is sounded higher by such a wife, so virtuous, chaste, and rare, as even thy soul itself could not desire a louder trump thy praises out to sound, sith hardly can a match to this be found. But to conclude both these and other praise, that I may follow on my present story, I say that both in these and former days fair dames have merited great fame and glory, which, though by writers' envy much decays, yet need you not therefore now to be sorry, because amongst us all it is intended that this foul fault hereafter shall be mended. Now, of Marphisa and of Bradamant I mean to tell, that still were so victorious as both my voice too faint and skill too scant would be, to count their famous deeds and glorious, yet shall good will so far supply my want, as I will reckon those were most notorious, and, were my might agreeing to my mind, I would deserve as well of all their kind. If you remember, I declared at erst how good Rogero purposed to return, and how he heard the sound I then rehearsed, of some that seemed woefully to mourn, which wailing so his mind with pity pierced, as he a while his journey did adjourn, both that to know the parties he desired, and meant to succour them, if cause required. With him those dames, the noble cousins, went, and when they nearer came unto the place, they saw three damsels woefully lament, apparelled strangely, and in sorry case. Their clothing all had been clipped off and rent up to their navels, to their foul disgrace. They sitting on the ground, and durst not rise to hide their secret parts from strangers' eyes. As Vulcan's son, by Pallas' appointment nursed, whom without mother got of earth he had, for whom Aglar was plagued, because she durst look on him when the goddess had forbade, sat in a coach, by him devised first, to hide his legs that were deformed and bad, so sat the woeful maids, their secrets hiding, scarce from the ground to lift their looks abiding. The foul prospect did with great wrath inflame the worthy dames, when they did plain it view, and in the maids' behalf they blushed for shame, as do in pestis gardens roses new. But Bradamant, when as more near she came, was grieved more, for one of them she knew, whose name was Ulani, that since a while was unto France sent from the island isle. She also knew both t'other in effect, for she had met them travelling on that coast. But yet her speech she chiefly did direct to Ulani, whom she regarded most, and asked her what vile wight did so neglect all law, and had all human nature lost, as that without remorse he could abide to leave that bare that nature seeks to hide. Poor Ulani, that both by speech and sight the worthy damsel Bradamant did know to be a lady whom she saw last night to give three princes such an overthrow, when first a while she sobbed had, and sight, the manner and the matter plain doth show how people near that place did ill entreat them, and clip their clothes, and also whip and beat them. Fast by, said she, the castle you may see, where they do keep, that us so ill did use, as for the shield of gold, and princes three that came to win it, she could tell no news. We only meant to trudge on foot, said she, to make complaint of those did us abuse unto the noble Christian Emperor Charles, who punish will, I trust, such lawless carles. Brave Bradamant and stout Marphisa longs to go immediately unto this place, and be avenged on such enormous wrongs, done, as they deem, to all the sex disgrace. Rogero eke, that knows well what belongs unto the law of knighthood in such case, to succour all that are by wrong oppressed, but chiefly women, goes without request. With one consent they all put off their bases, which served the maidens very fit to hide the secret parts of those same privy places, that modesty to show cannot abide. Then Bradamant straightway behind her places fair Ulani, and makes her so to ride. Marphisa and Rogero take the pain behind themselves to place the other twain. The Dame of Dordan led them all the way, the t'other two do follow with great haste, but Ulani showed where the castle lay, to which they many a hill and valley passed. But now so much was spent of that same day, that they were quite benighted at the last. At night to take a village they were glad, where they good meat, good drink, good lodging had. But when to look about them they began, they none could see but women in the place. The women dressed, brought all, and not a man in all the village that did show his face. Among themselves they on the matter scan, and much they mused at so strange a case. Among so many, fair, foul, young, and old, as there they saw, not one man to behold. I think that Jason never marvelled more, nor those his Argonauts that with him came, than when they first arrived at Lemnos shore, where they found none but women void of shame, that had their sires and brethren slain before, and did a commonwealth of women frame. Then did Rogero with the ladies wonder, to see no men but women such a number. Wherefore, when first they had in seemly sort provided raiment for the damsels three, if not so sumptuous, certes not so short, but to conceal that which men should not see, then they desired some dweller there report to them what might the cause and reason be, why in this town there were allowed no men. And in this sort the woman answered then: This order, at the which you seem to wonder, was by a tyrant pointed for our pain, a tyrant whose subjection we are under, who by his proclamation doth ordain from mothers sons, from husbands wives to sunder, and in such hard exile we must remain, and suffer not by merit but by force, from our dear spouses such a long divorce. Thrice have the trees with winter been deleaved, since we have been into this place confined, of husbands, fathers, and of sons bereaved, so sore the tyrant hateth all our kind. And if that any chance to be perceived, as some perhaps there be that are so kind, to come but once to look upon his wife, the man and woman both shall lose their life. The lawless wretch that makes this cruel law dwells 2 leagues hence, and is of such behavior as from his purpose no man can him draw, how much soever he be in his favor. He doth all women from his land withdraw, as if he were infected with their savor. He is so fierce, so sturdy, and so strong, that none dare once protect whom he will wrong. And, which is strange, he useth strangers worst, if any happen to his house arrive. It seems he hath of women's blood some thirst, for though he let them part from thence alive, yet first with whipping and with usage cursed, he doth their torment and reproach contrive. Wherefore, if you your safeties do regard, I wish you not to travel thitherward. At this Marphisa and the Dordan dame were much incensed, and did desire to know how he was called, and whence his fury came, that made him first to such a madness grow. The woman maketh answer thus: His name is Marganor, and if you please I'll show the whole discourse. To this they all agreed, and she then on her tale did thus proceed. This Marganor, that makes full many weep, was bloody from his birth by disposition, but yet a while he did dissemble deep, that of the same there was but some suspicion. His sons did make him it the closer keep, because they were of contrary condition, both bounteous, frank, and courteous, of good quality, of strangers lovers, and of hospitality. Fair dames and knights that happed to pass this way were still by them so friendly entertained, that by such kind of courteous usage they the love and praise of every one had gained. Their honors also farther to display, the sacred right of knighthood they obtained, both stout, both strong, comely, and of good stature, not wanting ornaments of art or nature. Cilandro and Tanacro named they were, and long they lived with no dishonor stained, and longer had, if they had been so ware as not in Cupid's snares to have been trained. This foolish passion foiled all their welfare, the passion men call love. This them constrained to change the worthy course they had begun, and do that by the which they were undone. It happened that there thither came a knight belonging to this Emperor of Greece, who brought with him a lady fair and bright, of good behavior and a lovely peace, with whom Cilandro fell in love that night, and fully bent of her to have a fleece. He thought her beauty so possessed his heart, that he should surely die if she depart. And for he deemed it labor lost to pray, to open force he doth himself dispose, and secretly, all armed unto the way where t'other needs must pass afore he goes. And seeing him, he would no longer stay, but trusting to his manhood comes to blows, not seeking vantage, but with lance to lance he minds to try a fight the doubtful chance, not thinking though but with his sewer running to bear him down, and bear away his wife. But this same knight that in this art was cunning did pierce his shield, and reft him of his life. The news hereof unto his father coming filled all the court with plaints and sorrows rife. At last, when long the time had been deferred, by his great ancestors they him interred. Nor did this foul mishap and ill success make Marganor to minish aught his port. Tenacro still did courtesy profess to strangers all, and used them in good sort. But lo, it chanced within a year and less, a noble baron thither did resort, a comely man of personage to see, with him a lady fair as fair might be, and to her beauty her behaviour fitted. Her looks modest, manners sober are, her words are ware, and show her sharply witted. Likewise her lord himself most comely bare, as fit to whom the charge should be committed of one in shape and qualities so rare. He hight Olindro, lord of Longavilla, the lovely lady named was Drusilla. No less Tenacro doted on this dame than had his brother done on that before. But that foul end to which his brother came made him more wary, though not honest more. By former good report that bred him fame, and all his passed praise he sets no store. Be fame, be virtue trodden in the dust, so he may but fulfill his present lust. Thus, caring only to avoid the danger in which he saw before his brother died, he secretly that night waylaid the stranger, there as he knew next day he needs must ride, not meaning his own person to endanger. In fine, the baron, that to save his bride did stoutly give and take full many a wound, at last they left foul murdered on the ground. Drusilla, seeing her dear Olindro dead, in deadly sound unto the ground she sank. But thence in courteous sort the men her led, whom to have killed her she would give more thank. But grief in her such will to die had bred, that wilfully she leaped down from a bank to kill herself. But poor soul could not die, but all her head and face was bruised thereby. Tenacro gets some surgeons and physicians to look unto her health and hurts to cure. He causeth her to hear most rare musicians, to cheer her heart and solace to procure. He makes great brags of her so chaste conditions, with mind by marriage to make her sure. He thinks a woman of so virtuous life must not be termed a leman, but a wife. To marry her he inwardly intends, this outwardly in show he doth make known, and evermore he highly her commends, and though her grief was by his doings grown, he saith he will for this make large amends, and that he will her love and be her own. But still the more that on the point he grateth, the more in heart she him detests and hateth. But yet her hate did not so blind her wit, but that to keep it close she took good heed. She knew full well she must dissemble it, if she will be revenged of him indeed. Wherefore, until the time may serve her fit, she seems unto his meaning half agreed, and did in show the same so smoothly carry, that lastly she consented him to marry. Sweet peace and love were written in her eyes, revenge and hate were in her heart engraved. To kill him in her thought she doth devise, when with most kindness she herself behaved. He needs die in any wise, but even thus long to live of God she craved. How can I better end my life, she saith, than in revenging my dear husband's death? Thus, seeming to forget all former wrong, she cheerfully expects the wedding day, as though that she did for this marriage long, and so she did, although another way. She shortens all that might the time prolong, and paints herself, and tricks her, trim and gay. She only craved thus much for Christes passion, she might be married of her country fashion. Not that her speech herein indeed was true, that such the custom was as she pretended, but she doth mind to forge a custom new, with trust assuredly to be revenged on him that her beloved husband slew. Revenge was all that she intended. She prayeth she might observe her country guise, which in this sort she doth to them devise. The widow that to marry new intends, according as our country law allows, must first appease the ghost whom she offends, I mean, saith she, that of her former spouse, and make unto his spirit some amends, by dirges, trentals, masses, prayers, and vows, in that same church whereas his bones be resting. Then may she marry new without molesting. But when of her new spouse she takes the ring, the priest, in sight of all that stand about, of hallowed wine a bottle then must bring, and in the chalice he must pour it out. Then over it he must both say and sing effectual prayers and psalms, and hymns devout. Then must the woman take it of the vicar, and drink unto her spouse the blessed liquor. Tenacro liketh well of this her motion, respecting little how much it imported to let her marry with so strange devotion. He only wished to have the season shorted, and not mistrusting that same hallowed potion, to cut off all delays he her exhorted. Each makes like haste, though sundry in construction, he to her wedding, she to his destruction. Among her women servants that were there, Drusilla had one old ill-favoured trot. She calleth her, and bade her in her ear, that some strong sudden poison may be got. You know, said she, to get it how and where. Convey it safe into some pretty pot. For I, quoth she, have found the way and skill the wicked son of Marganor to kill, and doubt not I know how to save us both, as I will let thee know at better leisure. The woman doth the feat, though seeming loath, save only that it was her mistress' pleasure. Then for a cup of candy wine she goeth, and mingles this and that in so due measure, as made it, with but little alteration, not sour in taste,
yet sure in operation.
Now came Drusilla on the wedding day, with gorgeous gowns and costly jewels decked, there where Olindro's corpse entombed lay, raised high on columns, as she did direct. The priest began the solemn mass to say, to which came great resort without suspect, and Marganor himself, now most contenting, came with his son and friends, the place frequenting. When all the solemn rites to end were brought, then in a cup of massy gold and fine, the priest poured out, as she before had taught, the cursed poison with the blessed wine. She soberly drinks a convenient draught, enough to do the feat she did design. Then to Tenacro with a lovely cheer she gave it, who supped up the chalice clear, and rendering then the chalice to the friar, he thought in open arms her to embrace, but then she suddenly began retire. Then her sweet looks and words so full of grace were gone, her eyes did seem to flame like fire, then wrath and spite were written in her face. She cries with grisly look and voice unpleasant, Avaunt, and touch not me, thou traitor peasant. Thought'st thou of me solace to have and sport, and bring me cause of torment, tears, and woe? No, now I trow that I have cut thee short. That drink was poison, if you do not know. But this death is of too gentle sort, and I too noble hangman am, I trow. A hangman ought with halter stop thy breath. This was for thee too honorable death. My only sorrow is that ere I died, my sacrifice was not in full perfection, and that thy wicked sire, and more beside, did not with thee taste of that strong confection. But pardon me, my dear dead spouse, she cried, if I have failed for fault of good direction, if I perhaps have not done all I should do, yet sure I have performed all I could do. And look what I do want in all or part, in working him torture, condign, and shame. I hope the world to come with greater smart will pay it him, and I shall see the same. Thus much she said, and then with cheerful heart, still calling on her former spouse's name, Take here in worth, said she, this sacrifice that thy poor wife did for thy sake devise, and of our Lord for me a place obtain in paradise, with thy most blessed spirit. And if he say that none must there remain, but they that by good works the same inherit, tell him I have a cruel tyrant slain, of tyrant's death I bring with me the merit. To kill a tyrant, what can be more glorious, or in the sight of God more meritorious? Thus much she said, and fell dead therewithal. And being dead, she kept a cheerful look, and sure to her the comfort was not small, that for her spouse so sharp revenge she took. I know not if Tenacro in his fall did follow her, or else her overtook, he overtook her sure, as may be thought, that drank the bottom and the greater draught. Fell Marganor, that heard his son's last groan, and seeing him lie dead past all relief, made at the first so great and grievous moan, as though he would have died of very grief. 2 sons he had of late, now hath he none. 2 women had hereof been causes chief. One moved the first to hazard life, the t'other with her own hands gave poison to his brother. Love, pity, grief, disdain, and hate and wrath, despair of death and of revenge together, the doleful parent so enraged hath, like to the roaring seas in foulest weather. Fain to Drusilla he would do some scath, but she was dead before. Yet goes he thither, as blinded hate did him still forward prick. He ceased to harm the course that was not quick. Even as a snake, whom spear to ground doth nail, doth bite the steel and wood that sense hath none, or as a dog that doth a man assail, if one do fling at him a stick or stone, doth run and bite the same without avail, till he that hurled it is past and gone, so Marganor, more fierce than dog or snake, seeks on the senseless course revenge to take. And when that harrying it and all to tearing could not in any part his wrath assuage, even in the church on us no such thing fearing, he draws his sword, and in his senseless rage doth hew and mangle women, none forbearing, for dignity, for beauty, nor for age. While we cried out, and at his fury wondered, he 30 killed, and hurt and maimed 100. So sorely of his people he is dreaded, that no man dare against his acts oppose him, and to his will he is so firmly wedded, that for the time stark mad you would suppose him. Who would reform him, hanged shall be, and headed, full guerdon of his pain, when once he knows him. His servants do, as doth the proverb say, when fury runs, let fury have her sway. But when at last himself was almost tired with killing us, though void of all remorse, then by his friend's request he was desired, and as it were constrained by honest force, and to his castle he himself retired, appointing there this law of our divorce and clemency, forsooth he doth it call, in that he did forbear to kill us all. Thus, whether they obeyed or else repined, men are from wives, babes from their dames divided, and hither all the women be confined. This town of purpose is for us provided, where, if that any man to love inclined, and by a good and kind affection guided, come but to see his wife, and thereby show it, woe be to him if Marganor may know it. And worse than this, he hath ordained an order, such one I think was never heard before. All women that are ta'en within his border must first be whipped with rods till they be sore, and then he doth their vestments disorder by clipping them behind and eke before, and so away he sendeth them half stripped, when first they have been beaten well and whipped. And if that any hope to have assistance, or bring some knights them to defend and save, forthwith he killeth them and their assistants as sacrifices on his children's grave, so as no hope there is to make resistance, for evermore he, if he list, can have at his command of men a mighty power, by name 1,000 even within an hour. And further, all men in his realm he takes, by either fair persuasions or by fear, upon the sacrament to swear he makes, that they shall to women hatred bear. Now, for your own and these fair ladies' sakes, judge you, if you have reason to forbear unto his castle nearer to approach, except you will be shamed with foul reproach. This tale so much did move the warriors 3 with pity first, and then with high disdain, that, save it was so dark they could not see, they would have gone even then him to have slain. Now for that night they rest, but they decree, as soon as Phoebus should return again, to arm themselves, and boldly to adventure upon the tyrant's hold, by force to enter. Now as they were about their horse to take, they saw before them, at the mountain's root, some 20 men, that no great haste did make, but some on horseback were, and some on foot, all armed. These 3 them soon did overtake, before they full had rode an arrow shoot. And then they saw how they did bear by force an aged beldam on a sumpter horse. This was forsooth Drusilla's chambermaid, that to her mistress that same poison gave. And being then mistrustful and afraid what strange effect it fortune might to have, upon the wedding day from church she stayed, and so by secret flight herself did save, and kept herself 3 years from law and trial, till Marganor had found her by espial. What cannot gain, and hope of money work? First by his coin he learned where she lay, then with his coin he set these men a work, who in this sort did fetch her thence away. And of a lord, in whose land she did lurk, with promise that she safely there should stay, with coin of that same baron her he bought. Ah, noble men, can nobles make you naught? Look how the great and stately stream of Po, the nearer he unto the sea descends, when Lambra, Tyson, Adda, with some moe, fall into him, and their due tribute sends, the broader and the deeper still doth grow. Even so, the more that Marganor offends, the greater will in these 3 champions breeds to be avenged on so vile misdeeds. Yet first to free this woman they intend, who else, at least, should have been hanged in chains. Straight on those louts all 3 their forces bend. They couch their spears and slack their horses' reins. An host of men could scarce such force defend, much less a sort of dastard hireling swains. Wherefore they cast away their warlike tools, their carriage left, and went away like fools. Even as a greedy wolf that runneth loaden with his desired prey into his den, that finds unwares the way to him foreboden by hunting dogs or by the hunting men,
hurls down his prey, and by the paths untrodden doth fly for life.
So did these cullions then, not only that their prisoner enlarge, but leave their horses and their other charge. Some others force, some their own fear unhorses, by means whereof they did at ease provide for these 3 damsels good convenient horses, that yesterday behind them 3 did ride. Also Rogero, that old trot, enforces, though she in vain refused and denied, to go with them, lamenting sore and wailing, but all her lamentation not availing. Now were they come unto the town at length, about the which there was no ditch nor wall, yet were the houses built in breadth and length, both orderly and very strong withal. A castle in the midst of mighty strength stood on a rock that overlooked them all. To this they march with great desire and longing, because it was to Marganor belonging. Within this town no sooner set they feet, but that the guard that kept the watch began behind them step, and chained fast the street. Some others with the greatest haste they can called Marganor, that straight came them to meet, with guard of many a tall and sturdy man, who with a speech but short, yet full of pride, the lewd law of his city signified. Marphisa, who beforehand had agreed upon the matter with the other 2, set spurs to horse, and galloping, instead of making answer, makes no more ado, but being of her person strong indeed, employing neither lance nor sword thereto, with bended fist she gives him such a box as stonied him, and would have felled an ox. Nor doth Rogero nor the Dame of France grant to the others any time of ease, but chief the damsel that with Goldalance doth throw to ground as many as she please. No man there was that durst himself advance to stand unto the shock with one of these. Rogero 7, she threw down 7 times 7, even as if thunder had fallen down from heaven. The hurtless people to their houses fled, the heartless soldiers followed them as fast. None stayed behind but those were maimed or dead, and Marganor alone was left at last, and by Marphisa now is captive led, who with his arms behind him pinion fast, gave him Drusilla's maid to be tormented, and would have burned the town had they consented. But all consent the law to abrogate. The people easily were won thereto, and to accept one of another rate, which there was ratified with small ado. His law and him they did detest and hate, yet as him list they were content to do, as still we see the foolish common use obey him best that doth them most abuse. And why? They dare not one another trust, nor tell to one another their complaints. They let him kill and banish whom he lust, One's goods he takes, another's house he taints. The silent soul yet cries for
vengeance just
unto the mighty God and to his saints, who, though they seem in punishing but slow, yet pay they home at last with heave and hoe. So now these silly souls inflamed with ire, with speech and deeds do make their stomachs known, and, as the proverb saith, each man bears fire to burn the tree the wind hath overthrown. Ye princes that do tyrannize desire, mark this man's end, and make his case your own. Believe it well, that God doth ever send unto a wicked life a wretched end. Out came the young and old, the great and small, in words and works to do him great disgrace. He that so terrible was erst to all, is now despised of all, a wondrous case. Yea, those 3 warriors had ado not small to keep him now from killing in the place. Not that they cared to have his life preserved, but unto greater pains they him reserved. They gave him bound unto that woman aged, that erst upon Drusilla did attend, and to those 3 whose minds were yet enraged, whom whipped and stripped he lately thence did send. These with sharp goads and knives his body gauged, and to torment him all their wits did bend. Now some cast stones, and some with needles prick him, some scratch, some bite, with feet some spurn and kick him. Even as a brook new swoln with rage of rain, or with a sudden thaw of melting snow, oft bears down rocks and trees with force so main, as herds doth drown and houses overthrow. A drouth doth come, and then that brook again abates his pride, and is at last so low, a woman, yea, a child, with small ado, may pass the same, and never wet their shoe. So Marganor, that erst in pomp and pride made hearts of men to quake when he was named, to lowest ebb now turned sees his tide. His comb now cut, his fury now is tamed. Now kennel rakers scorn him and deride. To look men in the face he is ashamed. Small children, yea, the babes, be not afeard to pill away his hair from head and beard. The while Rogero with those champions twain the castle summoned that did gladly yield. Here Ulenee recovered again, which lately she had lost, her golden shield. Here met they those 3 kings, which to their pain Dame Bradamant had twice o'erthrown in field, at the same castle where before I told she wan their lodging, and made them lie cold. Since which on foot unarmed they vowed to go, which want fair Ulenee from death did save. For all that went with armed men guarded so, were sacrificed on Tenacro's grave. Yet better of the twain it was to show the parts that modesty concealed would have. For why, both this and every other shame is half excused, if force procure the same. Marphisa straight a parliament did call of all the town, and made them take an oath of high and low, rich, poor, and great and small, although they were content, or else were loath, that to their wives they should be subject all, that in their houses and the city both the women should have rule, such power, such graces, as men are wont to have in other places. She further made this notable decree, that lodging, meat, and drink should be forbode to travellers of whatsoe'er degree, admit they go on foot, or that they rode within that town, except they first agree to swear by some great saint or else by God, that they should evermore be women's friends, and foe unto their foes to their lives' ends. And whatsoever stranger there arrives must further swear, before they go their way, if or they have or mean to marry wives, that evermore they shall their wills obey. This must they keep on peril of their lives. For why, she vows to come ere 12 months' day, and if she find her law broke in that city, to sack and burn the same without all pity. This done, the warriors 3 did hasten hence, but yet their going they so long deferred, until Drusilla's corse was ta'en from thence, where, as it seemed, it was but homely buried, and order ta'en with cost and good expense, her spouse and she might nobly be interred, with epitaphs, by which was signified in how great honor they both lived and died. Marphisa made her law in marble fair upon a pillar to be written down, And then Rogero with the warlike pair of damsels took their leaves of all the town, but Eulalie her garments doth repair, and stays to make some new and costly gown. She thinks to come to court were great dishonour, except she had some sumptuous clothing on her. Therefore she stayed behind, and in her power was Marganor by those same warriors given, who had new torments taught him every hour, and was at last by his sharp judges driven to leap down headlong from a mighty tower, where all his bones and flesh were broke and riven. Of him nor these I have no more to say, but of those three that went the t'other way.
The rest of that same day together riding, and half the next in company they spent,
until they found a way in twain dividing, one to the camp, t'other to Arley went. Here oft they take their leaves, yet still abiding, for ever parting makes friends ill content. In fine, the knight the way to Arley took, they to the camp, and thus I end this book.
End of Book 37.